Chapter 1. A Taxonomy of Postponement, or How Two Cousins Became Accidental Proprietors of Their Own Undoing. Listen, Jerome Castellano was 33 years old and had never owned a couch. Not because he eschewed furniture on principle, though he'd told 3 separate women this very lie, usually while perched on a beanbag chair, filled with what he suspected were actual beans, rather than those newfangled foam pellets. A suspicion confirmed one humid evening, when the thing split open like a piñata at a particularly vigorous wedding in Zavala, Texas, where his second cousin had married a youth minister, with a lazy eye and excellent credit. But because owning a couch implied permanence, and permanence implied that you'd stopped moving, and stopping movement implied death. Or worse, adulthood, that grey country he'd been circumnavigating for the better part of a decade with the strategic acumen of Sacagawea, if Sacagawea had been allergic to commitment and fluent in self-deception. He was, on the morning our story properly begins, sitting in what could generously be called an apartment, in a building that smelled persistently of marzipan, and something else, something vaguely biological, as if the previous tenant had been conducting experiments in amateur taxidermy, or possibly just lived there during a particularly virulent outbreak of scabies that one didn't discuss at dinner parties. The furniture, a card table, 2 folding chairs of uncertain provenance, and a futon that had achieved sentience sometime in 2019, and now actively resisted being sat upon, suggested someone in the midst of either moving in or fleeing. And Jerome had been in this precise state of quantum uncertainty for 14 months. His phone, a device held together with what appeared to be Tangerine Dream Seeker from 1983, and sheer force of will, buzzed against the particle board that passed for a nightstand. The screen displayed his cousin Oscar's name, and beneath it, in the preview text, that Apple, or God, or whoever controlled such things had deemed he should see, Aunt Miriam died. Left us the business. Call me... The business. The fucking business. Now Oscar. Oscar Castellano, nay Oscar Rothstein Castellano, because his mother had married, into the family, and brought with her a hyphen and several Jewish traditions that Jerome side of the family had greeted with the enthusiasm typically reserved for a diagnosis of terminal something or other. Oscar was a different species of human disaster entirely, where Jerome was all lateral movement, a shark of avoidance swimming frantically lest he drown in his own potential. Oscar was vertical paralysis, a man who had constructed such an elaborate scaffolding of responsibility around himself that he could no longer locate the actual human being, presumably trapped inside, like those Russian nesting dolls, if the dolls were made of student loan debt and middle management, and a sexless marriage to a woman named Bryn, who worked in pharmaceutical sales and had opinions, many opinions, about thread count. Oscar lived in a house, not an apartment, a house, with a mortgage and a lawn that required mowing, and a refrigerator that dispensed both ice and water and judgment. He owned not 1, but 2 cars, both sensible, both with functioning windshield wipers and current registration, and VIN numbers he could probably recite from memory like some kind of automotive savant. He had a 401. He understood what a 401 was. He wore shoes that required buffed fingernails to properly appreciate, leather things that whispered of adulthood and tax brackets, and knowing which fork to use at restaurants that didn't laminate their menus. But here's the thing, the secret that Jerome suspected but couldn't articulate because he lacked the emotional vocabulary. Oscar was drowning. Not literally, though there was that incident with the inflatable pool at the 4th of July party in 2022 that we needn't revisit, but metaphorically, drowning in a life so aggressively constructed that it had ceased to resemble anything organic, anything chosen. His days moved with the precision of a Swiss cuckoo clock, each hour allocated, each moment accounted for, and somewhere, beneath all that scheduling and meal planning and attending Bryn's company dinners, where everyone drove Priuses and discussed carbon footprints with the fervour of religious converts to the Church of Prius, there was a man screaming. The business was a joke, had always been a joke. Aunt Miriam Castellano, who had outlived 3 husbands and 2 presidential administrations and had refused to die with what could only be described as perverse determination, until last Tuesday, when she'd apparently just decided enough was enough, and checked out with the casualness of someone cancelling a streaming subscription, had run a costume rental establishment in a strip mall between a Korean nail salon and a place that sold bulk cheese. Miriam's Theatrical Emporium and Dry Goods, a name that made no sense, because she sold neither theatrical equipment nor dry goods, but did rent polyester approximations of historical figures, and also, for reasons no one had ever successfully explained, prosthetic elephant ears. The shop was a circus. Literally contained circus costumes, but also metaphorically functioned as a 3-ring disaster of disorganization and dubious business practices and filing systems that appeared to have been designed by someone suffering from both scabies and a hormonal issue that precluded rational thought. There were boxes upon boxes of uncategorized wigs, racks of costumes arranged by what Aunt Miriam had called vibes, rather than any taxonomical system recognized by the Library of Congress, and a back room that everyone in the family suspected had been used for something shady, possibly storage of stolen goods, possibly manufacturing of controlled substances, possibly just as a safe space for Aunt Miriam to practice her interpretive dance routines. She'd been deliberately vague on this point, and now it belonged to Jerome and Oscar. Jerome, who couldn't commit to a Netflix series, let alone a business venture. Oscar, who already had a business card that identified him as Regional Logistics Coordinator at a company that shipped medical supplies, a title so deliberately obfuscatory that it essentially translated to guy who makes sure Band-Aids get to CVS, but with enough syllables to suggest importance. The apartment, Jerome's apartment, the one with the aggressive marzipan smell, was located in a neighborhood that real estate agents described as emerging, and everyone else described as where your car gets stolen, but at least the thieves say please. He'd moved here from Austin, before that from Portland, before that from a brief and disastrous stint in Moscow, always moving, always emerging but never quite arriving. His belongings fit in a 1994 Honda Civic, with a temperamental clutch and a bumper sticker that read, "Visualize World Peace," which he'd inherited from a previous owner and had come to regard as either deeply philosophical or evidence of brain damage. He hadn't decided which. In the trunk, 2 cardboard boxes of clothing, 1 duffel bag containing what he referred to as camping gear, but was actually just a sleeping bag and a flashlight, a manila envelope stuffed with documents he was afraid to examine, and a feather pillow from a farmhouse in rural Nebraska where he'd spent 6 weeks working as a farmhand before realizing that farm work required actually working. He had no savings. He had, in fact, negative savings, a debt portfolio so diverse and creative that it constituted a kind of financial performance art. He owed money to credit card companies, to former roommates, to that guy Travis from the CrossFit gym who'd loaned him $200 in 2018 and who had recently taken to texting photographs of rusty machetes with no accompanying text, a communication style that was extremely polite but extremely scary, and suggested that Travis had thoughts about collection methods that fell outside traditional banking practices. Jerome's last relationship had ended 6 months prior when Alyssa, or was it Alicia, he'd been calling her babe, for the final 3 months to avoid committing, either way, had discovered him masturbating to early 90s Motown music videos in what she'd described, not inaccurately, as her mother's guest bathroom during Thanksgiving dinner. This had occurred approximately 45 minutes after he'd assured her that he was ready to take things to the next level, by which she'd meant meeting her father, and he'd meant literally anything except meeting her father. The relationship had perished there, in that bathroom with its mauve wallpaper and seashell-shaped soaps, accompanied by the temptations and his own crushing ambivalence about adulthood. Oscar, by contrast, hadn't masturbated in 4 years. This was not by choice. This was because Bryn had opinions about sexual energy and tantric discipline, and had read exactly 1 book about Kundalini, awakening, and had decided that Oscar's testicles were a problem to be managed rather than anatomy to be enjoyed. Their sex life had devolved into a series of scheduled encounters that Oscar documented in his phone calendar as connection time, which made them sound less like a married couple and more like a corporate team to building exercise, which, in retrospect, was probably accurate. They had not successfully completed connection time since Oscar's 35th birthday, when Bryn had surprised him with a strap-on harness and a 70-slide PowerPoint presentation about challenging heteronormative assumptions, and Oscar had experienced what his therapist later described as a mild dissociative episode, and what Oscar privately thought of as the night my soul left my body, and watched from the corner like a disappointed ghost. He'd stopped seeing that therapist, started seeing a new one, Dr. Patricia Morgenthau, who specialized in what she called masculine identity reconstruction, and what Oscar suspected was just a fancy term for helping sad men feel like they have testicles again. $300 per session. His insurance covered $80. He went twice a week. Did the math yourself. He was hemorrhaging money to talk about his feelings, which seemed both cosmically ironic and totally inevitable given the trajectory of his entire adult life. The morning the call came about Aunt Miriam, the morning that would later be identified as the precise moment when both cousins' lives achieved a kind of magnificent terminal velocity, like two shopping carts, racing down a hill toward the same intersection. Oscar was sitting in his home office, a converted third bedroom that Bryn had wanted to make into a craft space, but which Oscar had claimed with the desperate territorialism of a wounded animal seeking a den. The office contained one IKEA desk purchased during their first year of marriage when they'd still had sex in positions other than missionary, one ergonomic chair that had cost more than his first car, one laptop provided by his employer and monitored by his employer, and which therefore contained nothing more personal than his disappointment, and one framed photograph of himself and Bryn on their wedding day, both of them smiling with an intensity that suggested either profound joy or the knowledge that they'd just made a terrible mistake, and the deposits were non-refundable. It had not been a shotgun wedding. It had been worse. A destination wedding at a vineyard in Napa that cost $47,000 and featured a signature cocktail called the Eternal Promise that gave everyone diarrhea. Oscar's family had attended grudgingly. Jerome had attended enthusiastically drunk and had been asked to leave during the reception after making a toast that somehow involved references to both Ruth Gordon and the Nielsen ratings for murder, she wrote. A comparison that had made sense at the time, but in retrospect suggested he'd been more intoxicated than previously estimated. The wedding video, which Bryn insisted on keeping in a decorative box on the mantel like some kind of artifact from a civilization they'd never successfully joined, showed Oscar in a grey suit that had been tailored, and Jerome in a navy suit that had been borrowed, and both of them looking like actors playing the roles of people who knew what they were doing, which was appropriate because that's essentially what they were. Oscar had known, even then, that he was making a mistake. Not because Bryn was awful. She wasn't. Not really. She was just committed to a version of Oscar that didn't exist, and had never existed, and would require him to essentially die and be reborn as someone else entirely, but because he was doing it for the wrong reasons. Because his mother wanted grandchildren. Because Bryn's parents had a timeshare in Boca Raton. Because everyone from his business school cohort was getting married, and he'd felt left behind, which was stupid, which was exactly kind of keeping up with the Joneses' insecurity that his therapist had identified as the source of your fundamental unhappiness. But he'd done it anyway, said the words, signed the certificate, bought the house with a good school district, even though they had no children. And Bryn had recently announced she was philosophically opposed to motherhood because it was submission to patriarchal reproductive expectations, which was fine, totally fine, except that Oscar had bought the house specifically for those school districts, and now he was stuck in a 4-bedroom colonial, surrounded by families with minivans and golden retrievers, and he couldn't even articulate his disappointment because Bryn had read Judith Butler and could out-argue him on any topic involving gender, power, or the semiotics of household labor. The phone call from Aunt Miriam's lawyer had been brief. She was dead. There was a will. The cousins needed to be present for the reading. Could they make themselves available Thursday at 2 p.m.? The office was located in that terrible strip mall next to the costume shop, which was, surprise, surprise, the primary asset of the estate. Oscar had said yes automatically, the way he said yes to everything. The way he'd said yes to the business school loans, and yes to the job that required him to wear a lanyard, and yes to Bryn's proposal that they spend their honeymoon hiking in Patagonia, even though he'd wanted to go to Maui and lie on a beach and read Tom Clancy novels, and not think about carbon footprints, or the melting ice caps, or the Anthropocene, or any of the other apocalyptic concerns that Bryn discussed with the frequency and intensity of a street corner prophet. He'd hung up and sat in his ergonomic chair and thought about the costume shop. That ridiculous place with its dusty wigs and its smell of mothballs and decades-old grease paint, and something else, something that might have been rodent decomposition, or might have been Aunt Miriam's signature perfume. She'd been fond of scents that could be described as challenging. He'd been inside exactly twice. Once as a child, when his mother had dragged him there to rent a costume for a school play, and once as an adult, when he'd needed a last-minute costume for Bryn's work Halloween party, and had rented what the tag described as colonial gentleman, but which had made him look like he was cosplaying Ben Franklin during a particularly unsuccessful diplomatic mission. The shop was chaos incarnate. Racks of costumes arranged seemingly at random medieval peasants, next to sexy nurses, next to what appeared to be an entire collection of elephant ears in varying sizes and degrees of anatomical accuracy. Boxes stacked on boxes, unlabeled or mislabeled, containing God knew what, wigs, props, probably the desiccated remains of previous renters who'd wandered too deep into the stockroom and never found their way back out. Aunt Miriam had run the place with the organizational philosophy of someone actively hostile to order. Her filing system appeared to involve shoving receipts into manila envelopes labeled with dates that didn't correspond to any calendar system Oscar recognized. Her inventory existed primarily in her head, a vast mental database that had died with her, leaving behind only the physical evidence of 40 years in the costume rental business roadmap for navigation. And now it was his and Jerome's together. This was a problem for several reasons, primary among them being that Oscar and Jerome had not spoken in 14 months, not since that incident at Christmas. The Christmas would later be referred to only as Acid Christmas, or sometimes the incident with the stapler, depending on who was telling the story and how much they'd had to drink. The facts. Jerome had shown up to Oscar's house at 11 p.m. on Christmas Eve, ostensibly to deliver presents, but actually fleeing from a woman named Svetlana, who claimed he owed her money for services rendered, services that Jerome insisted were massage therapy, and Oscar suspected were significantly more illegal. Jerome had been carrying a backpack containing 3 unwrapped bottles of wine, a box of Cracker Jack, a laminated map of Australia that he'd stolen from a hotel in Portland, and what he'd described as party supplies, which had turned out to be a bottle of vintage 1960 seconds windowpane acid he'd purchased from a guy at a Grateful Dead cover band show. Oscar, who had been 2 glasses deep into a bottle of Merlot and arguing with Bryn about whether their Christmas tree lights were consuming an unconscionable amount of electricity, had let Jerome in, which was his first mistake. His second mistake was accepting Jerome's offer of just a little taste. "Man, it's Christmas. Live a little," which Jerome had said while wearing a cardigan that appeared to be made of snakeskin and sandals that suggested either a commitment to year-round foot freedom or a fundamental misunderstanding of December weather patterns. What followed was 6 hours of what Oscar could only describe as forced intimacy with his own consciousness, during which he'd had several revelations. He hated his job. He hated his house. He might hate his wife, or at least hate who he'd become in relation to his wife. The dry erase board in his office that outlined his 5-year plan was a monument to his own cowardice. Aunt Miriam's cuckoo clock, which had been a wedding present, and which hung in the hallway, and which Oscar had always vaguely resented, was actually trying to communicate with him. And its message was, "You've wasted your life on other people's expectations." He'd shared these revelations with Jerome, who'd been lying on the floor of Oscar's living room, making what he called butterfly kisses, with his eyelashes against the carpet, and giggling about the Akashic records, whatever the fuck those were. Bryn had returned from her mother's house to find both cousins sprawled on the floor, the Christmas tree unplugged, because Oscar had become convinced it was a capitalist symbol of environmental destruction, and Jerome attempting to explain the concept of the crucifixion using action figures from Oscar. This childhood that Bryn had displayed on a bookshelf as ironic commentary on masculine nostalgia. The fight that ensued had been legendary. Bryn screaming about boundaries and respect and the sanctity of the home they'd built together. Jerome laughing, actually laughing, at the phrase sanctity of the home, because nothing about this beige nightmare is sacred. My guy. Oscar caught between them, still tripping, trying to explain that he'd had an epiphany about the fundamental emptiness of his existence, and couldn't they all just appreciate the cosmic significance of this moment? It had ended with Jerome being physically removed from the premises, Bryn demanding couples therapy, and Oscar spending the remainder of Christmas Day vomiting into the toilet while experiencing what he later learned was called ego death, and what he privately thought of as the worst and also best thing that ever happened to me. He'd sworn off drugs, sworn off Jerome, sworn off spontaneity entirely, and doubled down on the structure that had at least kept him functional, if not happy. And now Aunt Miriam had died, and left them a business, and he'd have to see Jerome again, and probably talk to Jerome again, and definitely figure out what the fuck to do with a costume rental shop in a dying strip mall in a city where Spirit Halloween had colonized 3 former retail locations and offered better selection, better prices, and the backing of a multinational corporation. Jerome, receiving the same phone call in his apartment that smelled of marzipan and poor choices, had a different reaction. He laughed. Not because Aunt Miriam's death was funny. She'd been, in her own chaotic way, one of the few family members who'd never tried to fix him or save him or convince him that his life was a problem requiring intervention. But because the universe had a sense of humor, that humor was apparently slapstick. A costume shop. he and Oscar. Together, forced into proximity and probably forced into partnership, and definitely forced into dealing with whatever financial and legal nightmare Aunt Miriam had left behind. Because there was no way, absolutely no way, that a woman who'd run a business using the organizational principles of a toddler hopped up on pixie sticks, had properly filed her taxes, or maintained adequate insurance, or done any of the things that responsible business owners did. He looked around his apartment, at the futon, and the card table, and the general sense of impermanence that had characterized his adult life, and thought, well, at least it'll be interesting. This was Jerome's superpower, and his fatal flaw, his ability to reframe catastrophe as adventure, to see disaster as possibility, to convince himself that chaos was freedom, rather than the consequence of refusing to make choices that mattered. Oscar would want to sell it immediately, would already be researching market comps and contacting business brokers and making spreadsheets with columns for projected revenue and potential liabilities, because that's what Oscar did. He spread sheets over problems until they looked manageable. But Jerome suspected, knew really, with the kind of bone-deep certainty that he usually reserved for his most self-destructive hunches, that they wouldn't sell it. Couldn't sell it. Because Aunt Miriam had left it to them specifically, to both of them, which meant she'd wanted something, had seen something in this forced collaboration, had engineered from beyond the grave a situation that would force her two favorite disasters into the same room and make them figure out their shit. He wondered what Oscar looked like now. Wondered if he'd gotten fatter or thinner or greyer or more resigned. Wondered if Bryn was still in the picture, or if she'd finally realized that she'd married a man who'd spent his entire adult life trying to become someone he wasn't, and who was now trapped inside that becoming like a cicada that had emerged too early and hardened before its wings could unfurl. He wondered if Oscar wondered about him. Probably not. Oscar was good at not wondering about things, at accepting the surface narrative and not digging deeper, because digging deeper meant acknowledging the foundation was cracked, and acknowledging the cracks meant having to do something about them. And doing something meant change. And change was terrifying when you'd built your entire identity around stability. Jerome stood up from the futon, which groaned beneath him like something dying, and walked to his window, which overlooked a parking lot where someone had abandoned a shopping cart filled with what appeared to be either hair or some kind of organic material undergoing decomposition. He didn't want to know which. Thursday, 2 p.m., the lawyer's office. He'd have to drive there, 4 hours from his current location, through flatlands and strip malls, and the kind of landscape that made you understand why people believed in conspiracy theories about the government, using fluoride to control consciousness, because what else explained the willingness of millions of people to live in places this aggressively beige. He didn't own appropriate clothing for a lawyer's office, didn't own appropriate clothing for most situations that required adults to gather and pretend they had their lives together. His wardrobe consisted primarily of T-shirts with ironic slogans, jeans in varying states of distress, and a collection of thrift store finds that included but were not limited to a pair of Cavaricci jeans from 1993 that he'd convinced himself were making a comeback, a denim jacket with so many patches it looked like a mobile archive of his geographic history, and the snakeskin cardigan that he'd worn to Acid Christmas, and which he now regarded as either his signature piece or evidence of his fundamental unseriousness, depending on his mood. He'd have to borrow something. or steal something, or show up wearing whatever, and let Oscar absorb the judgment because Oscar was good at that, at absorbing judgment and transforming it into additional layers of self-loathing that he could process during his $300 therapy sessions. The lawyer's name was Goldstein. Herbert Goldstein. The name alone suggested someone who'd been practicing law since before World War II and who had opinions about proper footwear and the decline of professional standards, and probably also the Jews, despite being Jewish himself, because self-loathing was a family trait and transcended ethnic boundaries. Jerome Googled him, 74 years old, graduated from a law school that had since closed, specializing in estate planning and small business law, and, according to one review, on avo.com, old-fashioned courtesy that's refreshing in today's hurried world, which Jerome translated as slow as hell, and probably still uses a rotary phone. The shop's address, 4576 Marguerite Boulevard, Suite E, between Soul Beauty Nails and Wisconsin Cheese Castle, in a strip mall that had been photographed for a viral Twitter thread about dead malls of America, and which featured a parking lot so cracked and buckled it looked like a topographical map of some forgotten terrain. All ridges and valleys and places where weeds had achieved sovereignty. He pulled up Street View. There it was. Miriam's Theatrical Emporium and Dry Goods. The sign faded and missing several letters, so it now read M, Bryam's the Trickle Emporium, and Dry Go, which gave it the air of a cryptogram, or a puzzle, or a warning about the unreliability of language. The storefront window displayed what appeared to be 3 mannequins dressed in costumes from different centuries, and possibly different dimensions, a flapper, a Roman centurion, and what might have been either a slutty pilgrim or a Puritan with provocative hemlines. It was hard to tell from the image quality. Jesus Christ. This was his inheritance. This and whatever debt came with it, and whatever legal troubles Aunt Miriam had been avoiding, and whatever IRS notices had been accumulating in that back room where she'd kept the boxes labelled important papers, which everyone suspected actually contained either evidence of tax fraud or her collection of Archie comics. She'd been cagey about the contents. Jerome felt something flutter in his chest, something that might have been anxiety, or might have been excitement, or might have been the early stages of a panic attack. He'd experienced all 3 enough times to know they shared similar physiological signatures: elevated heart rate, shallow breathing, the sense that he was standing at the edge of something and couldn't see the bottom, but was going to jump anyway because what the fuck else was he going to do? Stay where he was? He called Oscar. The phone rang 4 times. Of course, Oscar wouldn't answer immediately. He was probably in a meeting, probably had his phone on vibrate, probably had a color-coded calendar system that indicated when he was available for personal calls and when he was committed to corporate obligations. Because that's the kind of person Oscar had become, or had always been, or had been forced to become, by circumstances that neither of them had ever adequately examined. Hello? Oscar's voice, familiar and strange, like hearing a recording of yourself and recognizing the timbre but not the affect. "It's me," Jerome said. Silence. "Then I know. Your number came up. Right. Technology. We live in the future. What do you want, Jerome?" Direct. Clinical. the voice of someone who'd been hurt and had decided that emotional efficiency was the same as healing. Aunt Miriam died. I know. The lawyer called. You going to the reading? I have to. It's Thursday at 2. Are you going? Yeah, I guess. I mean, she left us a business. So, a failing business, Oscar corrected. A costume rental shop in a strip mall. In 2026, when everyone buys costumes online or from Party City, it's probably worth less than nothing. Probably carrying debt. We should just sign whatever paperwork lets us walk away. Jesus, Oscar. She just died. I'm aware she died. I'm also aware that sentiment doesn't pay creditors. You've become a real asshole. You know that? Silence again, longer this time. When Oscar spoke, his voice was different. Tired, yeah. I know, and just like that, the fight went out of both of them. Because what was the point? They were stuck with each other now. Stuck with this inheritance. Stuck in the aftermath of Aunt Miriam's death and their own accumulated failures, and the fact that neither of them knew how to be the person they'd imagined they'd be when they were younger, and everything seemed possible. I'll see you Thursday, Jerome said. Yeah, Oscar said. Thursday. They hung up, and Jerome sat in his apartment with its marzipan smell and its futon and its general atmosphere of postponement, and Oscar sat in his office with its ergonomic chair and its dry erase board and its general atmosphere of capitulation, and both of them thought about Aunt Miriam, who had been many things, eccentric, difficult, possibly criminal, in ways that were never fully investigated, but who had at least lived according to her own logic, who had refused to pretend that life made sense, or that making sense was even desirable. The shop sat empty in its strip mall, waiting for Thursday, waiting for the cousins to arrive and discover what exactly they'd inherited and what exactly it would cost them to either keep it or walk away. But that's not the whole story. That's just the surface. The narrative we could tell at parties, or type into emails to distant relatives who asked what we'd been up to. The real story, the one that mattered, was underneath, in Oscar's medicine cabinet, where he kept a bottle of Xanax prescribed for anxiety, but which he took primarily to blunt the edge of his consciousness, to make existing in his life slightly more bearable. In Jerome's backpack, where he'd stashed a Glock, 9mm, he'd purchased from a guy at a gun show in rural Virginia, not because he planned to use it, but because owning it made him feel like someone who could handle whatever came next, even though he had no training, and probably couldn't hit a target at 10 feet, and had, in fact, never loaded the thing, and kept the ammunition in a separate Ziploc bag to prevent accidents. In Bryn's browser history, where she'd been researching divorce lawyers in between her searches for Kundalini workshops and articles about polyamory, and whether it was possible to love someone and still need them to fundamentally change, or if that was just manipulation dressed up in therapeutic language. In Dr. Morgenthau's notes, where she'd written after Oscar's last session, client continues to externalize responsibility for his unhappiness, resistant to exploring how his choices have contributed to current situation, may benefit from more confrontational approach or possibly referral to someone who specializes in existential therapy. Concerned about his increasing emotional flatness. Asked about suicidal ideation. Denied. But something's off. Will monitor. In the text messages between Jerome and a woman named Kira, whom he'd been casually seeing for 3 weeks, and who'd sent him increasingly pointed questions about his availability for commitment and his intentions, and whether he'd ever considered that his fear of intimacy might be trauma-related, to which Jerome had responded with memes and deflection, and eventually just stopped responding because that's what he did. He stopped responding when things got real, when the conversation moved from fun to serious, when people started making claims on his future. In Aunt Miriam's will, which neither cousin had yet read, but which contained not just the bequest of the business, but a letter, handwritten, that began, "To my favourite, disasters, Jerome and Oscar, who have been running from themselves for so long, they've probably forgotten what they were running from in the first place." But they didn't know about the letter yet. Wouldn't know until Thursday. Until Herbert Goldstein, Esquire, opened his briefcase with its tarnished clasps and removed the document and began reading in a voice that suggested he'd read many such documents and had long ago stopped being surprised by what people chose to say to their survivors. For now, it was just Monday. Just the beginning of the week when Aunt Miriam stopped being a person and became a memory, became an estate, became a problem to be solved or avoided. Jerome ordered Thai food from a place that had exactly 2.5 stars on Google reviews and which he'd continued patronizing out of either loyalty or masochism. He couldn't decide which. He ate it while watching YouTube videos about people renovating vans and living nomadically, living the life he told himself he wanted, but had never actually pursued, because pursuing it would require planning and commitment, and acknowledging that maybe, possibly, he didn't actually want to live in a van. He just wanted to want to live in a van, because wanting that suggested he was different, special, uncommitted to the conventional markers of success that had so thoroughly destroyed Oscar. Oscar sat in his office and pretended to work on a spreadsheet while actually reading articles about how to sell a business you've inherited, about tax implications of estate transfers, about whether it was possible to dissolve a partnership before it even technically began. He took notes in a legal pad with his fountain pen. Yes, he'd bought a fountain pen at Bryn's suggestion because, apparently using one signalled sophistication, or mindfulness or something, he'd stopped keeping track of her, theories about objects and their relationship to consciousness, and the notes said things like, consult CPA RE, tax burden, and research business valuation methods, and check if Miriam's estate has outstanding liens. Professional. Practical. The notes of someone who had this under control, but underneath, in smaller letters, in handwriting that looked less confident, why did she leave it to both of us? What did she want? Am I allowed to walk away from this? That last question he underlined 3 times, and then stared at it, and then closed the legal pad, because looking at it made something ache in his chest, something that felt suspiciously like the feeling he'd had on Acid Christmas, when he'd realized that his entire life was constructed around avoiding exactly these kinds of questions, these dangerous inquiries into desire and agency, and whether the path he'd chosen was actually his path, or just the path of least resistance, the path where everyone nodded approvingly and no one questioned whether he was happy, because he looked successful, and success and happiness was supposedly the same thing. Except they weren't. They were totally different, sometimes even opposed, and acknowledging this meant acknowledging he'd wasted years, maybe decades, on a fundamental category error. Bryn came home at 7:30, which was early for her, and found Oscar sitting at the kitchen table, a table they'd purchased at Crate and Barrel, and which had required assembly and over which they'd fought, because Bryn insisted on following the instructions, and Oscar had wanted to just figure it out intuitively. And they'd ended up with a table that wobbled slightly, and which neither of them mentioned, because mentioning it meant acknowledging the fight, and acknowledging the fight meant acknowledging all the other fights, the accumulated resentments that they'd been papering over with couples therapy exercises and scheduled connection time, and a shared commitment to avoiding the question of whether they should even be together. "You okay?" she asked, which was generous of her, which meant she was in a good mood, which meant she'd probably had a successful sales call, or had received validation from her women's group, or had read something that made her feel intellectually superior to Oscar, and was therefore feeling magnanimous enough to perform concern. "Aunt Miriam died," he said. "Oh." She set down her bag, a leather thing that cost more than his first month's rent in college. "I'm sorry. Were you close?" Were they close? He didn't know how to answer that. Aunt Miriam had been present. She'd come to family gatherings and made inappropriate jokes and given him gifts that suggested she either didn't know him at all or knew him better than anyone else. A magic 8-ball one year. A book about famous failures another year. A bottle of expensive bourbon when he'd turned 30 with a card that read for when you realize you've made a terrible mistake and need something to dull the pain. "She left me her business," he said. "Me and Jerome." Jerome. Bryn said the name the way someone might identify a particularly virulent strain of bacteria. "Your cousin Jerome, the one who got you high at Christmas and disrupted our entire holiday. That's the one. What kind of business?" "Costume rental. In a strip mall. It's probably bankrupt." Bryn was silent for a moment, and Oscar could see her processing this, calculating angles, considering implications. Her mind worked like that, always strategic, always 2 moves ahead, which was probably why she was so successful in pharmaceutical sales and so unsuccessful at spontaneity or joy or any emotion that couldn't be weaponized in service of a larger goal. "You're going to sell it," she said. "Not a question." "Probably." "Definitely." "Oscar, we can't take on some failing retail operation in addition to everything else. Your job, my job, this house, the debt we're carrying." "I know. And certainly not in partnership with Jerome, who is, let's be honest, a disaster of a human being who can't commit to anything, and who will probably try to talk you into some idiotic scheme that ends with both of you losing money and you coming home even more depressed than you already are." I said I know. But did he? Did he know? Because there was a part of him, a part he'd been trying to suffocate with routine and responsibility. That heard costume shop and Jerome and thought, yes, this is exactly the kind of chaos I need. This is the disruption that might wake me up, might jar me out of this life I've constructed, might force me to make a choice that's mine rather than the choice that makes everyone else comfortable. He didn't say this to Bryn. Saying it would mean fighting. And fighting would mean couples therapy. And couples therapy would mean sitting in Dr. Martinez's office with its diffuser and its inspirational posters and its general atmosphere of enforced earnestness, while Bryn explained, using therapy terminology, she'd weaponized into tools of accusation. That Oscar's inability to commit to their shared vision was evidence of his emotional immaturity and his unresolved attachment issues and his need to individuate from his family of origin, and Dr. Martinez would nod supportively, while Oscar sat there thinking about how much this was costing per hour and whether Dr. Martinez actually believed any of this or was just really good at her job, which was presumably to keep couples together regardless of whether they should be together, because divorces were messy and expensive and suggested failure, and failure was un-American, or at least uncomfortable for everyone involved. I'm going Thursday, he said, to the lawyer's office, to figure out what we're dealing with. Fine, Bryn said, but Oscar, I'm serious. We can't take this on. We need to walk away. She said, we, but she meant you. She said can't, but she meant won't. The entire conversation was a translation exercise, decoding the actual meaning beneath the supportive partner performance. He nodded. I understand. And he did understand. Understood that she was right, that the rational choice was to sell immediately, to liquidate whatever assets existed, to split the proceeds with Jerome and walk away and return to his life of spreadsheets and ergonomic chairs and slow suffocation by respectability. But he also understood something else, something he couldn't quite articulate, but which felt true in the way that dreams feel true when you're having them. That Aunt Miriam had given him an out, had created a scenario that could justify disruption, that could excuse deviation, that could provide cover for the choice he'd been too afraid to make on his own. Thursday, 2 p.m. Everything would change or nothing would change, and he wouldn't know which until he got there. Jerome, in his apartment, was having similar thoughts but with different vocabulary. He didn't think in terms of disruption or deviation. Those were Oscar words, business school words, words that made chaos sound like strategy. Jerome thought in terms of fuck it, and why not, and what's the worst that could happen, which was his version of planning, his way of moving through the world. He'd decided he was going to keep the shop. Hadn't told Oscar yet. Probably wouldn't tell Oscar until they were sitting in Herbert Goldstein's office, and the moment required commitment. But he knew with the same certainty he'd felt when he'd dropped out of college 3 credits shy of graduation, when he'd quit his job at the call center in Nairobi, when he'd left every city and every girlfriend and every situation that had started to feel permanent. He was going to keep it, because walking away was what Oscar would want, and doing the opposite of what Oscar wanted had been his guiding principle. Since they were teenagers, and Oscar had gotten accepted to business school, and everyone in the family had made it clear that Oscar was the successful one, the one with potential, the one who'd figured it out. Chapter 2. The Reading, or How Two Men Discovered That Death is Just the Beginning of Paperwork. Thursday arrived the way Thursdays do when you're dreading them, with the aggressive inevitability of a train barreling down tracks towards someone who's been tied there by circumstance and poor planning, and the accumulated weight of choices they didn't quite make but also didn't quite avoid. Jerome woke at 6 a.m. in his marzipan-scented apartment to the sound of his neighbour, a woman he'd never met, but whose sexual schedule he knew intimately thanks to walls that were apparently made of the same material as fortune cookies, reaching what sounded like either genuine ecstasy or a very convincing performance thereof. He'd learned not to distinguish between the two because the distinction only made him feel worse about his own romantic situation, which could best be described as intermittent or theoretical, or largely conducted via text message with women who eventually stopped responding. He showered in the bathroom that smelled of mildew and previous tenants' decisions, the shower head producing water pressure that alternated between aggressive hose and dying whisper, with no middle ground, no moderation, which felt appropriate given his general approach to life. He'd borrowed, stolen, really, from a Goodwill in Austin during what he thought of as his sartorial reinvention phase, a sports jacket that was dark brown with patches on the elbows that suggested either academic credibility or someone's grandfather's decline into tweed. He paired it with jeans that were only slightly distressed and a shirt that was beige, or possibly cream, or possibly just white, that had been worn enough times without proper washing that it had achieved a kind of dingy neutrality. His shoes were Converse, size 11, which he knew because he'd once been in a shoe measuring contest, not a penis measuring contest, though he'd been in one of those too at a particularly debauched camping trip in Colorado, where everyone had been drinking cognac and smoking cigars, and someone had produced a ruler, and the whole thing had devolved into exactly the kind of toxic, masculine absurdity that Jerome both participated in and felt ashamed about, and which he'd lost anyway, not because he was particularly small, but because cold air does things to the body, and also because he'd been drunk enough that the mechanics of achieving measurement-ready rigidity had eluded him, but an actual shoe-measuring contest at a bar in Chicago's Chinatown where the bartender, an ex-Marine named Dutch, who'd served in Somalia, and had stories about Black Hawk Down that he told with the flat affect of someone who'd seen too much and processed too little, had bet that he could guess everyone's shoe size just by looking at their feet, and Jerome had been wearing sandals that revealed his hairy legs, and his complete lack of pedicure and Dutch had guessed 11 and been exactly right, which had earned Jerome a free shot of something that tasted like kerosene and regret. Oscar, meanwhile, was size 10.5, which Jerome knew because they'd grown up together, and there'd been that incident at the lake house when they were teenagers, and they'd both wanted to wear Uncle Gary's water skis, and had fought about whose feet would fit better. And Jerome's had been slightly bigger even then, which Oscar had resented in that way, that smaller siblings resent any physical advantage, except they weren't siblings. They were cousins, but they'd been raised with the proximity of siblings because their mothers were sisters and had subscribed to the philosophy that children should be socialized in groups like wolf cubs or Presbyterians, frequent exposure building either bonds or contempt, and in their case, it had built both. Oscar woke at 5:30 a.m. because his body had been trained over decades of corporate employment to wake before it wanted to, before it needed to wake in anticipation of obligation rather than in response to rest. He'd barely slept anyway. Bryn had stayed up late doing something on her laptop, probably researching polyamory or reading articles about how monogamy was a capitalist construct designed to control women's sexuality. She'd been on a kick lately, and the blue light from the screen had bled into their bedroom, into Oscar's consciousness, keeping him in that liminal space between sleep and wakefulness, where your brain processes anxiety without the moderating influence of reason. He'd dreamed about Aunt Miriam's shop. In the dream, the shop had been larger, cathedral-sized, and the costume racks had stretched into infinity like some kind of retail purgatory, and Jerome had been there wearing a bow tie and nothing else, and Aunt Miriam herself had been standing at a counter made of what appeared to be car batteries stacked in a pyramid, and she'd been laughing, and Oscar had known, with that certainty you have in dreams where things make sense that wouldn't make sense otherwise, that this was a test, that his entire life had been a test, and he'd been failing it, and the failure was about to be graded. He'd woken with his heart racing, and his sheets damp with sweat that smelled of drowsiness and fear, and the general anxiety that had become his baseline state, his new normal, the background radiation of his existence. He showered in the master bathroom. They had 2 bathrooms, 2 full bathrooms, because the house had been built for a family, and they were not quite a family, and would probably never be a family now that Bryn had decided motherhood was patriarchal submission. And the shower had those PEX lines that were supposed to be better than copper, more flexible, less likely to burst during freezes, and Oscar had spent 12 minutes standing under water that was precisely 102 degrees, because he'd installed a digital thermometer on the shower head, because Bryn had read that optimal shower temperature was between 98 and 105, and anything hotter damaged your skin's natural oils. He dried off with a towel from a set they'd received as a wedding gift. Towels so plush they were almost decadent. Towels that suggested a life of comfort and care. Towels that probably cost more than Jerome's entire bathroom. He dressed in what Bryn called his lawyer clothes, a charcoal suit that had been tailored and which fit him in a way that suggested competence and control, and the kind of masculine authority that came from owning multiple suits and knowing when to wear which one. A white shirt, a tie that was dark brown with subtle chartreuse stripes that Bryn had picked out because she said it brought out the green in his eyes. Though Oscar wasn't convinced his eyes had green in them, they were brown, just brown, the kind of unremarkable brown that didn't get brought out by anything. His shoes were Church's, purchased during a trip to London for work, leather that required polishing, and which he polished every Sunday evening while watching basketball games that he didn't particularly care about, but which gave him something to do with his hands, something to focus on. That wasn't the general decay of his marriage or his career or his sense of self. Size 10.5, wide, because his feet were shaped like his father's feet had been shaped, sturdy and practical and slightly duck-footed, the kind of feet that suggested reliability rather than grace. He ate breakfast alone. Bryn didn't surface until 7 a.m. and preferred her mornings solitary anyway, preferred her coffee and her phone and whatever podcast was currently telling her how to optimize her life. And the breakfast was the same as every breakfast. 2 eggs scrambled, 1 piece of whole grain toast, black coffee, a multivitamin that promised men's health support, and which Oscar took despite not knowing what that meant or what was being supported. Presumably his prostate. Everything after 40 was about your prostate. He left at 10 a.m. because the drive was 2 hours, and he wanted to arrive early, wanted time to prepare, to center himself, to do whatever it was that well-adjusted people did before stressful situations. Bryn was in her office, which had been Oscar's office before she'd annexed it with the territorial aggression of a colonial power claiming land that didn't belong to them, on a call. And he didn't say goodbye, because saying goodbye would require interrupting her, and interrupting her would trigger a fight about boundaries and respect and whether he valued her work, and he was too tired for that fight, too depleted. His car was a 1995 Nissan Altima that he'd bought used and kept running through a combination of regular maintenance and prayer. Prayer being surprisingly effective when combined with synthetic oil, and a mechanic named Jorge who worked out of a garage that smelled of beeswax and motor oil and charged half what the dealership charged. Oscar had wanted to buy a new car. They could afford a new car. Bryn's pharmaceutical sales job paid obscenely well. But Bryn had opinions about consumerism and planned obsolescence, and the environmental impact of new car manufacturing. And so Oscar drove a car from 1995 that had 178,000 miles on it, and a radio that only received AM stations, which meant he spent his commutes listening to either talk radio that made him angry or static, that made him sleepy, drowsy, a dangerous state for highway driving, but somehow preferable to the alternative. Jerome left his apartment at 11 a.m. because he'd calculated, poorly, with the mathematical precision of someone who'd barely passed algebra, that he could make the 4-hour drive in 3 hours if he sped, which was his usual approach to deadlines. Ignore them until the last possible moment, and then panic. His car was a 1986 Chevy Cavalier that he'd purchased from a guy in a parking lot for $400 cash, and which had no title, no registration, and a VIN number that Jerome suspected was either fake or belonged to a different car entirely, possibly a car that had been involved in something criminal, which was fine, which was whatever. He'd worry about it when he got pulled over, if he got pulled over. The Cavalier was beige. Everything in Jerome's life was beige, or trending toward beige, the beige of entropy and neglect, and smelled of the previous owner's choices, which appeared to have included smoking cigarettes of indeterminate origin, and possibly living in the car for a period. There were scratch marks on the ceiling that suggested either an animal had been kept inside or the previous owner had some kind of neurological condition that manifested in repetitive scratching. Jerome tried not to think about which. He drove with the windows down because the air conditioning hadn't worked since Reagan's second term, and probably never would work again. The wind was loud and hot. It was February, but Texas didn't care. Texas did whatever it wanted, temperature-wise, and Jerome felt his hair whipping around his face and thought about how this was freedom. This was what freedom felt like. This was better than Oscar's climate-controlled German sedan, or whatever the fuck Oscar drove now, Oscar with his temperature controls, and his scheduled maintenance, and his general aura of someone who'd never bought a car in a parking lot, from a guy who'd introduced himself only as Rooster. The landscape between Jerome's apartment and the strip mall, where Aunt Miriam's shop stood, was the kind of landscape that makes you understand why people believe in conspiracy theories. Endless flat, nothing punctuated by strip malls and chain restaurants, and signs advertising personal injury lawyers and debt consolidation and vasectomy reversals and all the services required to maintain a population that was slowly being ground down by late capitalism and cheap carbohydrates. Jerome passed a billboard for a restaurant that served German cuisine, schnitzel and spatzel and efficiency, and thought about how he'd never been to Germany, had never been anywhere really, not anywhere that counted, not anywhere that couldn't be reached by driving until his car broke down. He stopped for gas at a station that looked like it had been unchanged since 1998, one of those places where the price display still used physical numbers that someone had to climb up and change by hand, and while the tank filled, slowly, because the pump was ancient and possibly sentient and definitely hostile, he went inside to use the bathroom, which was locked, which required asking for a key, which was attached to a piece of wood the size of a ransom note, presumably to prevent theft, though who would steal a bathroom key from a gas station in the middle of Texas nowhere was beyond Jerome's comprehension. The bathroom smelled of industrial cleaner and despair. There was graffiti on the walls, the kind of graffiti that suggested philosophical contemplation rather than vandalism. God is dead, and we killed him with convenience, and you show me yours. I'll show you mine, accompanied by a crude drawing of what might have been genitalia or might have been abstract art. It was hard to tell. Jerome pissed while reading these inscriptions and thought about how this was communion. This was connecting with the people who'd been here before, all of them stopping at this same bathroom on their way to their own disasters, their own Thursday at 2 p.m. appointments with lawyers, and inherited problems and the general sensation that life was happening to them rather than being lived by them. He bought coffee. Bad coffee. Gas station coffee. Coffee that tasted like it had been brewed by someone who'd only heard coffee described second-hand. And a peach pie, one of those individual pies in a wrapper that promised real fruit, with an enthusiasm that suggested the opposite. He ate it while driving, getting crumbs on his borrowed jacket, getting filling on his fingers, not caring because caring seemed like Oscar's job. Like Oscar had taken on the caring, so Jerome didn't have to. A division of labour they'd established without ever discussing it. Oscar, driving his Ultima south, was listening to a call-in show about Hurricane Katrina. The anniversary was coming up. Apparently, people were calling in with their stories about evacuation and loss, and the general failure of systems that were supposed to protect them. And he thought about failure, about how systems failed, and people failed, and marriages failed, and the failure was usually slow, incremental, a series of small decisions that added up to catastrophe rather than one dramatic moment of destruction. He thought about Aunt Miriam, tried to remember the last conversation they'd had. It would have been at Christmas. Not acid Christmas, the Christmas before that, the last normal Christmas. And she'd been wearing a cardigan that was covered in peacocks. Real peacocks. Like someone had taxidermied the birds and attached them to knitwear. And she'd said something to him. Something about how he looked tired. And he'd said he was fine. And she'd said, fine is what you say when you're not fine, but don't want to talk about it. And he'd laughed, because what else could he do? And she'd squeezed his arm with fingers that were strong and bony, and which had left a small bruise, and he'd forgotten about it until now, until driving to her lawyer's office to claim his inheritance. He wondered what Jerome was doing, wondered if Jerome was even coming. There was a part of him that hoped Jerome wouldn't show up, that Jerome would flake the way Jerome always flaked, and then Oscar could handle this alone, could make the rational decision without having to negotiate with someone whose entire decision-making framework was based on avoiding rationality. But there was another part, smaller, quieter, the part that Dr. Morgenthau was trying to excavate in their sessions, that wanted Jerome to be there, that needed the disruption that Jerome represented, needed the permission that Jerome's chaos gave him to consider options other than selling immediately and walking away. The drive took him through towns that were dying or dead, towns built around industries that had left, towns where the main street was all boarded windows and for-lease signs, and the occasional business that had hung on through a combination of stubbornness and local loyalty. A diner, a hardware store, a taxidermy shop with a window display featuring a duck that had been frozen mid-quack, its glass eyes staring out at the nothing with what Oscar interpreted as either accusation or warning, though probably it was neither. Probably it was just dead and stuffed and arranged by someone who was good with their hands, but maybe not with metaphor. He passed a basketball court where teenagers were playing in workout clothes that suggested either athletic ambition or just fashion. Everything was fashion now. You couldn't tell if someone was actually working out or just performing the aesthetic of working out. One kid was wearing Air Jordans that looked pristine, museum quality, shoes that probably cost more than Jerome's car. Another was wearing cowboy boots, actual cowboy boots, on a basketball court, which seemed deliberately contrarian, or possibly just practical if those were the only shoes he owned. They were playing rough, all elbows and aggression, the kind of playing that was less about basketball and more about working something out, some frustration or anger that didn't have another outlet. Oscar had played basketball in high school, hadn't been particularly good. He'd been too cautious, too worried about fouls, too concerned with following the rules to develop the kind of creative aggression that made for good playing. But he'd enjoyed it, had enjoyed the clarity of it, the way the game had rules, and the rules made sense, and if you followed them, you knew where you stood. Unlike life, unlike marriage, unlike this drive to claim an inheritance he didn't want from a woman who'd probably known he didn't want it and had given it to him anyway. Jerome's drive was less contemplative. He'd put on music, a mixtape, an actual cassette tape that he'd found in the Cavalier's glove box, and which appeared to be someone's homemade collection of early 90s rap, Nas and Biggie and Tupac, and some artists he didn't recognize, but who all shared a common theme of violence and authenticity and the performance of street credibility, which Jerome, a white guy from the suburbs who'd never experienced real violence beyond that one time Travis had texted him the machete photo, found both thrilling and ridiculous, like watching a movie about a life you'd never live. He rapped along, poorly, getting the words wrong, getting the rhythm wrong, not caring because no one could hear him, and this was one of the great pleasures of driving alone, the ability to perform without audience, to be terrible without consequence. He did the hand gestures, the ones he'd seen in videos, throwing up signs he didn't understand, signs that probably meant something specific in specific contexts, but which he deployed randomly, indiscriminately, like someone using words from a language they didn't speak. He thought about Oscar, about how they'd been close once, not best friends. They'd never been that. There'd always been too much competition, too much comparison, their mothers always holding them up against each other like measuring sticks, but close enough. Close in the way that family makes you close, whether you want to be or not. They'd spent summers together at the lake house, the one that belonged to Oscar's parents, the one with the dock where they'd learned to fish. Fly fishing, though neither of them had been good at it. The casting was too delicate, required too much patience, and they'd usually ended up just throwing lures in the water and hoping for the best. They'd caught exactly one fish between them over 5 summers, a bass that had been small and confused, and which Uncle Gary had made them throw back because it was under the legal size. Oscar had cried, which at age 12 had been mortifying, and Jerome had laughed, which at age 14 had been mandatory, and the moment had created a rift between them that had never quite closed, a small tear in the fabric that had eventually become a larger tear, and then a hole, and then just absence. He passed a train crossing, the kind with the bells and the flashing lights, and the arms that came down to prevent you from driving directly into moving locomotive, a level of safety precaution that suggested people had, in fact, driven into moving locomotives with enough frequency to warrant the expense of these systems, and had to wait while a freight train passed, seemingly endless, car after car after car, carrying shipping containers that had originated in China or Bangladesh or somewhere else where labor was cheap and regulations were negotiable, carrying the goods that kept America functioning, cheap furniture and cheaper clothes, and all the plastic things that people bought and discarded and bought again in a cycle that everyone knew was unsustainable but which no one could quite figure out how to stop. While he waited, he thought about child support, about how he didn't pay any because he didn't have any children, which was both a relief and a source of vague shame, because by 33 you were supposed to have progressed to some stage of generativity, supposed to have created something, or someone. And instead he'd created nothing, had moved through life, leaving no marks except debts and disappointed women. Travis, his erstwhile CrossFit friend and current creditor, had 2 kids with 2 different women, and paid child support to both, and complained about it constantly, complained with the aggrieved tone of someone who'd been victimized by his own sexual choices, and Jerome had always thought, at least you made something, at least you fucked up in a way that resulted in continuation, rather than just absence. The train finally passed. The arms lifted. Jerome drove through and thought about being tied to railroad tracks, about how that used to be a thing in old movies, women in distress tied to tracks and waiting for rescue, and how that was a perfect metaphor for something, but he couldn't quite articulate what, couldn't quite close the distance between image and meaning, which was his general problem with most things. He could see the shape of understanding without quite achieving it. At 1:45 p.m., Oscar pulled into the parking lot of the strip mall. The lot was worse than the Google Street View had suggested. All cracks and potholes and spilled pennies. Actual pennies. Hundreds of them. Scattered across the pavement like someone had dropped a jar and then just left them, because pennies weren't worth the effort of collection, which said something about economic theory and the subjective nature of value, and mostly just made Oscar sad. The strip mall was dying, but not dead. Soul Beauty nails appeared to be operational. The window advertised waxed backs and $25 manicures, and featured a poster of a woman with nails so long and ornate they appeared structural rather than decorative. Wisconsin Cheese Castle was closed, boarded up. The sign faded, but still readable, still advertising cheese from Wisconsin, with the kind of geographic specificity that suggested this had once been a selling point, that people had once cared about the provenance of their dairy products. And there, in the middle, Miriam's, the trickle M, Orium, and Dry Go. The missing letters like teeth knocked out in a bar fight. The window display had been updated since Street View. The mannequins were now dressed as what appeared to be characters from different movies, though Oscar couldn't immediately identify which ones. One wore a tuxedo and held a cigar, possibly meant to evoke George C. Scott or Jack Nicholson, or any of the masculine archetypes from 70s cinema. Another wore a yellow tracksuit that might have been a reference to Kill Bill, or might have just been a yellow tracksuit. The third was dressed as what looked like a sailor, but sexy sailor, the kind you'd see at a bachelorette party rather than on actual naval vessels. The lawyer's office was next door, above a space that had once been a restaurant. You could still see the ghost of the sign, could make out Faux and Viet before the rest dissolved into weathered nothing. The entrance was a door between storefronts, one of those afterthought doors that suggested the office space above had been converted from something else, from storage or apartments, or the dreams of someone who thought second-floor retail space in a strip mall was a good investment. Oscar checked his watch. 1:52 p.m., 8 minutes early, which was basically on time, which was acceptable. He sat in his car with the engine running, the air conditioning blowing directly on his face, and thought about leaving. Just starting the car and driving away and calling the lawyer from home and saying he couldn't make it. There was an emergency. Family emergency, work emergency. Any emergency that would justify absence without suggesting cowardice. But he didn't. Because Aunt Miriam was dead, and this was obligation, and obligation was what Oscar understood, what Oscar did. Obligation was his entire personality at this point, stripped down to its essential component. At 1:58 p.m., Jerome's Cavalier pulled into the parking lot with the grinding sound of a transmission that was more suggestion than mechanism, the car shuddering to a stop in a spot that straddled two spaces because Jerome had never been good at parking, had never seen the point of precision when approximate was fine, when no one cared anyway. He got out, saw Oscar's Altima, felt something in his chest, recognition or dread or just the surprise of seeing something expected, and walked toward the door, toward the stairs, toward the office where Herbert Goldstein, Esquire, was presumably waiting with papers and information and the beginning of whatever this would become. Oscar saw him coming, got out of his own car. They stood in the parking lot, separated by 20 feet and 14 months of silence, and looked at each other the way you look at someone who used to be family, and maybe still is, but you're not sure anymore. You're not sure if family is something you're born with or something you maintain, and if it's the latter, then you've both failed at maintenance. "Hey," Jerome said. "Hey," Oscar said. A whole conversation in one word. Acknowledgement, reservation, the agreement to proceed despite everything. They walked toward the door together, not quite in step, their footfalls creating a rhythm that was almost synchronized but not quite. Like a drummer who was good but not great. Like most of their joint endeavors. Close to harmony but fundamentally discordant. The stairs were narrow and dark and smelled of lemon pledge and failure. The kind of smell that accumulated in spaces where people conducted business that was just barely legal, just barely profitable. Business that existed in the margins between success and bankruptcy. The walls were beige. Of course they were beige. Everything was beige. And decorated with framed prints of pastoral scenes, cows in fields, barns in snow, the kind of art that was chosen not for beauty but for inoffensiveness, for the ability to exist without making anyone feel anything. At the top of the stairs was a door with frosted glass and lettering that read Herbert Goldstein, attorney at law in font that suggested it had been applied sometime during the Ford administration and never updated. Jerome reached for the handle, stopped, looked at Oscar. "You ready for this?" he asked. "No," Oscar said, which was honest, which was maybe the most honest he'd been in years. Jerome opened the door. The office was exactly what they'd expected and worse. Wood panelling that was dark brown and probably adhesive rather than actual wood. A receptionist desk that was empty because apparently Herbert Goldstein couldn't afford or didn't believe in receptionists, and a waiting area with chairs that were upholstered in a fabric that was chartreuse and geometric, and which had probably been stylish in 1967, during the Summer of Love, but which now just looked like a mistake that had calcified into permanence. There was a coffee maker on a side table, the kind with a glass pot and a hot plate, and next to it were styrofoam cups and packets of Coffee Mate and Sweet and Low, and all the accoutrements of hospitality, performed without actual hospitality, the kind of gesture that said, "We have coffee," without committing to "we care if you enjoy it. A door opened, and Herbert Goldstein emerged, and he was exactly what his name suggested. 74. Bald, except for a horseshoe of grey hair that he'd grown long enough to suggest denial of his baldness, wearing a suit that was brown, dark brown, the brown of earnestness, with a bow tie that was doing a lot of heavy lifting in terms of personality signalling, suggesting both whimsy and formality, the kind of accessory that said, "I make unconventional choices within conventional frameworks." Jerome? Oscar? His voice was gravelly, damaged by decades of cigars or coffee or just talking, just the erosion of sound production over 74 years of having opinions. They nodded. Come in. I'm so sorry about Miriam. She was a character." He said character the way people say character when they mean difficult, but we're being polite because they're dead. They followed him into his office, which was more of the same. Wood panelling, beige carpet, a desk that was covered in files and papers and coffee cups in various states of emptiness and fullness, suggesting either that Herbert Goldstein worked around the clock, or that he was bad at cleaning up, or both, probably both. The desk also featured a lamp that was shaped like a kerosene lamp, but was actually electric, a nod to nostalgia without the fire hazard, a photograph of what might have been grandchildren, or might have been random children. It was impossible to tell. A calculator that was the size of a brick, and probably from 1998, and a bowl of peppermints that looked like they'd been there since the Carter administration. He gestured to 2 chairs facing the desk. The chairs were beanbag chairs, actual beanbag chairs, the kind that had been popular briefly in the 70s, and then correctly abandoned as unsuitable for professional settings. But these were covered in leather, or pleather, or some material that suggested an attempt to class them up, to make them boardroom appropriate, an attempt that had failed magnificently. Jerome and Oscar sat. Sank, really. The beanbag chairs engulfed them, made them sit at angles that suggested either extreme relaxation or physical distress. They looked at each other, at the ridiculousness of this. 2 men in their 30s sitting in beanbag chairs in a lawyer's office. And for a second, just a second, they both almost laughed, almost connected over the absurdity. But then the moment passed, and they were just 2 people sitting uncomfortably, while Herbert Goldstein shuffled papers and cleared his throat and prepared to read from documents that would determine their immediate future. "So," Herbert said, settling into his own chair, which was proper leather and ergonomic, and which made a satisfying sound as he adjusted his weight. Miriam's will is straightforward in some ways and complicated in others. She was very specific about certain things and deliberately vague about others. I think And this is just my opinion, based on 40 years of knowing her, that she enjoyed the idea of complicating your lives from beyond the grave. He said this with a small smile that suggested fondness rather than judgment. The basic facts: she owned the property outright. The building, the land, the business, all paid for. No mortgage. That's the good news. Oscar felt relief. Jerome felt suspicion. The good news was always followed by bad news. That's how these things worked. The bad news, Herbert continued, confirming Jerome's suspicion, is that there are debts. Back taxes she hadn't filed properly in about 6 years. Some vendor debts. And there's the matter of the raffle. The raffle? Oscar asked. She ran a raffle every year for charity. Well, charity is maybe the wrong word. She ran a raffle where proceeds went to various causes she believed in. Some were legitimate charities. Some were less so. The prize was usually a handmade patchwork quilt that she'd assembled from costume materials. Very elaborate, very popular. People loved them. He pulled out a photograph. A quilt that was indeed elaborate. A riot of colours and textures and what appeared to be actual costume pieces. Sequins and feathers and bits of fabric that might have been from a Renaissance fair or a burlesque show, or both, sewn together with the haphazard genius of someone who understood composition but rejected order. Beautiful, Jerome said, meaning it. Gaudy, Oscar said, also meaning it. The problem, Herbert continued, is that this year's raffle, the final raffle, she sold approximately 3,000 tickets at $10 each. That's $30,000 in proceeds. She collected the money, made the quilt, but didn't draw a winner before she died, and didn't deposit the money in any account I can locate. So somewhere there's 30,000 in cash, and somewhere there are 3,000 people expecting either a winner to be announced or refunds to be issued. Oscar felt his chest tighten. This was exactly the kind of problem that Aunt Miriam would create, well-intentioned chaos that became legally actionable chaos. "Where's the money?" he asked. "I have no idea. Her apartment has been cleared out by the estate sale people. Nothing turned up. My assumption is it's somewhere in the shop, hidden, possibly forgotten, possibly deliberately obscured." Miriam had a complicated relationship with banking institutions. She didn't trust them, said they were run by, and I quote, "barnacles on the yacht of capitalism, sucking the lifeblood of the working poor." She had a way with metaphors. Jerome laughed. Oscar didn't. "So we need to find $30,000 in cash, somewhere in a costume shop that's been accumulating inventory and clutter for 40 years, Oscar said, his voice flat with a kind of calm that suggested internal screaming. "Essentially, yes. And you need to either draw a winner and distribute the quilt, or refund the money, or face potential legal action from 3,000 very disappointed raffle participants, some of whom have already called me asking about the status of their tickets." He pulled out more papers, spread them on the desk like a dealer showing a bad hand. "There's also the matter of the business license, which expired in 2023 and was never renewed, and the sales tax, which hasn't been filed since 2020. And there's some question about whether certain items in the inventory were acquired legally. Miriam was known to frequent estate sales, storage unit auctions, that kind of thing. Some of the items may have provenance issues." "Provenance issues?" Jerome repeated, enjoying the phrase. "One of the costumes is a military uniform that may be authentic, which would make it illegal to sell. There's some taxidermied animals, a duck specifically, that may violate wildlife preservation statutes depending on when it was killed and who killed it. And there's an entire collection of what Miriam called her vintage erotica, which is stored in the back room, and which may or may not be legally obscene depending on community standards, which in Texas are murky at best. Oscar put his head in his hands. Jerome grinned wider. So basically, Jerome said, we've inherited a business that's unlicensed, in tax debt, possibly in possession of stolen or illegal goods, and is currently holding 30 grand in cash that belongs to 3,000 angry raffle participants. That's an accurate summary, yes, Herbert said. Perfect, Jerome said. When can we see it? Oscar looked at him like he'd suggested they set themselves on fire. See it, Oscar said. Why would we see it? We need to liquidate it, pay the debts, distribute whatever's left and walk away. Or, Jerome said, we could run it. The silence that followed was the kind of silence that occurs when someone has said something so incomprehensibly stupid that the universe itself pauses to consider whether to allow the conversation to continue. Run it, Oscar repeated. Not a question. An expression of disbelief so profound it had become declarative. Yeah, man. Think about it. We own a costume shop. Free and clear, minus the debts, which we can pay off once we find the cash. We've got inventory. We've got a location. We've got illegal goods and no business license and 3,000 people who want their money back, Oscar interrupted. Details, Jerome said. Important details. Legal details. Details that could result in lawsuits or criminal charges. Oscar's right, Herbert interjected, which seemed to surprise Oscar, who wasn't used to being right about things that Jerome also heard. The responsible course would be to liquidate, sell the inventory, sell the property, pay the debts, distribute the remainder. I can handle that. You'd both walk away with maybe 15 or 20,000 each, depending on how the sale goes. 20,000. Oscar thought about $20,000. That was a dent in his student loans. That was 3 months of couples therapy. That was breathing room. Jerome thought about $20,000. That was escape money. That was move to Mexico money. That was figure it out later money. But both of them thought about something else, too. Thought about Aunt Miriam, who'd left them this mess on purpose, who'd engineered this forced collaboration, who'd known, must have known, that giving them an easy out would defeat the purpose of whatever lesson she was trying to teach from beyond the grave. Before you decide, Herbert said, reaching into his desk drawer, there's a letter. She asked me to read it to you both, together, before you made any decisions about the business. He pulled out an envelope. Manila. The kind that suggested importance, or at least seriousness. He opened it, unfolded the letter inside. The handwriting was Aunt Miriam's. Large, looping, confident. The handwriting of someone who'd never doubted their right to take up space on a page. Herbert cleared his throat and read, To my favorite disasters, Jerome and Oscar, who have been running from themselves for so long, they've probably forgotten what they were running from in the first place. If you're hearing this, I'm dead, which I assume is disappointing to you both in different ways. Oscar, because you're now obligated to feelings you'd rather defer. Jerome, because you've lost one of the few people who never tried to fix you. Here's what I know about you both, Oscar. You've built a life that looks successful from the outside, but feels like prison from the inside. You've done everything right according to someone else's definition of right, and now you're trapped in the rightness, and you don't know how to escape without admitting that everything you've built was built on a foundation of fear rather than desire. Jerome, you spent your entire adult life avoiding anything that might require commitment or risk actual failure, convincing yourself that moving is the same as progress, that avoiding permanence is the same as freedom. But you're not free. You're just afraid. Afraid that if you stopped moving, you'd have to look at who you actually are rather than who you pretend to be. You're both wasting your lives on different versions of cowardice. Oscar's cowardice looks like success. Jerome's looks like adventure. But it's all the same. Refusal to choose, to commit, to risk the pain of actually living. So here's what I'm doing. I'm forcing you to choose. Together, I'm giving you a business that's a disaster, deliberately, because disasters reveal character in ways that success never does. You can sell it, take the money, walk away, continue your separate trajectories toward inevitable midlife crises that will be more expensive and less instructive than this opportunity. Or you can try to run it, try to fix it, try to figure out if maybe, possibly, you could be more than what you've settled for. Try to help each other become the men you both have the potential to be if you just stop performing your respective versions of masculine inadequacy. The money from the raffle is hidden in the shop. Finding it will require actually looking, actually paying attention, actually giving a shit about something other than your own comfort. Consider it a treasure hunt. Consider it a metaphor. Consider it whatever you need to consider it to get you both off your asses. I loved you both. I'm dead now, so I can admit it without worrying about how you'll use it against me or against yourselves. I loved you, and I saw you, really saw you, beneath all the performances and defenses, and what I saw was two men who could be extraordinary if they'd just stop settling for mediocrity, dressed up as their respective strategies for avoiding pain. Don't fuck this up. Or do fuck it up, but at least fuck it up together, honestly, rather than separately in the cowardly ways you've both been fucking up your lives so far. With love and exasperation. Aunt Miriam. P.S. Oscar, the costume you wore to that Halloween party in 2019 made you look like Ben Franklin having a stroke. I let you rent it because I thought maybe embarrassment would teach you something about vanity. It didn't. P.P.S. Jerome, you still owe me $40 from 2014 when you borrowed money for gas, and I knew it was for that woman, whose name you couldn't remember, but whose apartment you couldn't leave, because you, Dee, told her you were an architect, and the lie had gotten too elaborate. The $40 is forgiven. The lying to yourself is not. Herbert stopped reading, folded the letter, placed it on the desk between them. Nobody spoke. Jerome was staring at his hands. Oscar was staring at the wall. Both of them were doing the math on how well Aunt Miriam had known them, how thoroughly she'd excavated their respective brands of self-deception. She was always insightful, Herbert said quietly. Sometimes uncomfortably so. Did she say anything to you, Oscar asked, before she died? About why she was doing this? Herbert thought for a moment. She said, and this is a direct quote, I'm giving them each other because they need someone to either save or sink with, and I don't care which as long as they stop treading water. More silence. Then Jerome stood up, extracting himself from the beanbag chair with effort. I want to see the shop, he said. Jerome, Oscar started, just to see it, before we decide. That's fair, right? We should at least see what we're selling, or keeping, or whatever. Oscar knew this was a trap, knew that seeing it would make it real, would make it harder to walk away. But he also knew that Jerome was right. They should see it, should understand what they were dealing with. Fine, he said. We see it. Then we decide. Herbert nodded, pulled out a set of keys from his desk drawer. The keys were attached to a keychain that featured a small figurine of what appeared to be a dinosaur, a T-Rex, specifically, wearing a top hat. She had a sense of humor about keys, Herbert explained, handing them to Jerome. The shop key is the large brass one. The back room is the small silver one. The storage room is... Actually, I don't know what key opens the storage room. She never told me. Said it was between her and fate. They stood, shook Herbert's hand, walked down the stairs, narrow, dark, still smelling of lemon pledge and decisions deferred, and out into the parking lot where the February sun was doing its best impression of summer, and the pennies were still scattered across the pavement, like evidence of an economy that couldn't be bothered to collect its smallest denominations. The shop was 30 feet away. 30 feet and 40 years of accumulated chaos. 30 feet and whatever lesson Aunt Miriam thought they needed to learn. Jerome walked toward it with the keys in his hand, with something like excitement or dread. He couldn't distinguish any more. Everything felt like both. Oscar followed, because what else could he do? Because walking away now would prove Aunt Miriam right about the cowardice, and he wasn't ready to do that. Wasn't ready to admit that everything she'd written was true. The key turned in the lock. The door opened, and they stepped inside. The smell hit them first. Mothballs and dust and something sweet, like blackberry jelly, mixed with bamboo shoots, mixed with time itself, the smell of decades of stuff accumulating without sufficient ventilation. The lights were fluorescent, the kind that flickered and hummed and made everything look slightly jaundiced, slightly wrong. And then they saw it, saw all of it. Racks upon racks of costumes, floor to ceiling, arranged in no order that made sense. A flapper dress next to an astronaut suit, next to what appeared to be lederhosen. Boxes stacked in towers that defied physics. Boxes labelled in Aunt Miriam's handwriting with categories that included hats, gloves, wigs, and miscellaneous bits that might be useful. A counter at the front, wooden, scarred, covered in papers and receipts, and a cash register that was from approximately 1957. An actual vintage cash register. The kind that dinged and had buttons you had to physically push. The kind that suggested a door opened. And they stepped inside. The smell hit them first. Mothballs and dust and something sweet, like blackberry jelly, mixed with bamboo shoots, mixed with time itself, the smell of decades of stuff accumulating without sufficient ventilation. The lights were fluorescent, the kind that flickered and hummed and made everything look slightly jaundiced, slightly wrong. And then they saw it, saw all of it. Racks upon racks of costumes, floor to ceiling, arranged in no order that made sense. A flapper dress next to an astronaut suit, next to what appeared to be lederhosen. Boxes stacked in towers that defied physics. Boxes labelled in Aunt Miriam's handwriting with categories that included hats, gloves, wigs, and miscellaneous bits that might be useful. A counter at the front, wooden, scarred, covered in papers and receipts, and a cash register that was from approximately 1957. An actual vintage cash register. The kind that dinged and had buttons you had to physically push. The kind that suggested Aunt Miriam had rejected digital payment processing, along with banking institutions, and probably also the moon landing. She'd had opinions about NASA. Mannequins in the corners, some dressed, some not, their blank faces staring at nothing. One of them appeared to be posed in a way that suggested fisting, which was probably unintentional, but was also possibly very intentional. With Aunt Miriam, you could never tell. And everywhere, absolutely everywhere, were props and accessories and items that defied categorization: a spear for spearfishing, a mosquito net that appeared to have actual mosquitoes trapped in it, a taxidermied bird that might have been the duck Herbert mentioned, a collection of crabs in a jar, what appeared to be a collection of German military helmets that raised immediate questions about legality and taste, a stuffed dog that was missing one eye and had the general aura of something that might be haunted, or might be rabid, or might be both. There was a poster on the wall advertising a theatre production of something. The poster was torn and faded, but still visible enough to make out Brian De Palma Presents and Hal Holbrook as The Devil and a Date from 1973, which suggested this poster was either valuable or worthless, depending on whether anyone cared about Brian De Palma or Hal Holbrook or theatrical productions from 1973. Another poster featured Grace Jones, all angles and androgyny and electric intensity, advertising a concert at a venue that no longer existed in a city that had probably changed beyond recognition. There was a glass case near the counter containing what appeared to be theatre passes, yellowed with age, for venues that included places called the Rooster Theatre and Sun Drive Playhouse and the Rock Auditorium, none of which Jerome or Oscar recognized, all of which suggested a theatrical culture that had existed and then vanished, leaving only these passes as evidence. In one corner was a skateboard, a vintage skateboard from the 80s, with graphics that featured either dinosaurs or demons. It was hard to tell. Leaning against what appeared to be a collection of cowboy boots in various sizes, some with spurs, some with designs that included barbed wire and roses and skull motifs that suggested either commitment to aesthetic or deeply concerning worldview. The back wall featured shelves, floor to ceiling, containing boxes that were labelled with years: 1998 calendar inventory, 1957 event materials, 1967 Corvette show props. Oscar stood in the centre of it all, slowly rotating, taking it in, feeling something that might have been horror, or might have been awe, or might have been the early stages of a panic attack that would require him to sit down and put his head between his knees and practice the breathing exercises that Dr. Morgenthau had taught him. "This is insane," he said. "This is amazing," Jerome said. "This is a lawsuit waiting to happen. These military items, the taxidermy, the general state of—" Oscar gestured vaguely at everything, at the totality of chaos. "We could organize it," Jerome said, walking toward a rack of dresses. "Get a system, digital inventory. Maybe a website where people can browse. Jerome, look at this place. Actually look at it. This isn't a business. This is a hoarder situation with a storefront. Your aunt ran it for 40 years. My aunt also didn't file taxes for 6 years and collected $30,000 in cash and then hid it somewhere in this." Oscar gestured again, words failing him. Jerome was pulling costumes off racks, examining them. A tuxedo that might have been from the 40s, complete with tails. A dress that was covered in sequins, and which probably weighed 20 pounds, and would require architectural support to wear. a costume that appeared to be meant for someone playing either a peacock or a porn star, possibly both. All feathers and strategic cutouts. "We could do themed weekends," Jerome said, his mind already spiraling into possibility. Retro movie nights, costume parties, partner with bars, with theatres. This isn't just rental, man, this is experience. This is you getting excited about something that will fail because you don't think past the initial excitement, Oscar said. And it came out harsher than he'd intended, came out with all the accumulated frustration of watching Jerome abandon project after project, job after job, relationship after relationship. Jerome stopped, turned, looked at Oscar with an expression that was half anger, half hurt. "And this is you killing something before it even starts because you're so fucking terrified of failure that you'd rather not try," Jerome said. "You know what your problem is, Oscar? You think success means never making mistakes. But actually success means making mistakes and continuing anyway. It means trying things that might not work. It means—" "Don't," Oscar said. "Don't do this. Don't make this about me when what we're discussing is whether to take on a business that's already underwater, that's already in legal trouble. That would require both of us to commit time and money and energy that we don't have into something that even Aunt Miriam couldn't make profitable at the end." She made it work for 40 years. She made it work by not paying taxes and not following regulations, and probably by violating numerous laws that we'd be responsible for now. That's not a business model. That's just chaos with receipts. They stood on opposite sides of a rack of costumes, the fabric between them feeling metaphorical, feeling like all the distance they'd accumulated over years of moving in opposite directions. Jerome's phone buzzed. He pulled it out. A text from Travis. "Time's up, buddy. No more excuses. You got until Monday or I am coming to collect. And him not asking nice." The machete photo had been joined by a new photo, a peach pie, which seemed incongruous, until Jerome realized it was meant to be a joke, a play on words, something about sweet revenge, or desserts, or Travis had just sent the wrong photo by accident, and it was actually a threat that Jerome wasn't sophisticated enough to decode. He put the phone away without responding. Oscar's phone buzzed. "A text from Bryn. Don't agree to anything without talking to me first. This is a joint decision." Except it wasn't. Except his marriage was one long series of unilateral decisions that Bryn made, and that Oscar agreed to because agreement was easier than conflict, than assertion, than admitting that maybe he wanted something different from what she wanted. He put his phone away too. They looked at each other. Two men in a costume shop, surrounded by decades of accumulated costumes and props and possibility and problems, trying to decide whether to embrace chaos or walk away from it, whether to try something that might fail or avoid something that might succeed. "What if," Jerome said slowly, "we tried it for 6 months, just 6 months. We find the money, we pay the debts, we get legal, we see if we can make it work. If it doesn't work, we liquidate. We'd still come out with something." "And if it does work," Oscar asked, "then maybe we've both got something we didn't have before. A thing we built. Together." Oscar wanted to say no. Wanted to walk away. Wanted to go home to his house with its ergonomic chairs and its scheduled connection time, and its general atmosphere of safety that was actually just stagnation. But he thought about Aunt Miriam's letter. Thought about the line about cowardice that looked like success. Thought about Dr. Morgenthau asking him, Session after session. What do you actually want? And his inability to answer, because he'd spent so long wanting what he was supposed to want, that he'd forgotten how to want things for himself. 6 months, he said. We document everything. We get legal immediately. We establish clear boundaries about who's responsible for what. And if at any point it becomes clear this isn't working, we liquidate. No arguments. Jerome grinned. Deal? They shook hands across a rack of costumes, across all the distance they'd accumulated, and the handshake felt both significant and insufficient, like signing a contract for something neither of them fully understood, but both of them needed to try. Outside, the sun was setting, the Texas sky doing that thing it does, where it becomes layered fire, orange and pink and purple all at once. The parking lot pennies caught the light. Soul Beauty Nails' neon sign buzzed to life. Somewhere in the distance, someone was playing music, Motown, appropriately, and the bass line drifted across the parking lot like a promise or a warning. They'd decided. For better or worse, they'd decided. And now they had to figure out what they'd decided on. Had to make sense of this inheritance. Had to find $30,000 in cash somewhere in this building. Had to navigate tax law and business licenses, and each other, and their own accumulated failures and fears. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight was just about having decided, about having chosen something, about having moved from the paralysis of maybe into the clarity of yes, even if the yes was complicated and conditional and possibly a mistake. They locked the shop, stood in the parking lot, looked at each other the way people look at each other when they've just agreed to something they don't fully understand. So, Jerome said, I guess we're business partners. I guess we are, Oscar said. And then, because neither of them knew what else to say, because the moment was too big and too strange to sit with, they said goodbye and got in their respective cars. Jerome in his beige Cavalier with its grinding transmission, Oscar in his practical Altima with its AM radio, and drove away from the strip mall, away from Miriam's theatrical emporium, away from the decision they'd just made. But they'd be back. Tomorrow or the next day, or whenever they'd gathered enough courage, or stupidity, to actually begin the work of figuring out what they'd inherited, and whether it would save them or sink them, or just teach them something about themselves that they'd spent their entire adult lives avoiding. Aunt Miriam, wherever she was probably laughing, or shaking her head, or both, because this was what she'd wanted, not success, not failure, but engagement. The willingness to try, the choice to risk being seen, being known, being wrong about who they thought they were, and who they could become. The shop sat empty in the darkness, full of costumes and props and possibilities and problems, waiting for them to return, to begin, to discover whether they could turn chaos into something coherent, or would just add their own failures to the 40 years of accumulated stuff that filled its shelves. But that, as they say, is a story for another chapter. Chapter 3. The Inventory, or How Two Men Discovered That Chaos Has Layers. Friday morning arrived with the subtlety of battery acid thrown in your face, sudden, clarifying, impossible to ignore. Jerome woke in his apartment to the sound of someone's car alarm, performing its two-note symphony of automotive distress, a sound that had been going for approximately 6 hours, based on the text messages from his neighbors. Messages that ranged from, "Can someone please," to, "I will literally murder whoever," to a photo of what appeared to be a dart embedded in a tire, suggesting someone had taken vigilante action and missed their actual target, which was probably the alarm mechanism, and had instead committed casual vandalism as a form of protest against the general breakdown of civic society. He lay in his futon, the futon that had achieved not just sentience but opinion, groaning beneath him with what sounded like existential complaint, and thought about the shop, about what he'd agreed to, about whether 6 months was long enough to either succeed or fail, spectacularly enough that the failure itself would become a story he could tell at bars. The kind of story that started with, "So my cousin and I inherited a costume shop," and ended with either laughter or people slowly backing away from him, both reactions he'd experienced before, and neither of which particularly bothered him anymore. His phone showed 17 missed calls from Travis, which was aggressive even by Travis's standards of debt collection, and 3 texts from Kira, who'd apparently decided that his inheriting a business made him suddenly more viable as a romantic prospect. Her messages escalating from, "That's so cool about the shop," to "Maybe we could do a costume party," to "Are you ignoring me or just busy?" Which was the eternal question of modern dating, whether absence indicated disinterest or merely the general chaos of existence. And Jerome, being Jerome, had not responded to any of them, because responding would require deciding how he felt, and deciding how he felt would require examining his feelings, and examining his feelings was approximately as appealing as kneeling in the corner on rice as punishment, which his grandmother had made him do once when he'd been caught shoplifting candy from a store in Hot Springs, Arkansas, a punishment that had seemed medieval at the time, but which, in retrospect, had been incredibly effective. His knees still remembered that day with a kind of cellular memory that transcended mere thought. He showered, the water pressure still alternating between assault and whisper, and dressed in what he thought of as his work clothes, which were essentially the same as his regular clothes, except he'd selected jeans that had fewer visible stains and a T-shirt that didn't have any ironic slogans. Just a plain navy shirt that made him look like either a competent adult or someone cosplaying as one. The distinction was increasingly unclear. He made coffee in the French press he'd stolen from a roommate in Portland. Not stolen, borrowed indefinitely without permission, which was different morally if not legally, and the coffee was strong enough to suggest ill intent, which was what he needed, which was the only way coffee should be. Everything else was just brown water pretending to be stimulant. He drank it black because he was out of milk and sugar, and because black coffee suggested a certain masculine severity that he was trying to cultivate, trying to project, trying to become, as if caffeine and bitterness could transform him into someone capable of running a business. Oscar woke at 5:30 a.m. because his body was a fascist that refused to accept weekends or personal autonomy. His circadian rhythm calibrated to corporate expectations and immune to reprogramming. He'd tried meditation apps and melatonin and those blue light-blocking glasses that made him look like a welder having an existential crisis. But nothing worked. His body insisted on waking before dawn, as if preparing for some agricultural labor that his white-collar existence never required. Bryn was still asleep, sprawled across their bed, their California king, because apparently a regular king wasn't sufficient. Apparently they needed the extra width, even though they never touched during sleep, even though the bed had become less a site of intimacy and more a demilitarized zone, where two people maintained separate territories, and she was snoring softly, a delicate snore that she would deny if asked, because she had a theory that women didn't snore. That snoring was a masculine phenomenon related to testosterone and poor muscle tone. And Oscar had learned not to contradict her theories, because contradiction led to lectures about internalized misogyny and patriarchal assumptions, and he was too tired for that, perpetually too tired. He made breakfast, the same breakfast, always the same, 2 eggs and toast and coffee, and ate it while reading news on his phone, news that was universally bad. Climate disasters and political corruption, and a new study about the side effects of chlorazepate, a medication he'd been prescribed briefly for anxiety, before deciding that living with anxiety was preferable to living with the medication's effects, which had included vivid dreams about being buried in shallow graves and waking up with his mouth full of canker sores, actual canker sores, like his body was manifesting his psychic distress through oral lesions, through the literal breakdown of his mouth's internal geography. He'd left Bryn a note on the counter, going to the shop. Back tonight. Don't wait up. The note was a formality. She wouldn't wait up, wouldn't even notice his absence, probably. She had her own life that increasingly didn't include him, except as a financial contributor and occasional audience for her theories about consciousness and capitalism, and why monogamy was actually a recent invention, designed to facilitate property transfer rather than any natural expression of human pair bonding. Theories she'd developed after reading exactly 3 books and attending exactly 1 polyamory workshop that Oscar had not been invited to, his exclusion deliberate and pointed and never discussed. His car started with the reluctant cough of a 1995 engine that had seen too many miles and not enough maintenance, and Oscar felt a kinship with it, felt like he and the Ultima were both just barely holding together through a combination of routine service and refusal to acknowledge how close they were to catastrophic failure. The drive would take 2 hours. He'd arrive at the shop by 8 a.m., before Jerome probably, because Jerome's relationship to punctuality was like his relationship to commitment, theoretical and largely aspirational. But Oscar was wrong. Jerome, in his beige Cavalier with its grinding transmission and its general aura of mechanical distress, had left early, had left at 6 a.m. because he couldn't sleep anymore, because the apartment had started to feel like a coffin, because staying still meant thinking, and thinking meant confronting the choices he'd made, and the choices he'd avoided, and the general accumulation of his 33 years into something that could barely be called a life, more like a series of incidents that happened to involve the same protagonist. He drove through landscape that was still dark, pre-dawn dark, the kind of dark that makes you feel like you're the only person awake in the world, like everyone else had the good sense to stay in bed while you're out here driving towards something you don't understand. The highway was empty, except for long-haul truckers, and people fleeing something or driving towards something, all of them engaged in that uniquely American practice of using geographic movement as a substitute for actual change, as if crossing state lines could somehow transform who you were, rather than just relocating your problems to a new zip code. He stopped at a rest stop that smelled of industrial cleaner and urine, the two scents battling for dominance in a war that neither was winning. The bathroom had those automatic faucets that never worked properly, that either produced water for a microsecond or just kept running after you'd left, wasting water with the indifference of a system that had been designed by someone who'd never actually had to wash their hands in a public restroom. Jerome washed his face, looked at himself in the mirror that was scratched and fogged and had graffiti etched into it that read, "You look tired," which was either profoundly observant or just statistically likely, and thought about Aunt Miriam, about whether she'd known what she was doing, whether this inheritance was a gift or a curse, or just a neutral thing that would become whatever they made of it. There was a vending machine in the hallway that sold coffee in cups that were more concept than actual coffee, more the platonic ideal of coffee than any material manifestation worth consuming. But Jerome bought one anyway. Black, no sugar, no cream available anyway, and drank it while standing in the fluorescent hallway with its bulletin board advertising local churches and support groups and a poster for a concert that had happened in 2019, before the world had changed, before everyone had learned that normalcy was just a temporary state that could be revoked at any moment by viruses or political upheaval or your aunt dying and leaving you a costume shop. He arrived at the strip mall at 7:15 a.m., the sun just starting to crack the horizon, painting the parking lot in that early light that makes everything look simultaneously hopeful and desperate, like the world is giving you one more chance to get it right before the day fully commits to being whatever kind of day it's going to be. The pennies were still scattered across the pavement, still abandoned, still testifying to an economy where the smallest denominations weren't worth the effort of collection. Jerome parked and sat in his car and waited, because arriving first meant being alone with his thoughts, and his thoughts were not particularly good company lately. His thoughts were like roommates who never cleaned up and always ate your food and played music too loud at 3 a.m. Oscar arrived at 7:47 a.m., parking his Altima next to Jerome's Cavalier, the two cars looking like representatives from different economic classes at a summit neither had asked to attend. He got out, saw Jerome already there, sitting in his car, visible through the windshield. They made eye contact. Neither waved. Both got out of their respective vehicles with the synchronization of people who were both dreading and needing this, whatever this was going to become. "You're early," Oscar said. "Couldn't sleep," Jerome said. "Me neither." A moment of shared insomnia, of shared dread, of shared something that wasn't quite solidarity, but was at least acknowledgement that they were in this together, whether they liked it or not. Jerome unlocked the shop, the key with the T-Rex in a top hat, because Aunt Miriam had believed that keys should have personality, and they entered into the smell, that smell of mothballs and thyme, and something sweet that Jerome had identified yesterday as blackberry jelly, but which today smelled more like genital piercings, which didn't make sense, which couldn't be what he was actually smelling. But the association had lodged in his brain, and now he couldn't unthink it. Couldn't smell the shop without thinking about body modification and questionable choices, which was appropriate given that the shop itself was essentially a monument to questionable choices, 40 years of them, accumulated and archived, and now their responsibility. The fluorescent lights flickered on with the reluctant hum of electrical systems that had been installed during an era when energy efficiency wasn't a concern, when electricity was cheap and the environment was someone else's problem. The shop looked worse in morning light, or maybe not worse, maybe just more clearly revealed, the chaos more visible, the scope of what they'd agreed to more undeniable. "So," Jerome said, "where do we start?" Oscar pulled out a yellow legal pad. Because, of course, Oscar had brought a legal pad. Had probably bought it specifically for this purpose. Probably had a whole system of color-coded pads for different types of projects. And clicked his pen with the precision of someone performing a familiar ritual. A ritual that brought comfort through the illusion of control. We need to, 1. Find the $30,000. 2. Create a complete inventory. 3. Identify any illegal or problematic items and figure out how to handle them. 4. Get current on all business licenses and tax filings. 5. Develop a business plan for the next 6 months, including revenue projections and operating expenses. He'd written this list before arriving, Jerome could tell. Had probably written it last night, while lying awake next to his wife, who didn't want to fuck him anymore. Had written it as a way of imposing order on the chaos, as a way of pretending that chaos ordered if you just made a sufficiently detailed list. Or, Jerome said, we could just start looking around and see what we find. That's not a system. That's just wandering. Call it exploratory inventory. Jerome, we can't approach this randomly. We need structure. We need to actually look at what we've got before we make plans about what to do with it. You can't create a business plan if you don't know what you're planning for. This was surprisingly reasonable coming from Jerome. Reasonable enough that Oscar paused, considered it, nodded reluctantly. Fine. But we document everything. Photos, notes, the whole thing. Fine, Jerome agreed, which felt like progress, which felt like maybe they could do this. Maybe they could work together without immediately devolving into the kind of argument that characterized their entire shared history. Arguments about method and approach, whose way was better, even though both ways usually led to the same mediocre outcome. They started in the front, near the counter, with its vintage cash register that dinged when you opened it, that actual bell sound that belonged to a different era when transactions were mechanical rather than digital, when money was physical rather than conceptual. Oscar opened the register. Empty, except for dust and what appeared to be a bubblegum wrapper from approximately 1987, the kind of wrapper that was just wax paper with printing. Before wrappers became complicated and environmental concerns became mainstream. Beneath the counter were drawers, wooden drawers that stuck when you pulled them, that required force and commitment. The first drawer contained receipts, hundreds of them, thousands maybe, just loose receipts thrown in without organization, without any filing system, each one a record of a transaction that had happened and been immediately forgotten, abandoned to this drawer, where it would remain until someone, them, apparently, dealt with it. Oscar pulled out a handful. Rentals from 2003, 2007, 2015, all mixed together, some handwritten on carbon, copy forms, some printed on thermal paper that had faded to blank, some with notes in Aunt Miriam's handwriting. Returned late. Add $5. Missing hat. Charged deposit. Customer was drunk. Do not rent to again. That last one making Jerome laugh, because the specificity suggested a story, suggested that Aunt Miriam had maintained a blacklist of unsuitable customers, had exercised editorial control over who got access to her inventory. The second drawer contained keys, dozens of keys, maybe 100 keys, none of them labeled, all of them just loose in the drawer, like someone had swept them in there and locked it, and decided that future sorting was future them's problem, which was essentially Aunt Miriam's entire business philosophy, which was becoming increasingly clear was also going to be their primary challenge. Everything she'd deferred, they now had to address. "We're going to need a locksmith," Oscar said, looking at the keys with an expression that suggested he was calculating the cost and finding it prohibitive. "Or we just start trying them in locks," Jerome said. "Cakewalk. Process of elimination. There are hundreds of keys and probably dozens of locks. That's not a cakewalk. That's a full-time job for a week. Then it's a good thing we've got 6 months." Oscar made a note on his legal pad. Hire locksmith. Budget $500. The question mark suggested hope that it would cost less. Hope that was probably misplaced. The third drawer was stuck, properly stuck, not just tight, but actually jammed, requiring both of them to pull while Oscar braced his foot against the counter for leverage, both of them straining until the drawer suddenly gave way, and they both stumbled backward, the drawer coming free and revealing its contents, photographs, hundreds of photographs, loose and in albums and in envelopes, a visual archive of 40 years of costume rentals, 40 years of people dressed as other people, performing versions of themselves that were either more honest or less honest than their daily presentations. It was impossible to tell. Jerome picked up a photo. A woman dressed as Dolly Parton, the resemblance uncanny except for the eyes. The eyes were wrong, too dead, too male, suggesting this wasn't a woman at all, but a man in drag, which was fine, which was whatever. Except there was something about the costume that was too good, too perfect, almost like the person inside wasn't wearing a costume. but wearing someone else's actual skin, which reminded Jerome of that conspiracy theory he'd fallen down a rabbit hole about once at 3 a.m. when he couldn't sleep. The skin suit conspiracy theory that claimed certain celebrities were actually being worn by other people, that their faces were masks made from real skin, that nothing was real and everyone was an imposter. The theory was insane, but the photographs proving it were disturbingly compelling if you squinted and were already predisposed to paranoia. He showed the photo to Oscar. Thoughts? Oscar looked. That's an excellent costume. Probably rental income of at least $100 for a weekend. We should make sure we still have it in inventory. That's what you got from this photo. Rental income. What else would I get? The fact that this person looks like they're wearing someone else's actual face. Oscar looked again, harder this time. It's just a good costume, Jerome. Good makeup. That's literally the point of costumes. But Jerome wasn't convinced. Was remembering another conspiracy theory that had made the rounds on certain corners of the internet. The transvestigation conspiracy theory that claimed certain celebrities were secretly the opposite sex than they presented, that Michelle Obama was secretly a man. Various female celebrities were actually males in disguise. The theory was deeply transphobic and also deeply stupid, but it had adherents who analyzed photos with the fervor of religious scholars, examining scripture, looking for signs of deception in shoulder width and hand size, and Adam's apples, convinced they were uncovering truth when they were really just projecting their own anxieties about gender onto public figures who'd never asked for that kind of scrutiny. He put the photo back. They continued searching. The fourth drawer contained what appeared to be medical supplies, bandages, gauze, various topical ointments, whose expiration dates suggested they'd been purchased during the Clinton administration. There was also a box of condoms, expired, and a pamphlet about preventing the spread of body lice, which raised questions about what exactly had been happening in this shop. What kind of costumes had required lice prevention protocols? Whether Aunt Miriam had been dealing with infestations, just being proactive in a way that seemed excessive, unless you knew something they didn't know. Body lice? Oscar said, reading the pamphlet with an expression of mounting horror. People got body lice from renting costumes. Says here, they can migrate from fabric to person within minutes of close contact. Jerome read over his shoulder. Requires heat treatment of all potentially infested materials. Have we been handling infested materials? Probably, almost definitely. They both stepped back from the drawer, as if distance could retroactively protect them from parasites they'd potentially already contracted, as if knowledge of risk was the same as actual risk, which it wasn't, but felt like it should be. Oscar made another note. Investigate current cleanliness standards. Possibly fumigate entire inventory. The back room was worse. The back room was where Aunt Miriam had apparently kept the items that were too problematic, or too valuable, or too something. Display in the main shop. items that required either discretion or security, or just more space than the front room could provide. The room itself was larger than expected, extending back into what must have been originally designed as storage for the entire strip mall. Just a concrete box with metal shelving and minimal lighting, and the general atmosphere of a place where illegal things happen, or legal things that feel illegal, the distinction increasingly unclear. The shelves contained boxes, each labelled in Aunt Miriam's handwriting, with descriptions that ranged from straightforward to cryptic to possibly code. Historical garments, theatrical props, adult items, religious vestments, military surplus, and do not open until after my death. That last one especially ominous, especially compelling, especially the kind of instruction that guaranteed they'd open it immediately. Jerome reached for the do not open box. It was an orange steamer trunk, actual vintage luggage from an era when people travelled with trunks and needed multiple changes of clothing for a journey. But Oscar stopped him. We should document first. Photo, then open, then photo again. Chain of custody. Chain of custody? Oscar, we're not crime scene investigators. We might be if whatever's in that trunk is illegal, and given everything else we've found, illegal seems increasingly likely. He had a point. Jerome stepped back, let Oscar photograph the trunk from multiple angles with his phone. Each photo, carefully framed and focused with the precision of someone who'd missed their calling as a forensic photographer. Someone who found comfort in documentation, in creating evidence of having done things properly, even when the things themselves were improper. The trunk was locked, but the key was taped to the top, which suggested Aunt Miriam had wanted them to open it, but wanted to create the illusion of security, wanted to make them feel like they were transgressing, even though the transgression was invited, was expected, was part of whatever lesson or revelation or punishment she'd engineered. Jerome removed the key. It was brass, ornate, the kind of key that looked like it belonged to a castle or a bank vault from a western, and unlocked the trunk, and the lock opened with a click that felt significant, felt like crossing a threshold, felt like whatever was inside would change something about how they understood Aunt Miriam, or the shop, or themselves. Inside, costumes, but not normal costumes. These were elaborate, expensive, professional quality costumes that belonged in theatres or museums rather than rental shops. There was a full Native American headdress, and Jerome immediately knew they were going to have problems with this, knew that native regalia was a contested category in costume culture, knew that what had been acceptable in Aunt Miriam's youth was now recognized as appropriation and disrespect, festooned with bright ornaments and colourful stones that were probably not real turquoise, but were at least real something, real minerals arranged in patterns that suggested either authentic cultural knowledge or a really good guess by someone working from photographs. There was a priest's cassock, full Catholic regalia, including the little hat, the beretta. Oscar's grandfather had been Catholic, and Oscar knew the terminology, and the collar, and the stole, and all the accessories that let someone perform priesthood, which raised questions about what Aunt Miriam had been renting this for, whether it was for theatre productions or for something else, something more concerning, like mock rituals or elaborate pranks, or that phenomenon, where people pretended to be clergy to officiate at weddings that weren't legally binding, creating marriages that were spiritually real but legally void, which was either romantic or fraud, depending on whether anyone knew they were being defrauded. There was what appeared to be a genuine lobster costume. Not a person dressed as a lobster, but an actual wearable lobster costume, with claws that were articulated and a tail that was segmented, and the whole thing was made of foam and fabric and engineering that must have cost thousands to produce, must have been custom-made for some production or event or person who'd commissioned a lobster costume, and then, for reasons they'd never know, sold or donated it to Aunt Miriam, who'd kept it locked in a trunk like some kind of crustacean treasure. "Why?" Oscar said, holding up one of the lobster claws. "Would anyone need to dress as a lobster?" "Theatre?" Jerome suggested. "Performance art? Very specific fetish. Please don't make this sexual." "I'm not making it sexual. I'm just acknowledging that people have various proclivities, and who are we to judge?" Oscar put down the claw and picked up something else. A medical gown, the kind doctors wore, complete with a stethoscope. That was real. Actual functional medical equipment, and a name tag that read Dr. Harrison Blackwell, which was almost certainly a fake name. Probably belonged to whoever had worn this costume. Unless Dr. Harrison Blackwell was a real doctor who'd needed a costume of himself, which seemed unlikely but not impossible given everything else they'd discovered. Beneath the costumes were papers, files, documents that appeared to be contracts or agreements or something legalish typed on paper that had yellowed with age and which bore dates from the 1980s. Jerome picked one up and read, "Agreement for rental of ceremonial vestments to the Church of the Revealed Light, Hot Springs, Arkansas, for purposes of conducting services and rituals in accordance with their stated religious practices. $500 per month. Payment due first of month. Late fees of $50 per day. No refunds for early termination." Aunt Miriam was renting costumes to a church, Jerome said. "Or to someone pretending to be a church," Oscar said. "The Church of the Revealed Light doesn't sound like a real denomination. All denominations sound fake if you think about it hard enough. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Assembly of God, the Universal Life Church. Those are real churches. Are they, though? Or are they just elaborate costumes that enough people agreed to wear until the costume became real?" This was getting too philosophical, too abstract. Oscar could feel the conversation spiraling away from great practical concerns and into the kind of late-night dorm room discussion that he'd spent college avoiding because he'd been too busy actually going to class and studying and building the foundation for his career in regional logistics coordination. Whatever the fuck that actually was. "Let's just document everything and deal with it later," Oscar said, taking photos of each item, creating a digital archive that would either protect them legally or provide evidence for their prosecution, depending on how the next 6 months went. They moved deeper into the back room, past shelves containing what appeared to be genuine historical garments, dresses from the 1800s, suits from the 1920s, all of them smelling of age and mothballs, and the general decay of organic materials that had been stored improperly for decades. and past boxes of shoes, hundreds of pairs of shoes in every size and style and decade. Shoes that ranged from practical to absurd to actively dangerous. Shoes with heels so high they constituted assault weapons. Shoes so pointed they could be used for self-defense. Shoes that were just boots with spurs attached, which made them weapons in multiple contexts. In the far corner, partially hidden behind a rack of what appeared to be priest costumes, more of them, suggesting that Aunt Miriam had done a lot of religious costume rental, suggesting a whole market for people who needed to temporarily present as clergy, was another trunk. This one smaller, this one not labelled, this one locked with a combination lock rather than a key, which suggested it contained something that Aunt Miriam had been more serious about securing. Something that required them to either find the combination or break the lock. "We could try common combinations," Jerome suggested. "Her birthday, her anniversary, common codes, like 00000 or 1234. They tried all of those. None worked. The lock remained locked, smugly locked, suggesting that whatever was inside was going to stay inside until they figured out the combination or hired a locksmith or just broke the damn thing open with a hammer, which was tempting, which was increasingly seeming like the only viable option. Oscar made a note. Small trunk. Combination unknown. Investigate. They continued searching. Found a box labelled Oregon Woodlands Renaissance Fair, 1995. Apparently, Aunt Miriam had done costumes for a Renaissance fair in Oregon at some point, had either been hired to provide costumes or had attended and purchased items afterward, or had some connection to Oregon that neither of them knew about. Their knowledge of her life increasingly revealed as superficial, as based more on assumption than actual information. The box contained the expected medieval costumes, peasant dresses, knight armour that was foam rather than metal, wizard robes that were crushed velvet and polyester, and which had probably been hot as hell to wear in the Oregon summer. Assuming Renaissance fairs happened in summer, Jerome had never been to one, had always thought they seemed like LARPing for people who were too old or too serious for actual LARPing. People who needed the historical justification to dress up and pretend to be someone else. But there was also, at the bottom of the box, something unexpected. A file folder containing photographs and what appeared to be medical documents. Documents that had patient names redacted, but which showed diagnoses and treatment plans and other information that seemed wildly inappropriate to keep in a box of Renaissance fair costumes. Seemed like a HIPAA violation, waiting to be discovered by someone litigious. Jerome flipped through the documents. They were from various hospitals and clinics, dating from the early 1990s, and the diagnoses included things he'd never heard of. Teratoma, ectopic pregnancy, various cancers and conditions that suggested someone had been very sick or multiple someones had been moderately sick. And why did Aunt Miriam have these documents? Why were they stored with costume inventory? What was the connection between medieval garments and medical trauma? "Oscar," Jerome said, holding up the folder. "Why would Aunt Miriam have medical records?" Oscar took the folder, examined it with his lawyerly attention to detail. Not that he was a lawyer, but he had that quality that lawyers have, that ability to read documents and extract relevant information while maintaining emotional distance, while treating everything as just data to be processed rather than stories about human suffering. "These are old," Oscar said. 20, 30 years old. Maybe she kept them for someone. Maybe she was helping someone navigate medical billing. She was always doing favors for people. Or maybe she was collecting them, Jerome said, the conspiracy part of his brain activating. Like trophies, like that serial killer who kept driver's licenses. Jerome, Aunt Miriam was not a serial killer. How do we know? We didn't actually know her that well. She could have had a whole secret life. She could have been... She was an old woman who ran a costume shop. That's it. These documents are probably just something she kept for a customer or a friend and then forgot about them. That's the most likely explanation. But Jerome wasn't sure. Wasn't sure because the shop kept revealing layers, kept showing them aspects of Aunt Miriam's life that didn't fit together. That suggested either a complexity they hadn't appreciated or a chaotic approach to information security that bordered on criminal negligence. They kept searching. Found spittoons, actual vintage spittoons that were probably valuable to collectors but were also disgusting, were reminders of a time when public expectoration was normal. When men just walked around spitting tobacco juice into brass receptacles, and this was considered civilized behavior rather than biohazard management. Found a box of wigs organized by color rather than style or size. Just blonde, brunette, red, other, that last category, containing purple and green and blue wigs that suggested either punk aesthetics or clown work, or just people who'd decided that natural hair colors were oppressive social constructs that needed to be rejected through aggressive dye choices. Found costumes that were clearly handmade, sewn by Aunt Miriam herself probably, showing varying levels of skill. Some were professional quality. Some were held together with safety pins and hope. Some were actively falling apart, shedding sequins and feathers like they were molting, like they were slowly dying and leaving evidence of their decline across every surface they touched. Found a box labelled Fatima World's Fair 1982. Fatima being a woman's name, and also a brand of cigarettes, and also the location of a famous religious vision, and which Fatima this referred to was unclear. The box could contain anything from religious iconography to tobacco advertising to just random stuff from some long-forgotten World's Fair that Aunt Miriam had attended, or purchased items from, or had some connection to, would remain forever mysterious. Inside the box, props, random props, a walking cane that was ornate and heavy, and which felt like it could do serious damage if used as a weapon. A collection of fountain pens, the expensive kind that people collected for reasons Jerome had never understood. Pens were pens, writing was writing. Why did it matter if the pen cost $5 or $500? The words came out the shame. A set of dice, large ornate dice, made of what appeared to be actual bone or ivory, or some material that was definitely not plastic. Dice that were probably used for gambling, or for games, or for some ritual purpose that required random number generation with the aesthetic weight of carved organic material. And at the bottom, wrapped in newspaper from 1982, the newspaper itself possibly valuable to historians or collectors of ephemera. The classifieds showing job listings for positions that didn't exist anymore. Want ads seeking things people didn't want anymore. A time capsule of early Reagan-era America, with its optimism about the future that seemed either quaint or tragic, depending on your current political orientation, was a gun. Not a fake gun. A real gun. A revolver, nickel-plated, with a barrel that was long enough to be serious, to be actual firearm rather than pocket protection, to be the kind of gun you used for hunting, or for making very confident points in arguments that had escalated beyond words. Jerome picked it up, felt the weight, checked the cylinder. Empty, no bullets, just empty chambers that spun with the smooth mechanical precision of quality manufacture. The gun was real, but the gun was also not loaded, which meant it had been stored either by someone responsible or by someone who'd removed the bullets for reasons they'd never know, had fired them or disposed of them, or just stored them separately in accordance with safety protocols that Aunt Miriam had either followed or improvised. "We have a gun," Jerome said. "We have a gun," Oscar repeated, his voice flat with the realization that their legal problems were multiplying, that every box they opened revealed new potential liability, new evidence of Aunt Miriam's complicated relationship with legal norms. "Is it registered?" "How would I know if it's registered?" "There's usually paperwork." "Serial numbers." Oscar took the gun, examined it with the caution of someone who'd never held a firearm and was aware of his own ignorance, aware that guns were not toys, were serious objects that commanded respect and proper handling. He found the serial number, photographed it with his phone, made a note, gun, verify, registration, if unregistered, must surrender to authorities or face felony charges. They wrapped it back up in the newspaper, placed it back in the box, closed the box, didn't speak about what it meant that Aunt Miriam had a gun, that she'd kept it wrapped in newspaper from 1982, that she'd stored it with props from a World's Fair, that maybe she'd used it, or maybe she'd never used it, but had kept it just in case. Just in case of what? That question hanging between them like smoke. The search continued. Hours passed. Morning became afternoon. They found things that were valuable, and things that were worthless, and things whose value was impossible to determine without. Expert appraisal. A set of bonsai trees that were either real or incredibly realistic fakes made of silk and wire, and the kind of craftwork that suggested either Asian imports or someone with extraordinary patience and skill. A collection of colognes, old colognes, cologne for men with names like Vanderbilt and Jean-Paul Gaultier, scents that, when tested, Jerome couldn't resist, sprayed them on strips of paper he'd found, smelled like memories of masculinity from different eras, from the aggressive musk of the 70s to the aquatic freshness of the 90s to something called Max Headroom that seemed to be both a cologne and a copyright violation. The bottle featuring imagery suspiciously similar to the 1980s TV character, suggesting either official licensing or very bold trademark infringement. They found costumes that made sense, pirates and princesses and cowboys and nurses, and costumes that didn't make sense. A full bodysuit that appeared to be designed to make someone look like Cassius Clay or Muhammad Ali, the great heavyweight champion, complete with boxing gloves and trunks that had the greatest embroidered on them. The costume raising questions about blackface and cultural appropriation, and whether it was ever acceptable to dress as a real person. especially a real person whose identity was tied to their race. And how exactly had Aunt Miriam navigated these questions? Or had she not navigated them at all, had just rented costumes to whoever wanted them without considering the broader implications of performance and identity, and who gets to wear which skins? They found boxes of craft supplies, beads and feathers and sequins, and all the raw materials for costume construction, suggesting that Aunt Miriam hadn't just rented costumes, but had also created them, had been both curator and artist, had seen the shop as not just business, but as creative practice, as a way of bringing fantasy into material reality, of letting people become temporarily who they wanted to be, or who they needed to be, or who they could never actually be, but could at least pretend to be for an evening, or a weekend, or however long the rental period lasted. At 2 p.m., they stopped for lunch. There was no restaurant nearby. The strip mall was dying, most of the spaces empty or occupied by businesses that were themselves in various stages of decline, so they drove across town, separately, following Oscar, who knew the area slightly better, to a barbecue place that Oscar remembered from childhood from visits to Aunt Miriam, when his parents were still married and still occasionally forced family cohesion through geographic proximity. The barbecue place was called Smokehouse Willie's, and it was exactly what you'd expect. Vinyl booths and wood panelling, and a smell of smoked meat so powerful it had probably seeped into the walls, into the very structure of the building, creating a temple to animal protein and fire, and the American tradition of making food by applying heat and time to flesh, until it transformed into something that transcended its original form, became more than just dead pig or dead cow, became barbecue, that mystical category that people had religious feelings about, that people argued about with the intensity usually reserved for politics or sports. They ordered. Jerome got ribs. Oscar got brisket. Both got sides that were traditional, coleslaw and beans, and bread that was white and soft, and existed primarily as a vehicle for sauce, as a way of making sure no precious barbecue juice went to waste. They ate without talking, both of them exhausted by the morning's discoveries, by the sheer volume of stuff they'd encountered, by the realization that 6 months might not be enough time to even fully inventory what they'd inherited, let alone organize it, and make it profitable, and deal with all the legal and tax issues that Herbert Goldstein had outlined. "We're in over our heads," Oscar said, finally, wiping sauce from his face with a napkin that was small and inadequate to the task. Required multiple napkins. That suggested the restaurant's napkin budget was insufficient for the sauce volume they were serving. "Yeah," Jerome agreed. "Probably. We could still sell it, just hire an auction company. Liquidate everything. Take whatever money we can get. We could, but you don't want to." Jerome thought about it. About what he wanted. About whether he'd ever actually known what he wanted, or whether he'd just spent his entire adult life reacting to what other people wanted, defining himself in opposition to expectations rather than in affirmation of desires. "I think," Jerome said slowly, "that Aunt Miriam wanted us to try, and I think maybe she was right. Maybe we both need this. Need to try something together. Need to stop." He gestured vaguely, trying to encompass their entire shared history, their decades of parallel failures and separate trajectories toward the same destination of disappointment. "Need to stop whatever we've been doing. Oscar nodded. "I had a dream last night," he said, "about the shop. It was bigger in the dream, like cathedral-sized. And the costumes were alive. They were moving on their own, dancing. And Aunt Miriam was there conducting them like an orchestra. And she looked at me and said, 'You can't fix people by avoiding yourself.' And then I woke up." "That's deep for a dream," Jerome said. "My subconscious has been reading too much therapy literature. Probably absorbed it from Bryn through osmosis." "How is Bryn?" "Same. Different. I don't know. We're not really." Oscar paused, decided whether to share this, decided that sharing might be easier with someone who was almost a stranger now, with Jerome, who he barely knew anymore, despite sharing blood and history. "We're not really together anymore. Not emotionally. We're just two people living in the same house and maintaining the fiction. Marriage, because dissolving the fiction would be complicated and expensive." "That sounds terrible," Jerome said, and meant it. "It is terrible, but it's also familiar, and familiar is easier than change, easier than admitting you made a mistake, easier than starting over. You could leave. Just leave. And do what? Move into an apartment like yours that smells like marzipan, and previous tenants' bad choices. Sleep on a futon. Start over, at 35, with nothing except debt and the vague sense that I've wasted a decade." "Yes," Jerome said. "Exactly that. Because at least then you'd be living honestly instead of living in performance." They looked at each other across the barbecue-stained table, across the remains of their lunch, and something passed between them. Recognition, maybe, or just the acknowledgement that they were both disasters in different costumes, that Jerome's freedom was just another form of prison, and Oscar's stability was just another form of chaos, that they were both hiding in plain sight from themselves and from each other, and from whatever they could have become if they'd made different choices, or better choices, or just any choices that weren't purely reactive. "We should get back," Oscar said, breaking the moment because moments like that were uncomfortable, were too revealing, required a vulnerability that he hadn't cultivated, that his entire adult life had been designed to avoid. They drove back to the shop, separately again, in their respective vehicles, maintaining the fiction of independence, even as they were being drawn together by inheritance and obligation, and Aunt Miriam's posthumous manipulation of their lives, and arrived to find a customer waiting in the parking lot, a woman in her 50s wearing workout clothes that suggested either genuine athletic commitment or the performance of wellness culture. Hard to tell which. She approached as they got out of their cars. "Are you open?" she asked. The door was locked. "We're not officially open yet," Oscar said, automatically apologetic, automatically deferential. "We're in transition, new ownership, we're still—" "But you do rent costumes?" She interrupted, the kind of interruption that wasn't rude so much as efficient, the interruption of someone who had limited time and specific needs and no patience for elaborate explanations. "Yes," Jerome said. "What do you need?" "I'm doing a themed birthday party for my son. He's turning 40. We're doing an 80s theme. Need costumes for about 12 people. Mix of male and female sizes. Do you have 80 seconds stuff?" They looked at each other. Did they have 80 seconds stuff? They had approximately 4 decades of accumulated costumes, including large sections they hadn't even examined yet. So yes, probably, almost certainly, they had 80 seconds stuff. But they had no inventory system, no way of quickly locating specific items, no organization beyond Aunt Miriam's vibes-based filing system. "Yes," Jerome said, with more confidence than was warranted. "Come on in. We'll show you what we've got." Oscar looked at him like he'd lost his mind. But Jerome was already unlocking the shop, was already gesturing the woman inside, was already performing the role of shopkeeper, even though they weren't ready, weren't prepared, weren't anything, except 2 guys who'd spent the morning discovering how unprepared they were. The woman entered the shop, looked around with an expression that combined interest and concern. The concern probably related to the smell or the chaos, or the general sense that this wasn't a professional operation so much as a barely controlled situation. "This is—" She paused, searching for the right word. "Extensive. 40 years of inventory," Jerome said, adopting a tour guide voice. Our aunt, ran this place for 4 decades. We just inherited it. You're actually our first customer under new ownership." "Congratulations," she said. Though it wasn't clear she meant it, wasn't clear this situation warranted congratulations versus condolences. Jerome started pulling costumes, anything that looked 80s adjacent, anything with shoulder pads or neon colors, or that general aesthetic of excess and optimism that characterized the decade before irony became mandatory, before everyone needed to signal that they weren't sincere, that everything was a joke or a reference or a commentary, rather than just genuine feeling. He found a Miami Vice-style suit, all white with a T-shirt underneath, the kind of outfit that said, "I sell cocaine," but stylishly. A dress with shoulders so padded they could be used as flotation devices. Leg warmers in multiple colors. A collection of wigs that were teased and sprayed, and which probably violated several fire safety regulations given the amount of flammable product required to achieve that kind of height. The woman examined each item, asking about prices, about rental periods, about cleaning fees and deposits, and Oscar realized they had no price structure, no system, no idea what anything should cost, because Aunt Miriam had apparently charged whatever she felt like charging, had set prices based on her mood or her assessment of the customer or some internal logic that had died with her. "We're still finalizing our pricing," Oscar said, improvising. "But for a party that size, for 12 costumes, we could do a package deal. Say, $300 for the weekend. That includes cleaning." He'd pulled that number from nowhere, from thin air, from the panic of being asked to set a price when you had no framework for pricing, when you were just guessing and hoping the guess was both high enough to make money and low enough to secure the customer. The woman considered it. "Could you deliver them?" "I'm in Dallas. About an hour away." "Yes, Jerome said. Before Oscar could say no. We deliver. Then okay. 300. Delivery included. The party's next Saturday. I'll need them delivered Friday evening. Picked up Sunday morning. Can you do that? Absolutely, Jerome said. His confidence absolute. His plan non-existent. She gave them her address, her phone number, her son's sizes and the sizes of the other guests. Information that Oscar frantically wrote down in his yellow legal pad, while Jerome continued pulling costumes and showing her options and performing the role of someone who knew what they were doing, even though they manifestly did not. She left after 30 minutes. After selecting specific costumes and trying on a few things and negotiating minor price adjustments, ultimately agreeing to the $300 plus a $200 deposit in case any items were damaged or not returned, the deposit being Oscar's contribution, his insistence on protecting themselves against worst-case scenarios. After she left, they stood in the shop surrounded by the costumes they'd pulled, the racks they'd disturbed, the general chaos they'd created in the process of making their first sale, and looked at each other with expressions that combined triumph and terror. We don't know how to clean these, Oscar said. We'll figure it out, Jerome said. We don't have a delivery vehicle. We'll use my car. Your car barely runs. It runs enough. It'll get there. Jerome, this is insane. We just committed to delivering costumes we haven't cleaned to a location an hour away in a car that might not survive the trip. And we charged $300, which is probably either too much or not nearly enough. We have no idea which. But we made a sale, Jerome said, grinning. Our first sale under new ownership. That counts for something. And Oscar, despite his anxiety, despite his very reasonable concerns about every aspect of what they'd just agreed to, found himself smiling too. Because Jerome was right. They'd made a sale. They'd done business. They'd taken the first step from inheritance to ownership, from passive recipients of Aunt Miriam's chaos to active participants in whatever this was going to become. We need a system, Oscar said. Before we make any more sales, we need inventory, pricing, cleaning protocols, delivery logistics, everything. Agreed, Jerome said. But first, we need to find that money. 30,000 in cash, somewhere in this building. Let's keep searching. They searched through boxes and drawers, and every nook and corner of the shop. Found more costumes, more props, more evidence of Aunt Miriam's complicated relationship with organization and legality and conventional business practices. Found a collection of coffins, miniature coffins, decorative coffins, possibly for pet burial, or possibly for some ritualistic purpose, or possibly just because Aunt Miriam had thought miniature coffins were aesthetically interesting. There was no way to know. Found signs, dozens of signs, hand-painted signs advertising various services and businesses and events. Psychic readings, $20. Tarot by Madame Zelda. Spiritual counseling, suggesting that either Aunt Miriam had moonlighted as a psychic or had done signage for psychics, or had just collected signs that appealed to her sense of theatrical possibility. Found what appeared to be an effigy, a full-sized human figure made of straw and cloth, and which had been used for something, possibly ritual burning, possibly just as a prop, possibly for some purpose they'd never understand, but which made them both uncomfortable, made them aware that the shop contained not just costumes, but also the accumulated materials of various performances and rituals and events that had required specific props for specific purposes that were now lost to time. Found notebooks. Aunt Miriam's notebooks. Dozens of them, each containing handwritten notes about customers and rentals and payments, and also random observations and philosophical musings. People become who they dress as if they wear the costume long enough, and identity is just a costume we forget we're wearing. And the difference between theatre and fraud is consent. These observations suggesting that Aunt Miriam had been more thoughtful about her business than the chaos of the shop suggested. That beneath the disorder was a philosophy, a theory of costume and identity and transformation that she'd been working out through 4 decades of helping people dress as other people. They searched until the sun started setting, until the fluorescent lights became the primary illumination, until they'd looked through approximately half the inventory and found numerous problems and a few treasures and no money, no $30,000 in cash, no orange steamer trunk or locked box or manila envelope containing the raffle proceeds. "It's here somewhere," Jerome said, refusing to accept that they might not find it, that Aunt Miriam might have hidden it so well that it was effectively lost, that $30,000 might remain permanently hidden in this building until someone demolished it, or until they went through every single item with forensic attention, and even then might miss it, might overlook the one box, or the one hollowed-out book, or the one costume with cash sewn into the lining. "We need to be systematic," Oscar said. "Make a grid. Search each section completely before moving to the next. We can't just wander around hoping to stumble onto it." "Fine," Jerome said. "Tomorrow. We'll start tomorrow with a systematic search. Tonight, I need to sleep. Need to shower. Need to not be in this shop with its smell and its chaos and its constant revelation of more problems." They locked up, stood in the parking lot as the sun finished setting, as the sky went through its color changes, as the day ended, and they faced the reality of having committed to this, having agreed to 6 months of this, having made their first sale, and having discovered that running a costume shop was more complicated than either of them had imagined, which was already pretty complicated. So the actual complexity was approaching unmanageable, approaching the level where rational people would cut their losses and walk away. But they weren't rational people. Or they were rational people who'd been living irrationally for so long that actual chaos felt more honest than the ordered lives they'd constructed, felt more real than the performances they'd been giving of being adults with their lives together. "Same time tomorrow?" Jerome asked. "Yeah," Oscar said. Same time. They drove away in opposite directions. Jerome toward his apartment, with its marzipan smell, and its futon, and its general sense of impermanence. Oscar toward his house, with its ergonomic chairs, and its sleeping wife, and its general sense of permanence. That had become its own kind of prison. And both of them thought about the shop, about what they'd discovered, about what they hadn't found yet, about Aunt Miriam and her letter, and her challenge to become more than what they'd settled for. The shop sat empty in the darkness, full of its costumes and props and secrets, waiting for them to return, waiting for them to either figure it out or give up, waiting to reveal whether this inheritance was a gift or a curse, or just a neutral thing that would become whatever they made of it. But that was tomorrow's problem. Tonight was just about surviving the first day, about having started, about having made the choice to try, even though trying meant confronting all the ways they'd been avoiding trying for most of their adult lives. And somewhere in the shop, hidden in some box or drawer or trunk or costume or location, they hadn't thought to look yet, $30,000 in cash was waiting to be found, waiting to prove that sometimes the treasure isn't the point. Sometimes the point is the search itself, the process of looking, the act of paying attention to what's in front of you, rather than what you wish was in front of you. But they didn't know that yet. Wouldn't know that for a while, for now they just knew they were tired and confused, and had made a sale, and had discovered a gun, and had committed to delivering costumes in a car that might not make the trip, and had agreed to continue this for 6 months, which seemed both too long and not nearly long enough. Aunt Miriam, wherever she was probably satisfied. This was what she'd wanted: engagement, commitment, the willingness to try even when trying was hard, even when success was uncertain, even when every rational calculation suggested walking away. She'd given them a costume shop. She'd given them each other. She'd given them 6 months to figure out whether they could transform chaos into something coherent, whether they could help each other become something other than what they'd been. Now the work began. Chapter 4. The Delivery, or How Everything That Can Go Wrong will go wrong in front of witnesses. Saturday arrived like a crashing elevator. That moment of freefall where your stomach separates from your body, and you have just enough time to remember that advice about what to do if you find yourself in a falling elevator, but not enough time to actually implement any of it, not enough time to do anything except experience the descent and hope you survive the landing. Jerome woke to texts from the customer. Her name was Patricia Holloway, and she'd started texting at 6 a.m. with increasingly specific questions about the costume delivery. Will you be there by 6 p.m.? Do you need directions? My son is very particular about authenticity, so please make sure the 80 seconds costumes are actually from the 80s, or at least look convincingly vintage. He'll know the difference. And Jerome had responded to exactly none of them, because responding would require having answers, having a plan, having any sense of control over the situation they'd created by saying yes to a delivery they weren't prepared to make. He'd spent Friday evening, all of Friday evening, from 7 p.m. until 2 a.m., trying to figure out how to clean costumes, a task that seemed simple in theory but was catastrophically complicated in practice, because different fabrics required different treatments, and some of the costumes were genuinely vintage and therefore delicate and possibly valuable and definitely not suitable for throwing in a washing machine with regular detergent, and other costumes were synthetic materials that would melt or disintegrate or release toxic fumes if exposed to heat, and some costumes had components, sequins, feathers, beading, those weird shoulder pads that were somehow both rigid and soft, that couldn't get wet at all, that required dry cleaning or spot treatment, or possibly just prayer and acceptance that they were going to smell like decades of other people's sweat, and there was nothing to be done about it. He discovered, through frantic Googling at 11 p.m. while sitting on his futon, with a half-smoked box of Lucky Strikes he'd found in one of the shop's drawers. Lucky Strikes that were probably from the 1990s, based on the warning label design. Lucky Strikes that he'd been smoking, despite knowing they were ancient and possibly toxic, and definitely not going to taste good, smoking them, because they were there, and because smoking gave him something to do with his hands while he panicked. That costume rental businesses typically used industrial steamers and specialized cleaning solutions, and had entire protocols for sanitizing and maintaining their inventory. Protocols that required equipment they didn't have, and expertise they hadn't acquired, and time they definitely didn't have given that the delivery was in approximately 10 hours. So he'd improvised. He'd bought at the 24-hour Walmart that serviced the kind of people who needed to purchase cleaning supplies at midnight the following: a handheld steamer, multiple bottles of Febreze in various scents, because the reviews suggested scent layering was more effective than single scent application, a box of baking soda, because the internet said baking soda absorbed odors through some chemical process he didn't understand, but was willing to trust, and VO5 hair grease, because one of the wigs looked like it needed something, and VO5 was cheap and had been around since his grandmother's time, and if it was good enough for his grandmother's generation, it was probably good enough for 1,980 seconds costume wigs. This logic was questionable, but he was tired, and everything seemed equally reasonable and unreasonable at 1 a.m. in a Walmart. He'd returned to the shop. Yes, at 1 a.m., he'd driven back to the shop and let himself in with the T-Rex key, and spent 3 hours steaming and spraying and arranging the costumes in his car's trunk and back seat, the Cavalier transforming from vehicle to mobile closet, becoming less a car and more a transportation device for fabric and fantasy, the costumes filling every available space until Jerome himself could barely fit in the driver's seat, was essentially piloting a costume-stuffed vehicle through the night like some kind of theatrical Santa Claus, except instead of presents, he was delivering the means for 40-year-olds to pretend to be younger versions of themselves at a birthday party that would probably be documented on social media and would probably haunt everyone involved for years to come. Oscar, meanwhile, had spent his Friday evening having what Bryn called a conversation about our future, and what Oscar experienced as a 3-hour interrogation about his commitment to their marriage, to her needs, to the various political and philosophical positions she'd adopted and expected him to adopt by proxy, the conversation ranging from his lack of emotional availability to his failure to read the books she'd recommended to his general aura of what she called malaise, that French word for a specifically modern form of unhappiness, that sense of being sad without being able to articulate why you're sad, being stuck in a life that's fine, but not good, functional but not fulfilling, that had become Oscar's entire personality, according to Bryn, who'd apparently been keeping notes, had apparently been cataloguing his failures of enthusiasm, and was now presenting them as evidence of his fundamental incompatibility with the person she'd become, or had always been, or wanted to become. The distinction was increasingly unclear. The conversation had ended with Bryn announcing, and the word was announcing, not discussing or suggesting, but announcing with the tone of someone delivering information rather than inviting dialogue, that she wanted to explore ethical non-monogamy, that she'd been reading about relationship structures that allowed for multiple connections, that she felt their marriage had become emotionally constipated and needed new energy, and she'd already identified someone she was interested in exploring with. His name was Marcus. He taught pole dancing at a studio Bryn had been attending. He was very in touch with his masculine energy, while also being respectful of feminine autonomy. He understood power dynamics and consent, and the importance of communication. He was everything Oscar apparently wasn't. And Bryn wanted Oscar's blessing to begin seeing Marcus while remaining married to Oscar, because the marriage provided stability and financial security, and other phrases that made Oscar feel less like a husband, and more like a particularly reliable appliance. Like a washing machine that still worked, but wasn't exciting anymore, wasn't new, wasn't providing the kind of stimulation that Bryn apparently needed. Oscar had said, and this surprised him deeply because he'd expected to feel devastated or angry, or something large and dramatic. Okay. Just okay. Because what else was there to say? Because the marriage had been over for years, and they'd both known it, and this was just Bryn finally articulating what they'd both been avoiding, finally saying out loud what their twice-weekly therapy sessions had been circling around without ever quite naming, finally admitting that love, if it had ever been love, if it had ever been more than mutual convenience and social expectation, and the general pressure to be coupled by 30, was not present anymore, had left the building, had been replaced by something that resembled partnership, but was actually just parallel existence, two people sharing space without sharing lives. Bryn had seemed almost disappointed by his lack of resistance, had seemed to want a fight, had seemed prepared for accusations and counter-accusations, and the full theatrical production of a marriage ending. But Oscar had just said okay and gone to bed in the guest room, had lain awake on a mattress that was too firm, and thought about Marcus the pole dancing instructor, and wondered idly if Marcus had a bigger penis than him, if that was part of the appeal, if Bryn's interest in ethical non-monogamy was actually just interest in someone who was physically more impressive than Oscar, who at his peak, and his peak had been 15 years ago during a brief phase when he'd dated a woman who was really into fitness, and had convinced him to try MMA training at a gym run by a disgraced Little League coach who'd been caught embezzling from the league and had reinvented himself as a martial arts instructor, had been in decent shape, but was now just soft, not fat, but not firm. Just the kind of soft that comes from sitting in ergonomic chairs and eating the same breakfast every day, and not moving enough, not living in his body enough, treating his body like a vehicle for his head, rather than something that had needs and desires and potential beyond just transporting his consciousness from place to place. He'd finally fallen asleep around 4 a.m. and had woken at 7 a.m. because his body was still a fascist that didn't respect his need for unconsciousness, had woken to find Bryn already gone. She'd left a note, gone to morning yoga with Marcus, back later, we should talk more tonight, and Oscar had thought with surprising clarity that he didn't want to talk more tonight, didn't want to talk more ever, wanted to just be done. Wanted to file the papers and divide the assets and walk away from this house and this life and this version of himself that had been constructed entirely around meeting other people's expectations. He'd texted Jerome, "What time are we leaving for the delivery?" Jerome had responded immediately, 4 p.m. Gives us time to load everything and make the drive with buffer for traffic car breakdown acts of God. See you at the shop at 3. And now it was Saturday afternoon, and they were both at the shop, standing in the parking lot next to Jerome's Cavalier, which was so stuffed with costumes it looked like it had eaten a theatre company, looked like it was about to burst from costume overload, looked like the automotive equivalent of someone who'd been force-fed until they exceeded their capacity and was now just trying to maintain structural integrity through force of will. Oscar walked around the car, examining it with the critical eye of someone who understood that their collective reputation, their business's reputation, their family's reputation, possibly their personal safety given that the car might not survive the trip, was resting on this vehicle's ability to travel 1 hour to Dallas and 1 hour back without catastrophic mechanical failure. "This is not going to work," Oscar said. "It'll be fine," Jerome said, but his voice lacked conviction, lacked the confidence he usually projected, because even Jerome knew the car was questionable. Knew that betting on the Cavalier was like betting on a horse that was already limping before the race started. "The transmission is grinding," The exhaust is dragging. I can see duct tape holding together what I assume are critical components. It's been making that noise for months. It's fine. Jerome, it's been making that noise for months is not reassuring. That's exactly the kind of statement people make right before their car dies spectacularly on the highway. You want to take your car? Oscar looked at his Altima. The Altima was more reliable, but smaller, less cargo capacity. And also it was his car. His reliable car, the car that got him to work and back. And using it for costume delivery felt like mixing categories that shouldn't be mixed. Like using your good dishes for a garage sale. Like there were proper uses and improper uses and costume delivery in a car that had been primarily used for commuting to a job he was increasingly certain he was going to quit, felt like violating some boundary that shouldn't be violated. No, Oscar admitted, but I want us to acknowledge that this is a terrible plan and we're doing it anyway. Acknowledged, Jerome said, grinning. And that grin reminded Oscar of when they were kids, when Jerome's grin meant he'd come up with some scheme that was going to get them both in trouble, but would at least be interesting, would at least be memorable, would at least be better than the alternative, which was sitting around doing nothing and being bored. And maybe that's what this whole costume shop adventure was. Maybe it was just Jerome's latest scheme. And Oscar was along for the ride like he'd always been along for the ride, until he'd decided being along for the ride was irresponsible and had chosen responsibility instead, had chosen the path that led to stability and ergonomic chairs, and a wife who wanted to fuck her pole dancing instructor. They got in the car, Oscar in the passenger seat, surrounded by costumes hanging from every available hook and handle, the car's interior like being inside a closet during an earthquake, everything shifting and rustling with every movement, and Jerome started the engine, which coughed and complained but ultimately turned over, ultimately agreed to function. And they pulled out of the parking lot with the Cavalier sagging under the weight of its cargo. The suspension clearly not designed for this level of load, the car's entire posture suggesting defeat and resignation, and the hope that this journey would be brief because it couldn't maintain this state for long. They'd made it approximately 15 miles, out of the strip malls neighborhood, and onto the highway that would take them to Dallas, onto a highway that was surprisingly empty for a Saturday afternoon, suggesting everyone else had better things to do than drive rental costumes across Texas in a car that was audibly protesting its existence when they saw the cop. Texas State Trooper. Late 90s model Suburban with light bar and all the authority that came with being an agent of the state's monopoly on legitimate violence. The trooper was pulled over on the shoulder, had someone else pulled over, was currently writing a ticket or issuing a warning or engaging in whatever rigmarole state troopers engage in when they've stopped someone for doing something the state has declared impermissible. And Jerome was doing exactly 5 miles over the speed limit, was doing 70 in a 65, which technically was illegal, but was also basically the flow of traffic, was the speed everyone did, was the social contract of highway driving, where the posted limit was understood to be more suggestion than actual rule. But the cop looked up, made eye contact with Jerome through the windshield, and something in that eye contact suggested interest, suggested suspicion, suggested that a car stuffed with costumes and driven by someone with Jerome's general aura of questionable life choices was worth investigating, was worth interrupting his current traffic stop to pursue. "Fuck!" Jerome said, watching the rearview mirror as the trooper finished with whoever he'd stopped and got back in his Suburban. "What?" Oscar asked, turning to look back. "Cop. He's going to pull us over. Why would he pull us over? You're barely speeding. Because we look suspicious. Because I look suspicious. Because cops have a sense for people who might have outstanding warrants or might be transporting something illegal or might just be generally worth hassling, because hassling people is what cops do when they're bored. "You don't have outstanding warrants," Oscar said, but it came out like a question, came out with the uncertainty of someone who'd realized they didn't actually know whether Jerome had outstanding warrants, didn't know what Jerome had been doing for the past 14 months, for the past decade, didn't know whether Jerome's life of geographic mobility and avoidance of permanence had left behind a trail of unpaid tickets or missed court dates or other failures to adequately engage with the machinery of state compliance. "Probably not," Jerome said, which was not the reassurance Oscar was looking for. The Suburban's lights went on, red and blue, flashing with the authority of someone who'd been given permission by society to command your attention, to demand your compliance, to interrupt your journey and make you explain yourself, make you justify your existence and your choices and your right to be on this highway doing whatever you're doing. "Fuck," Jerome said again, with more emphasis, and pulled over onto the shoulder, the Cavalier's tires crunching on gravel that had accumulated at the highway's edge, gravel that was made of crushed stone and broken glass, and the general debris of automotive existence. Gravel that made an ominous sound as they rolled to a stop, like the car was announcing their arrival to whatever judgment was about to occur. The trooper approached, and he was exactly what you'd expect. Late 30s, white, with that particular body type that came from being former military followed by years of sitting in vehicles eating fast food. Not fat, but not fit. Just thick, solid. The kind of body that suggested both physical capability and the slow decline that comes from no longer needing to maintain peak condition, from transitioning from active service to basically being a mobile revenue generation unit for the state, writing tickets and collecting fines and maintaining the appearance of public safety while actually just enforcing arbitrary rules about speed and vehicle registration, and all the small ways the state asserts its right to monitor and control your movement through space. Jerome rolled down his window, the window that required manual cranking because the Cavalier was from an era before power windows were standard, before cars were expected to have convenience features, when cars were just metal boxes with engines, and you were expected to crank your own windows and accept that convenience was a luxury rather than a right. "License and registration," the trooper said, not asking, just commanding, just stating what was going to happen, because he had the uniform and the badge and the gun on his hip that meant he got to command and everyone else got to comply. Jerome handed over his license, a license that was from Texas but had an address in Austin that wasn't current, hadn't been current for 2 years, which was technically illegal, but was also the kind of thing that people who moved frequently just didn't update, because updating your license required going to the DMV, and the DMV was hell, was where you went to have your will to live extracted through bureaucratic procedure. And the registration, which Jerome pulled from the glove box, where it had been crumpled next to maps and receipts, and that bubblegum wrapper from 1987, and various other automotive detritus that accumulates in glove boxes like sediment at the bottom of a river. The trooper examined both, looked at Jerome, looked at Oscar, looked at the back seat stuffed with costumes. "What's all this?" he asked, gesturing at the costumes. "Costume delivery," Jerome said. "We run a costume rental shop. Customer in Dallas ordered costumes for a party. We're delivering them. You got a business license for that?" And there it was. The question they'd known was coming. The question they'd been avoiding. The question that Herbert Goldstein had warned them about. The fact that Aunt Miriam's business license had expired in 2023, and they hadn't renewed it. Hadn't even started the process of renewing it. Had just been operating on the assumption that they could deal with legal compliance later. After they'd figured out whether the business was viable, after they'd addressed the more immediate problems like finding $30,000 and determining whether their inventory contained illegal materials. "We're in the process of renewing it," Oscar said, leaning forward so the trooper could see him, could see that there were two of them, and one of them looked responsible, looked like the kind of person who would definitely have a business license if the process of acquiring it wasn't so complicated and time-consuming. "We just inherited the business. Previous owner passed away. We're working with a lawyer to get everything current." This was technically true, was the kind of truth that was accurate in its individual components, but misleading in its overall impression. The kind of truth that lawyers specialized in, the kind of truth that suggested they were being responsible and organized, when actually they were just scrambling to survive each day without addressing the underlying structural problems that were going to eventually catch up with them. The trooper considered this, walked around the car, looking at the tires, looking at the exhaust that was held together with what appeared to be wire hangers and prayer, looking at the general state of the vehicle, which suggested either poverty or indifference to automotive maintenance, or both. "Step out of the vehicle," he said to Jerome. And this was where things got complicated. Because step out of the vehicle could mean anything from, "I'm going to write you a ticket for an expired registration address," to, "I'm going to search your vehicle because I suspect you're transporting drugs or weapons, or something else illegal," and Jerome had no idea which end of that spectrum they were on. Had no idea whether the trooper was just being thorough, or whether he'd activated that cop sense that told him something was wrong. Something was worth investigating. Something about Jerome, or the car, or the situation warranted more attention than a simple traffic stop. Jerome got out, stood on the shoulder while traffic whipped past at speeds that made him nervous, made him aware of how exposed he was, how vulnerable, how one distracted driver could end this situation in a completely different way than a ticket or a warning, could end it with a collision that sent him into the ditch or under the wheels, or just scattered across the highway like so much organic debris. The trooper started searching the car. Not thoroughly. He didn't have cause for a thorough search, didn't have probable cause beyond Jerome's general aura of having made questionable choices, but doing that thing where he looked through the windows, looked at what was visible, looked for anything that would give him justification to escalate this from routine stop to actual investigation. Oscar sat in the passenger seat, frozen, trying to remember if there was anything in the car that was illegal, trying to inventory everything they'd loaded, every costume and prop and accessory, trying to remember if Aunt Miriam had hidden anything in these specific costumes, if maybe the $30,000 was somewhere in this very car, being searched by a state trooper who would definitely confiscate it, and definitely arrest them for transporting large amounts of cash without adequate explanation. Cash being inherently suspicious in amounts over $10,000, cash being the kind of thing that suggested drug dealing or tax evasion or other crimes that the state took seriously because they threatened the state's monopoly on violence and taxation. But the trooper found nothing, just costumes, just fabric and wigs and accessories, just the materials of fantasy and performance. He stepped back, looked at Jerome with an expression that mixed disappointment and suspicion, disappointment that he hadn't found anything actionable and suspicion that there was something to find if only he had more cause, more time, more justification to really tear the car apart. "Your registration address is out of date," he said, pulling out his ticket book, actual physical ticket book, suggesting this department hadn't yet gone digital, was still operating in the analog era of carbon copies and handwritten citations. "That's a violation. I could impound the vehicle." "Please don't," Jerome said. And there was genuine pleading in his voice, genuine recognition that impounding the car would mean losing the delivery, losing the customer, losing their first sale, losing the momentum they'd barely started to build. "We've got a customer waiting. It's our first delivery under new ownership. We'll get the address updated Monday. First thing Monday. We'll go to the DMV and fix everything." The trooper looked at him, looked at Oscar in the car, looked at the costumes, made a calculation about whether these two men in their mid-30s stuffing a car with rental costumes were worth the paperwork of impounding a vehicle, whether this situation warranted that level of response, whether he wanted to spend the rest of his Saturday dealing with towing companies and paperwork and explaining to his supervisor why he'd impounded a vehicle full of 80 seconds costumes being delivered to a birthday party. "I'm writing you a warning," he said finally. "Get the address updated. Get your vehicle inspected. This exhaust is illegal. These tires are bald. This whole car is basically a moving violation. And get that business license. If I see you operating without proper licensing again, I won't be writing a warning." He wrote the warning, handed it to Jerome, walked back to his Suburban, drove away without looking back, leaving them standing on the shoulder, shaking slightly, both from the adrenaline of the encounter and from the vibration of the trucks passing at 70 miles per hour, creating wind that buffeted them and reminded them how fragile they were, how exposed, how easily everything they were trying to build could be destroyed by forces they couldn't control. They got back in the car, sat for a moment in silence. "That was close," Oscar said. "Yeah," Jerome agreed. "We need to get legal, like immediately legal, before we do any more business." "I know. I'm serious, Jerome. We can't keep operating in this grey area. The next cop won't be reasonable. The next cop will impound the car and fine us, and possibly arrest us depending on what else they find wrong." "I know," Jerome said again, with more force. "I fucking know, Oscar. I'm not an idiot. I understand we need to get legal. But getting legal requires time and money and energy, and we're spending all our time and money and energy just trying to figure out what the fuck we inherited and how to make it work. Then maybe we shouldn't be making deliveries before we're ready. We needed the money. We need every sale we can get if we're going to make this work. Not if the sales result in us getting arrested." They sat in silence, tension building, tension that had been building since they'd started this venture, tension that was about more than just the cop, about more than just the business, about all the accumulated resentment and difference and judgment that had characterized their relationship for decades, that had been papered over with family obligation, but never actually addressed, never actually resolved. "You know what your problem is?" Jerome said, and Oscar knew with certainty, that whatever came next was going to escalate things, was going to take them from productive argument into destructive fight, but he couldn't stop it, couldn't stop himself from responding. "What's my problem, Jerome? Enlighten me. You think being careful is the same as being smart. You think if you follow all the rules and do everything properly, then you'll be safe, then you'll be successful, then life will work out the way you planned. That's bullshit. Life doesn't work like that. Life is chaos pretending to be order, and the only way to navigate it is to accept the chaos and work with it, instead of trying to impose order that doesn't exist. And you think being reckless is the same as being free," Oscar shot back. "You think if you just keep moving, keep avoiding commitment, keep treating everything like it's temporary, then you're living authentically. But you're not free, Jerome. You're just afraid. Afraid to stay still long enough for people to see who you actually are. Afraid to commit to anything because committing means you might fail, and failing means you might have to admit that maybe, possibly, you're not as special as you think you are. Fuck you. No. Fuck you." And then, because they were both tired and stressed, and had been holding in approximately 3 decades of unresolved sibling-adjacent rivalry, the argument escalated from words to almost physical confrontation. To Jerome saying, "At least I've got a dick worth having," which was such a juvenile insult, it should have been laughable, except it touched on something. Touched on that deep, masculine insecurity about size and adequacy, and whether you measured up literally and metaphorically. And Oscar responded with, "Yeah, because that's been such an asset to you, being able to fuck your way through a series of women who all eventually realize you're emotionally unavailable and leave." And Jerome said, "Better than being married to someone who won't fuck you at all, who's out getting pole dancing lessons from someone who's probably got a bigger dick than you." And that's when Oscar almost hit him, actually raised his fist, actually made the motion toward Jerome's face before stopping himself, before realizing he was standing on a highway shoulder about to punch his cousin over penis comparisons, about to have a physical fight over who was more adequately endowed or more successfully masculine, or whatever the fuck they were actually fighting about, which wasn't really about penises at all, but was about everything else, about their lives and choices, and the general sense that they'd both failed in different ways, and neither could admit it without the other serving as mirror, as evidence that failure came in multiple forms, and they'd each chosen their own form and committed to it with a dedication usually reserved for religious practice. Oscar lowered his fist. They both breathed heavily, staring at each other, and the moment passed. The violence that had been building dissipated back into just anger, just frustration, just the general exhaustion of being in conflict with someone you're obligated to collaborate with. "We need to deliver these costumes," Oscar said finally. "Yeah," Jerome agreed. They didn't apologize, didn't acknowledge what had almost happened, just got back in their emotional and literal vehicles and continued toward Dallas, toward Patricia Holloway's house, toward the completion of their first delivery, and whatever that represented in terms of their business's viability and their ability to work together without killing each other. The rest of the drive was silent, except for the grinding of the transmission, and the rattling of costumes, and the general automotive complaint of a car being asked to do more than it was designed to do, which was also a metaphor for both of them being asked to do more than they'd been designed to do, to be more than what they'd become, to transform themselves through effort and willingness, and the general refusal to accept that maybe they'd already reached their maximum potential, and this was it. This was as good as it got. They arrived at Patricia Holloway's house at 6:03 p.m., 3 minutes late, but close enough that Patricia seemed willing to forgive the minor temporal deviation. And the house was exactly what you'd expect for someone throwing a themed 40th birthday party. Suburban, 2-story, beige with dark brown trim. The kind of house that suggested financial stability without actual wealth. That suggested 2-income household with sufficient disposable income for parties and costumes and the general performance of having life figured out, even when life was definitely not figured out. Patricia met them at the door, wearing what appeared to be workout clothes again. Or maybe different workout clothes. Maybe she just lived in workout clothes. Maybe that was her aesthetic, her identity. Her way of signaling that she was committed to wellness and physical fitness, even as she aged, even as her body betrayed her through the inevitable march of cellular decay and gravitational pull. They unloaded the costumes, 12 complete outfits, each one bagged in plastic that Jerome had purchased at the same midnight Walmart run, each one tagged with a number, corresponding to the list Patricia had provided of her guests and their sizes, and carried them into the house where Patricia's living room had been transformed into a staging area for the party, with decorations that screamed 1980s, neon colors and geometric patterns, and a blue and white color scheme that suggested both the decade's aesthetic excesses and someone's deliberate curatorial choice to capture the era's essence through color theory. "These are perfect," Patricia said, examining the costumes with the attention of someone who'd paid $300 and expected $300 worth of quality. "Is this authentic VO5? She asked, holding up one of the wigs that Jerome had treated with the hair grease. "Vintage styling product," Jerome said, which was technically true, which was the kind of truth that didn't specify whether vintage meant from the era in question or just old. "Excellent attention to detail," Patricia said, clearly pleased, clearly feeling like her son's party was going to be a success, was going to create memories and photographs and social media content that would justify the expense and effort. She paid them, $300 in cash, pulled from her wallet where she apparently kept significant amounts of currency, suggesting either she was involved in cash-based businesses or just preferred the tangibility of physical money over the abstraction of digital payment, and added a $50 tip for the excellent service, which made Jerome feel simultaneously guilty and proud. Guilty because the service hadn't been excellent, had been barely adequate, had involved ancient cigarettes and midnight Walmart runs, and a near collision with law enforcement. But proud because they'd done it, they'd completed their first delivery. They'd earned money through their own effort, rather than through inheritance or luck. They left with $350 in cash, and the promise that Patricia would refer them to her friends, would tell people about Miriam's theatrical emporium, and the excellent service, and the authentic costumes. And Jerome felt something shift, felt something like hope or possibility, or just the relief of having successfully completed a task that had seemed impossible earlier in the day. The drive back was different. Still tense, still quiet, but without the edge of violence, without the sense that they might tear each other apart before reaching their destination. They stopped at a Dunkin' Donuts halfway back. Jerome needed coffee, needed sugar, needed something to stabilize his blood sugar, which had been crashing since they'd left Patricia's house. And they sat in the parking lot with their coffees and donuts and the general sugar-caffeine combination that modern humans used as fuel. "I'm sorry," Oscar said, which surprised Jerome, surprised him because Oscar didn't usually apologize, didn't usually admit fault, usually just absorbed guilt and processed it internally through therapy and careful consideration and the general Protestant work ethic of self-improvement through suffering. "For what specifically?" Jerome asked. "The penis comments, or the almost punching me, both, all of it. The judgment, the assumption that my way is better than your way. The general," Oscar gestured vaguely, trying to encompass everything, "rigmarole of our dynamic." "Rigmarole," Jerome repeated, tasting the word. "That's a good word." "It's all rigmarole," Oscar said. "This whole thing, the shop, the costumes, the delivery, us trying to work together. It's all just rigmarole. Elaborate, complicated procedures that might not actually accomplish anything except making us feel like we're doing something." "Maybe," Jerome agreed. "But at least it's interesting rigmarole. At least it's different from whatever we were doing before." Oscar nodded. Ate his donut, Boston creme, because he was predictable even in his donut choices. Even in this small selection, he reverted to the familiar, the reliable, the choice he'd made 100 times before. "Bryn wants to open our marriage," he said, surprising himself with this disclosure, with this vulnerability he hadn't planned to share. "What?" Jerome said, turning to look at him. "She wants to fuck her pole dancing instructor. Marcus. Very in touch with his masculine energy, apparently. Very respectful of consent. Probably has a huge dick." Oscar laughed. But it wasn't a happy laugh. It was more like the laugh you make when you recognize the absurdity of your situation, when you realize that the life you've constructed is essentially a joke, and you're just now getting the punchline. Jesus, Jerome said. Are you okay? I don't know. I should be devastated, right? My wife wants to fuck someone else. That should be devastating. But mostly, I just feel relieved. Relieved that someone finally said out loud what we've both known for years. That the marriage is over. That we're just going through motions. That everything we built was built on a foundation of should-dos rather than want-tos. What are you going to do? Divorce her, probably. Eventually. Right now, I'm just trying to survive this shop situation. Trying to figure out if we can actually make this work, or if we're just delaying the inevitable failure. They sat in silence, drinking their coffee, eating their donuts, two men in a Dunkin' Donuts parking lot at 8 p.m. on a Saturday, both of them having just survived their first delivery, both of them having almost had a physical fight, both of them having revealed parts of themselves that they usually kept hidden, both of them wondering what the fuck they were doing and whether it was worth doing and whether 6 months was long enough to figure it out. Jerome's phone buzzed. Text from Kira, can we talk? I have news. He didn't respond immediately. They'd planned to return to the shop after the delivery, to continue searching for the $30,000, to make progress on the inventory, to do all the things that responsible business owners do when they're trying to transform chaos into something functional. But Jerome was tired, exhausted actually, drained by the day and by the argument and by the general expenditure of energy required to maintain forward motion when you have no idea where you're going. Want to just call it a day? Jerome asked. Go home, sleep, start fresh tomorrow. Oscar considered this. Tomorrow was Sunday. He'd usually spend Sunday doing meal prep and laundry and all the household maintenance that kept his life functional, kept him on schedule, kept him from having to think about anything except the reliable progression of days and duties. But now the thought of that routine felt oppressive, felt like returning to a cell after briefly experiencing freedom. And he realized he didn't want to go home, didn't want to see Bryn, didn't want to continue pretending that his life was fine when it manifestly wasn't. Actually, Oscar said, I think I'm going to go to the shop. Keep searching. If you want to head home, that's fine, but I need to do something, need to feel like I'm making progress on something. Jerome surprised himself by saying, I'll come with you. So they drove back to the strip mall, back to Miriam's theatrical emporium, back to the chaos they'd inherited and were trying to transform. The parking lot was empty except for their cars. Soul Beauty Nails was closed, dark, the neon sign off. The night was cooling down, the Texas heat finally releasing its grip as the sun set and the temperature dropped from oppressive to merely uncomfortable. They unlocked the shop and turned on the lights and stood in the middle of the floor, surrounded by 40 years of costumes and props and the general accumulation of Aunt Miriam's life's work. And Jerome thought about Saratoga, Texas, a town he'd passed through once, a nothing town with one gas station and one church, and the general sense that it existed only because someone had built something there once, and people had kept coming back out of habit, rather than because there was any reason to come back. And maybe that's what this shop was. Maybe it was just a habit, just something Aunt Miriam had kept doing because she'd started doing it, and then 40 years passed, and the doing became the purpose, became the point, became the thing that gave structure to days that otherwise would have been formless and empty. They searched. Started in the back room again, going through boxes they hadn't examined yet, boxes labelled Seafood Restaurant Supplies, 1989. Apparently Aunt Miriam had done some kind of work or trade with a local seafood restaurant owner, the box containing menus and promotional materials and a collection of lobster bibs, and what appeared to be a decorative Eiffel Tower made of shrimp shells. suggesting either someone's craft project or a restaurant decoration that had been wildly ambitious and probably unsanitary. The shrimp shells now desiccated and fragile, ready to crumble at the slightest touch. Found a box of records, vinyl records, actual albums from the 1980s, including multiple copies of Bobby Brown's album with my prerogative, suggesting either Aunt Miriam had been a fan or had somehow acquired a surplus of Bobby Brown albums, maybe from a liquidation sale, or maybe from someone's divorce, where the Bobby Brown albums had been the least valuable asset in the settlement. Found costumes that were specifically Scottish, kilts and sporrans, and those formal jackets, and a box labelled Scottish Rite Materials, which initially suggested Freemason connections, but turned out to just be materials from a Scottish cultural festival that had happened in 1994, materials that included programs and ribbons, and what appeared to be a ceremonial wooden flute handmade in Bangladesh, which raised questions about why a Scottish cultural festival would feature a Bangladeshi flute. But the answer was probably just globalization and the general mixing of cultural artifacts that happened when you tried to create authentic experiences in contexts far removed from their origins. Found a mannequin that was particularly disturbing. Someone had given it pancake nipples, flat-painted circles where the nipples should be, and had applied caked-on makeup so thick it created texture, created dimension, created a face that was somewhere between theatrical and horrifying, between performance and mutation. And Oscar stared at it and thought about his marriage, about how he and Bryn had both been performing, had both been wearing masks made of expectations and obligations, had both been hiding under layers of social norms until the actual humans underneath had been completely obscured, had become unrecognizable even to themselves. They kept searching. Hours passed. Midnight came and went. They found a box containing nothing but maracas, dozens of maracas, in various sizes and styles, suggesting either a musical period in the shop's history or just Aunt Miriam's inexplicable attraction to percussion instruments. And Jerome shook them all, each one producing a different sound, different rattle patterns, different rhythms, and for a moment they both just stood there while Jerome performed an impromptu maraca concert, shaking multiple maracas simultaneously until Oscar started laughing, actually laughing, genuinely laughing for the first time in months, laughing because this was absurd, because they were in a costume shop at midnight shaking maracas, while searching for $30,000 in cash, because their lives had become so strange that this qualified as normal behavior, as reasonable activity for a Saturday night. Jerome's phone buzzed again. "Kira, Jerome, please call me. It's important." He excused himself, stepped outside into the parking lot, where the air was cool and the sky was clear, and the stars were visible in the way they're only visible away from city centres, away from light pollution, and he called Kira. "Hey," he said. "Sorry, I've been busy with the shop stuff. Jerome, I need to tell you something," Kira said, and her voice had that quality that made Jerome's stomach drop, that quality that preceded bad news or complicated news or news that was going to require him to make decisions he didn't want to make. "Okay," he said, bracing himself. "I'm pregnant," she said. "It's yours. I'm keeping it. I wanted to tell you in person, but you haven't been responding, and I couldn't wait anymore, because I need to know if you're going to be involved, or if I'm doing this alone." Jerome stood in the parking lot, phone pressed to his ear, and felt the world shift, felt reality reorganize itself around this information, felt his entire future collapse into a single binary choice, involved or not involved, father or absent, present, or fled. "Are you sure it's mine?" he asked, which was the wrong question, which he knew immediately was the wrong question, which revealed everything about his character that needed to be revealed, which demonstrated that his first instinct was doubt, was escape, was finding a way to not be responsible for this. "Yes, I'm sure," Kira said, and her voice was cold now, was done with him probably, was already calculating how to do this without him. "We can do a paternity test if you want." "But yes, I'm sure." "You're the only person I've been with in the relevant time frame, so you need to decide, are you in or are you out? Because I'm doing this either way, with or without you." Jerome looked up at the stars, those distant points of light that were actually massive fusion reactors burning millions of miles away, and thought about time, about how everything was already in the past by the time you perceived it, about how the light from those stars had travelled for years to reach his eyes, about how by the time he was seeing them they might already be dead, might already have collapsed or exploded or transformed into something else entirely, and maybe that's what he was about to do. Maybe he was about to collapse or explode or transform into something else entirely, into a father, into someone responsible for another human's existence. "I'm in," he said, surprising himself, surprising her probably, saying it before he'd fully processed what it meant, what it would require, what it would cost in terms of freedom and money, and the general ability to keep moving, to keep avoiding permanence. "You're sure?" Kira asked. "No," Jerome admitted. "I'm not sure about anything. But I'm in. I'll figure it out. We'll figure it out." They talked for another 10 minutes, about doctor's appointments and timing, and whether she wanted him to come to appointments, and how they'd navigate this, given that they barely knew each other, given that their relationship had been casual at best, given that they were now going to be permanently connected through a human being they created during what had probably been pretty mediocre sex, if Jerome was being honest with himself. He'd been drunk, and she'd been tipsy, and it had been fine, serviceable, sufficient to result in conception, but not particularly memorable in its execution. He hung up and stood in the parking lot and thought about calling Oscar, about going inside and telling Oscar what had just happened, but he couldn't articulate it yet, couldn't make it real by saying it out loud to someone who'd judge him, who'd see this as just more evidence of Jerome's inability to make responsible choices, Jerome's habit of creating complications through spontaneity. Inside, Oscar was still searching. He'd moved to the front of the shop, was going through the drawers behind the counter again, going through receipts and papers and the general detritus of 40 years of business operations, looking for patterns or clues or anything that might indicate where Aunt Miriam had hidden the money. He found a ledger, an actual handwritten ledger, the kind that businesses used before computers, the kind that required someone to physically write down every transaction, and flipped through it, reading Aunt Miriam's entries, her notes about customers and payments and rentals, her observations about people, Mrs. Henderson, returned costume unwashed, charged cleaning fee, will not rent to again, Mr. Kowalski always pays cash, never late, good customer, theatre group, ordered 30 costumes for silent film tribute, paid half up front, still owe $450, have called twice, may need to pursue collection. The entries went back years, decades, creating a portrait of the shop's financial life, creating evidence of Aunt Miriam's methods and practices, and Oscar realized they could learn from this, could understand how she'd run the business by reading these entries, by seeing what she'd charged and how she'd handled different situations and what she'd considered important enough to note. He was deep in the ledger, reading entries from 1987 about a community theatre production of something called Loch Ness, The musical. Apparently someone had written a musical about the Loch Ness Monster, and Aunt Miriam had provided costumes, had charged $2,000 for the whole production, had noted difficult director, unreasonable expectations, but paid on time when Jerome came back inside. "Everything okay?" Oscar asked, noticing something in Jerome's expression, something that suggested the phone call hadn't been just routine. "Yeah," Jerome lied. "Fine. Just Kira. Checking in." Oscar didn't push it, didn't interrogate, just accepted the lie because people were entitled to their privacy, were entitled to their secrets. And he had enough of his own secrets to understand the need to keep some things contained, some things unshared. They kept searching. Found a box labelled Volleyball Tournament Souvenirs 1992. Apparently there'd been a volleyball tournament, and Aunt Miriam had been involved somehow. The box containing T-shirts and trophies and photographs of teams that had competed in various divisions. And one photograph showed Aunt Miriam herself, younger, maybe 50 years old in the photo, wearing a T-shirt that read, "Spike it hard," and grinning at the camera with the unself-conscious enthusiasm of someone who was genuinely enjoying themselves, who wasn't performing for the camera, but was just captured in a moment of actual happiness. Oscar stared at the photo. He'd never seen Aunt Miriam young, had only known her as old, as already complete in her oldness, and seeing her young made her real in a different way, made her a person with a history and choices and a life that had preceded his awareness of her. And he felt something like grief, actual grief for this woman he'd barely known, but who'd apparently seen him more clearly than he'd seen himself, who'd engineered this inheritance as a way of forcing him to confront what he'd become. They found more stuff. Found evidence of a vegetable garden Aunt Miriam had apparently maintained at some point. Seed packets and gardening tools and notes about okra. Specifically about how okra does best in hot temperatures, thrives in conditions that kill other vegetables, needs heat and sun and minimal water, was basically designed for Texas, was perfectly adapted to the climate that made most plants suffer. And Oscar thought about adaptation, about how some things thrive in conditions that destroy other things, about how maybe he'd been trying to thrive in the wrong climate, had been trying to be a vegetable that needed cool temperatures and abundant water, when actually he was okra, needed heat and challenge, and the kind of conditions that looked hostile but were actually ideal for certain forms of growth. They found costumes related to MMA, fight shorts and gloves and protective gear, and a framed photograph of a man Oscar vaguely recognized as someone famous in early MMA, someone who competed before the sport became mainstream, became sanitized, became governed by rules and regulations rather than just being barely legal fighting for money. And the photograph was signed to Miriam. "Thanks for the support. You're a real one." Suggesting Aunt Miriam had some connection to the early MMA scene, had supported fighters or attended events, or had some involvement that Oscar hadn't known about. That none of them had known about because Aunt Miriam's life had been larger and more complicated than any of them had appreciated. Found a box labelled Little League Coaching Materials, and inside were whistles and practice plans, and a badge that identified someone as assistant coach, 1988 season. And Jerome remembered that story, remembered hearing from one of the uncles about how Aunt Miriam had coached a Little League team for one season before being asked to leave because she'd criticized the head coach for being too focused on winning rather than on teaching kids to love the game, had made a public statement during a game about how adult ego was ruining youth sports, had created enough of a scene that she'd been asked to step down, had become briefly infamous in their small town as that woman who disrupted Little League, that woman who'd refused to just go along with how things were done. At 2 a.m. they found it. Not the money. They still hadn't found the money. That $30,000 remained hidden somewhere, remained the MC Guffin that kept them searching, that gave purpose to their exploration, but something else. Something that changed everything. A letter, addressed to Oscar, in Aunt Miriam's handwriting. Not a letter she'd left with Herbert Goldstein for the will reading, but a private letter, sealed in an envelope that was tucked inside a book. The book was Harold and Maude, a screenplay, or maybe the novelization. Jerome couldn't tell which, and the envelope was labeled for Oscar, to be read when he's ready. Oscar held the envelope, staring at his name in Aunt Miriam's looping script, and something in his chest felt tight, felt like grief or fear, or just the anticipation of whatever revelation was inside, whatever message Aunt Miriam had thought was important enough to hide, to preserve, to save for a moment when he'd be ready to receive it, even though he didn't feel ready, didn't feel like he'd ever be ready. "Open it," Jerome said. Oscar opened it, unfolded the letter. "Read. Dear Oscar, if you're reading this, it means you didn't quit immediately. Means you've spent some time in the shop, have started to see what I built here, what I maintained for 40 years while everyone in the family thought I was just playing dress-up, just avoiding real work, just indulging in fantasy instead of living in reality. But here's what I was actually doing. I was helping people transform. Not permanently. Costumes are temporary by nature, but temporarily, which is sometimes all people need. Sometimes people just need permission to be someone else for a weekend, for a party, for a few hours. Sometimes people need to try on different versions of themselves to figure out which version feels true. I watched you grow up, Oscar. Watched you become more and more rigid, more and more committed to other people's definitions of success. Watched you marry someone who doesn't see you, doesn't want you, doesn't value the parts of you that are actually worth valuing. Watched you build a life that looks impressive from outside, but is killing you from inside. Here's what I know about you that you've forgotten. You used to be playful. You used to take risks. You used to try things without knowing if they'd work. When you were 12, you built a raft out of garbage. Literal garbage, pieces of wood, and styrofoam and rope. And you and Jerome tried to sail it across the lake at the house. And the raft fell apart immediately, sank within minutes. And you both had to swim back to shore. And everyone was mad at you for being reckless and irresponsible. But you were laughing. Both of you were laughing, because it had been fun, because the trying had been the point, not the succeeding. When did you stop trying things that might not work? When did you decide that failure was worse than never attempting? When did you transform from that kid, building rafts, to the man who won't even consider building anything because he's too afraid it won't float? The shop is my gift to you. Not the business itself. The business is a disaster, I know that. I created the disaster on purpose. But the opportunity, the chance to build something with Jerome, to try something that might fail, to risk being seen as foolish or incompetent or not put together, to stop performing competence and actually live in the uncertainty that comes from genuine trying. You don't have to keep the shop. You can sell it, walk away, take the money and return to your life. But I hope you don't. I hope you try. I hope you fail even, because failing at something you actually tried is more valuable than succeeding at something you were just going through motions on. Here's something else. I loved your father. My brother. Loved him deeply. And I watched him die slowly from the inside out. Watched him build a life that looked successful. Good job. Nice house. Family that seemed functional, but which cost him everything that made him actually human. Watched him become smaller and smaller until there was barely anything left, until he was just going through motions, playing the role of successful man without any actual person underneath the role. I don't want that for you. Don't want you to wake up at 60 and realize you spent your entire life performing for an audience that wasn't even watching, meeting expectations that weren't even real, becoming someone you never actually wanted to be. The money you're looking for? It's in the last place you'll look. That's not a riddle. That's just how searching works. You'll find it when you stop looking for it and start looking at everything else. Start paying attention to what's actually here rather than what you're trying to find. I love you, Oscar. Loved you enough to give you this disaster. Loved you enough to force you to make choices. Loved you enough to die and leave you with complications instead of simplicity. Don't waste this. Don't waste yourself. Not anymore. With love and hope, Aunt Miriam. P.S. Jerome needs you too, though he'd never admit it. He's drowning in a different way than you're drowning, but you're both drowning. Maybe you can help each other stop drowning, or maybe you'll drown together. Either way, at least you won't be alone. Oscar finished reading and stood very still, the letter in his hands, tears running down his face without him having decided to cry, just crying, because his body had decided for him, had decided that this was the appropriate response to being seen, to being understood, to receiving a message from someone who'd died specifically to deliver it. Jerome watched him cry and didn't say anything, didn't ask what the letter said, just stood there in silent witness to whatever Oscar was experiencing, whatever grief or relief or recognition was moving through him. After a while, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, time became uncertain. Oscar folded the letter and put it back in the envelope, and put the envelope in his pocket, and wiped his face with his sleeve, and looked at Jerome and said, "We're keeping the shop." "Yeah?" Jerome said. "Yeah. We're keeping it. For the full 6 months at least. We're going to try. Actually try. Not just go through motions, but actually work at this. Actually see if we can make it something." "Okay," Jerome said. "Okay." And they stood there in Aunt Miriam's shop at 2:30 a.m. on a Sunday morning, surrounded by 40 years of costumes and chaos, and the accumulated evidence of one woman's commitment to helping people transform. And they both felt it, felt the weight of what they'd inherited, felt the possibility of what it could become, felt the fear of trying something that mattered, that could fail in ways that would hurt, that would reveal their inadequacies and limitations, and the ways they were both still just kids pretending to be adults. Still just people trying to figure out how to live in a world that didn't come with instructions, didn't come with guarantees, didn't promise anything, except that if you didn't try, you'd definitely fail, definitely waste whatever potential you'd been given. Outside, the night was ending. Dawn was approaching. Soon the sun would rise, and Sunday would officially begin, and they'd both go to their respective homes and deal with their respective lives. Jerome with Kira and the announcement he hadn't processed yet. Oscar with Bryn, and the marriage that was ending whether he was ready or not. But for now, they were just here, in the shop, having made a commitment to try, having received Aunt Miriam's message, and decided to accept it, decided to stop drowning, decided to start building something even if it fell apart, even if it sank immediately, even if they ended up laughing and swimming back to shore, having learned nothing except that they'd tried. The shop waited. The costumes waited. The $30,000 waited, hidden somewhere, waiting to be found by people who'd stopped looking for it and started paying attention to everything else. And in the parking lot, as they finally locked up and walked to their cars in the pre-dawn light, Oscar said, "Thank you. "For what?" Jerome asked. "For being here. For trying this with me. For not letting me walk away." Jerome nodded. "Same," he said. They drove away in opposite directions, but for the first time since they'd inherited the shop, since they'd agreed to this 6-month experiment, it felt less like moving away from each other and more like moving from a common center, like spokes on a wheel all connected to the same hub, like maybe distance wasn't the same as disconnection, like maybe they could both have their separate lives while still being connected through this thing they'd agreed to build together. The sun rose. Sunday began. The world continued turning. And somewhere in a costume shop in a dying strip mall, $30,000 in cash was still hidden, still waiting, still serving its purpose as the reason to search, even though the search itself was the actual point, the actual gift, the actual transformation that Aunt Miriam had engineered from beyond the grave. But they didn't know that yet, wouldn't understand it fully for a while. For now they just knew they were committed, were in it, were going to try even though trying was terrifying, even though failure was possible, even though everything about this situation suggested they should walk away while they still could. But walking away was what they'd both been doing their entire adult lives. Walking away from commitments, from relationships, from anything that required them to be seen, to be vulnerable, to risk failing at something that actually mattered. And they were done walking away, at least for 6 months, at least for long enough to see what happened when you stopped running, stopped hiding, stopped performing, and started actually living in the chaos and uncertainty and terrifying possibility of trying something real. The shop waited for them. The costumes waited, the future waited, and Aunt Miriam, wherever she was probably satisfied that her plan was working, that her disasters were finally starting to build instead of just breaking, were finally starting to try instead of just avoiding, were finally starting to live instead of just performing life for an audience that had never actually been watching. 5. The Grand Opening, or How Disaster Became Destiny and Destiny Became a Franchise Opportunity. 3 weeks had passed since Oscar read Aunt Miriam's letter, 3 weeks that had been characterized by what could only be described as controlled chaos, trending towards something that wasn't quite success, but was at least momentum, was at least movement in a direction that felt intentional rather than just reactive, felt like building rather than just surviving, felt like they were becoming something instead of just avoiding becoming nothing. They'd gotten legal, or mostly legal enough that they wouldn't be immediately arrested if a cop looked at their paperwork, which was the standard they'd decided was sufficient given the complexity of actually achieving full legal compliance, which required business licenses and tax filings and insurance policies and about 17 different forms that all asked the same questions in slightly different ways, as if the state was testing whether you'd remain consistent across multiple tellings of your business's origin story, testing whether you actually knew what you were doing or were just making it up as you went along, which they were absolutely making it up, were improvising constantly, were basically doing jazz, but with paperwork and costumes instead of instruments. Jerome had told Oscar about the pregnancy on day 4 of week 2, had finally worked up the courage or desperation, or just the exhaustion of keeping secrets, had said over coffee at the shop. They'd started keeping a coffee maker there, a real one, not the gas station style, but an actual grinder and French press situation, because Oscar had decided that if they were going to spend 12 hours a day in the shop, they deserved decent coffee. Deserved something that didn't taste like it had been filtered through sadness and compromise, had said, "So Kira's pregnant. It's mine. I'm going to be a dad. I'm terrified and have no idea what I'm doing, and also I think I might be excited. Is that allowed? Am I allowed to be excited about something I didn't plan and definitely didn't think I wanted? And Oscar had looked at him and had seen something in Jerome's face that he'd never seen before, some combination of fear and hope that made Jerome look simultaneously younger and older, made him look like someone who just realized that running was no longer an option, that geography wouldn't solve this, that a child was going to exist regardless of where Jerome lived or what Jerome did, was going to be a permanent fact of his existence in a way that nothing else had ever been permanent, in a way that meant Jerome would have to actually become someone, would have to stop being potential and start being actual, would have to transform from a man-shaped collection of avoidance strategies into an actual human being capable of caring for another actual human being. "You're allowed," Oscar had said. "You're allowed to feel however you feel. That's kind of the point of feelings. They're not subject to approval. I thought you'd judge me. Thought you'd say this is just more evidence of my inability to make responsible choices." "It is evidence of that," Oscar said, "but it's also evidence that you're capable of commitment. You could have run. You didn't. That counts for something. That counts for a lot, actually." They'd hugged then, awkwardly, in the way that men who aren't practiced at hugging hug, all sharp elbows and uncertain duration, and the general sense that physical affection between males has to be brief and slightly aggressive to be acceptable, has to be performed in a way that signals you're hugging ironically, rather than genuinely needing comfort. Even though they both genuinely needed comfort, both needed to be told that their various disasters weren't disqualifying, weren't evidence of fundamental unworthiness, were just the normal accumulation of poor choices and bad timing, and the general difficulty of being human in a world that expected you to have everything figured out by 30, when actually nobody had anything figured out ever. People just got better at pretending. Oscar had told Jerome about Bryn's ultimatum on day 6 of week 2, had explained that she'd given him a deadline, either agree to the open marriage or agree to divorce. She wasn't going to continue in this emotionally constipated limbo. Those were her exact words. Emotionally constipated limbo, which Oscar found funny because constipation implied something stuck inside that needed to come out. And maybe that was accurate. Maybe he'd been emotionally constipated for years, decades even, had been holding in feelings and needs and desires because expressing them felt dangerous, felt like it would reveal him as fundamentally inadequate, fundamentally not enough for anyone, including himself. "So what did you say?" Jerome had asked. "I said divorce, said I'd file the papers, said I wanted the house and I'd buy her out of her half, take on the full mortgage. She could have her freedom, and I'd have my space, and we could both stop pretending we were compatible when we manifestly weren't, when we'd maybe never been compatible, and had just been performing compatibility because that's what you did in your 30s. You found someone who seemed good enough, and you married them, and you built a life, and you ignored the mounting evidence that the foundation was cracked until the whole structure collapsed, and everyone stood around saying, 'We never saw it coming,' even though everyone saw it coming. Everyone always sees it coming. People just don't want to acknowledge it, because acknowledging it means having to do something about it." "How'd she take it?" Jerome asked. "She cried," which surprised me. I thought she'd be relieved. But she cried and said she didn't actually want a divorce. She just wanted me to care enough to fight for her, to show some passion, to demonstrate that I still wanted her in whatever capacity. And I realized she'd been testing me. The whole open marriage thing was a test. She wanted me to say no, wanted me to be jealous, wanted me to show emotion, to show investment, to show anything except acceptance. "Fuck," Jerome said. "Yeah," So then I had to explain that I wasn't accepting the open marriage because I was emotionally disconnected. I was accepting it because I genuinely didn't care who she slept with. Genuinely had stopped caring about our marriage in any romantic or sexual sense, had transformed her from wife into roommate, into eventual former roommate. And that wasn't fixable through jealousy or passion or grand gestures. That was just the reality of two people who'd grown in opposite directions and were now so far apart that no amount of therapy or trying or emotional performance was going to bring them back together. That's brutal, man. It's honest. First time I've been actually honest with her in probably 5 years, maybe longer. Maybe I've never been honest with her. Maybe I've been playing a role the whole time, and now the role is over, and I can stop performing and figure out who I actually am underneath all the performance. They'd clinked their coffee mugs together in a kind of toast to honesty, to the end of performances, to the beginning of whatever came next, which neither of them knew, but which at least felt like it would be more real than what had come before, would be based on actual choices rather than just reactions to other people's expectations. The shop had been transforming. They'd organized well. Oscar had organized while Jerome had been enthusiastically creative about organization, had suggested systems that were more aesthetic than functional, had wanted to arrange costumes by color or by vibe or by historical period, even when the historical period was unclear or invented, had wanted to create sections like Depression era adjacent and vaguely medieval and generic ethnic costume that probably shouldn't exist. That last category being particularly problematic, containing costumes that were either cultural appropriation or genuine cultural artifacts, or somewhere in between. Costumes that raised questions about authenticity and respect, and whether it was okay to dress as a culture you weren't from if you did it respectfully, versus whether the act of commodifying cultural identity through rental costumes was inherently disrespectful regardless of execution. They'd decided to keep most costumes, but to add disclaimers, to create a whole section of the website. Yes, they'd built a website. Oscar had hired a college kid named Travis that explained which costumes were historically accurate, which were theatrical interpretations, which were potentially offensive, and should be approached with caution and awareness of context, which basically meant they were covering their asses legally while still making the inventory available, because refusing to rent certain costumes felt like censorship, but renting them without context felt irresponsible, so they'd split the difference and added context, had added a whole page of disclaimers that probably nobody would read, but which at least demonstrated they'd thought about these issues, had engaged with the complexity rather than just ignoring it. They'd had customers, real customers, multiple customers. Patricia Holloway's party had been a success. She'd returned the costumes on time, cleaned and folded, and had left a 5-star review on Google that mentioned their attention to detail and professional service and authentic vintage vibes. And that review had generated more business, had brought in people looking for Halloween costumes, even though Halloween was still 7 months away, had brought in theatre groups and party planners, and a guy who owned a fleet of those party buses you could rent for bachelorette parties, and who wanted to offer themed costume packages where the bus came with costumes included. Wanted to create a whole experience where drunk women could dress as 80s workout instructors or disco queens, or whatever aesthetic they wanted, while being driven around to various bars. Wanted to partner with Miriam's Theatrical Emporium to provide the costumes and split the rental fees. They'd made money. Not a lot of money. They'd netted maybe $2,000 in 3 weeks after expenses, after cleaning supplies and website development, and the business license fees and the insurance policy that Oscar had insisted they get. Liability insurance that cost $300 a month, but which protected them if someone rented a costume and then injured themselves or others while wearing it, which seemed unlikely until you thought about drunk people in high heels or elaborate headpieces or costumes that restricted vision or movement. And then it seemed not just likely but inevitable that someone would eventually hurt themselves or others, and they'd be liable unless they'd protected themselves with insurance. But they still hadn't found the $30,000. They'd searched everywhere, had gone through every box, every drawer, every costume pocket, every possible hiding place, and had found nothing. Had found lots of interesting things, but no cash. No orange envelopes stuffed with bills. No locked boxes containing raffle proceeds. Nothing that explained where Aunt Miriam had hidden the money or whether the money even still existed, whether she'd spent it or donated it, or just lost it in the chaos of her filing system, which was increasingly seeming like a real possibility, like maybe the money had been hidden so well that Aunt Miriam herself had forgotten where she'd hidden it, had died with the secret, and now the money was just lost, would remain forever hidden in some costume's lining or some box's false bottom, would become legendary, would become the thing people talked about when they talked about the shop. Did you hear about that costume shop where the owner hid $30,000 and nobody ever found it? Oscar's phone rang. It was Bryn. He'd been avoiding her calls since he'd moved out. Yes, he'd moved out, had finally done it, had packed his essentials and moved into the apartment above the shop. Yes, there was an apartment above the shop. They'd discovered it in week 2. Had found the entrance around back. Had found a one-bedroom apartment that had been Aunt Miriam's actual residence, apparently. Had been where she'd lived for the past 15 years. And nobody in the family had known. Everyone had thought she lived in that condo complex across town. But no, she'd been living above the shop, had been literally living at work, had collapsed the distinction between life and business in a way that was either admirable dedication or unhealthy boundary violation, depending on your perspective on work-life balance. The apartment was small but functional. Bedroom, bathroom, kitchen that was barely a kitchen, living room that was cluttered with Aunt Miriam's belongings, including a pinball machine. An actual vintage pinball machine from 1979, with artwork featuring kangaroos wearing boxing gloves, which made no sense thematically, but was undeniably charming, and various other artifacts of her life, including photographs and books and a collection of drive-through daiquiri cups from Louisiana. Those frozen drink cups that were technically legal to transport if you didn't drink from them while driving, but which everyone drank from while driving anyway, which was quintessentially American, creating rules that everyone understood were meant to be broken, creating the appearance of legality while facilitating the reality of illegality. Oscar had claimed the apartment after confirming that it was legally part of the property, was included in the inheritance, was theirs to use, and he'd moved in with minimal fanfare, had just shown up one day with 2 suitcases and told Jerome he was staying, was tired of the commute, was tired of the house that felt like a museum to a marriage that had never actually existed, was ready to actually live at the shop instead of just working there, was ready to collapse the distinction between his life and his work in the same way Aunt Miriam had collapsed it, was ready to see what happened when you stopped compartmentalizing, stopped keeping everything separate and organized and controlled. Jerome had been weirdly jealous, had wanted to move in too, but couldn't because his apartment lease wasn't up and breaking it would cost money they didn't have yet. And also because Kira had started coming around more, had started treating Jerome's apartment as a shared space in preparation for when the baby came, had started leaving things there. Prenatal vitamins and maternity clothes and books about pregnancy that had titles like What to Expect When You're Expecting and the Mayo Clinic Guide to a Healthy Pregnancy and one called The Panic-Free Pregnancy, which was either optimistic or delusional, depending on how you felt about the possibility of panic-free anything. Oscar answered the phone. "Hey, we need to talk," Bryn said, and her voice had that quality that suggested this wasn't going to be a pleasant conversation, wasn't going to be logistics about the divorce, was going to be something else. Something emotional or complicated, or both. "Okay," Oscar said, because what else could he say? Because even though they were divorcing, they were still legally married and still had shared assets, and still had to communicate about the logistics of unbuilding a life they'd built together over 8 years. 8 years that had been mostly fine, mostly functional, mostly characterized by the kind of companionship that wasn't love, but wasn't hate either, was just mutual tolerance, mutual dependence, mutual agreement to keep performing until someone finally said stop. And Oscar had finally said stop, had finally acknowledged that fine wasn't good enough, that functional wasn't fulfilling, that companionship without actual connection was just prolonged loneliness performed in the presence of another person. "I'm pregnant," Bryn said. The words hung in the air like a grenade with the pin pulled, like something that was about to explode and couldn't be unexploded, like information that changed everything retroactively, made every conversation they'd had for the past month different, made every decision they'd made suspect, made the divorce complicated in ways that divorce was already complicated, but now infinitely more complicated because a child meant connection, meant permanent ties, meant you couldn't just walk away clean, couldn't just divide assets and wish each other well and never speak again. "What?" Oscar said, because his brain had stopped processing, had just halted completely, had encountered information it couldn't integrate into its existing framework and had just shut down rather than attempt integration. "I'm pregnant. 8 weeks. It's yours. I haven't slept with Marcus or anyone else. It's definitely yours. I know the timing is terrible. I know we're getting divorced. I know this complicates everything. But I wanted you to know before I make any decisions about whether to keep it." Oscar sat down on the futon that had come with the apartment. Yes, the apartment had a futon. Aunt Miriam had owned a futon, had apparently shared Jerome's aesthetic when it came to furniture that was neither couch nor bed but some liminal thing that served both functions poorly, and tried to process this information, tried to understand what it meant, tried to figure out what he felt, whether he felt anything, whether his emotional constipation had reached the point where even life-changing news couldn't produce feelings, couldn't penetrate the protective layers he'd built up over years of not feeling, not wanting, not needing, because needing meant being vulnerable, and vulnerable meant being hurt, and hurt meant acknowledging you'd been wrong about something fundamental. "Are you there?" Bryn asked. "Yeah," Oscar said. "I'm here. I'm just processing. This is a lot, I know. Do you want to keep it?" Oscar asked, which felt like the right question, felt like the question that gave her agency, that didn't presume anything about what she wanted, or what he wanted, or what anyone wanted, that just acknowledged this was her body, her choice, her decision ultimately, even though it would affect him fundamentally, would shape his life in ways he couldn't predict if she decided to keep it, would mean he'd be a father, would mean his life would contain a whole person who hadn't existed before, and who would require care and attention and resources and love. That last one being the hardest, being the one Oscar wasn't sure he could provide given his general emotional constipation, given his difficulty with feelings, with connection, with a kind of openness that parenting presumably required. "I don't know," Bryn admitted. "I've always said I didn't want children. That was true when I said it, but now that I'm actually pregnant, now that there's actually a thing growing inside me, I feel differently. Feel like maybe I do want this. Feel like maybe this is the universe telling me something, giving me something I didn't know I wanted until it happened. That's very mystical for someone who's usually extremely rational, Oscar said. I know. I'm surprising myself, but that's what happens apparently. Pregnancy hormones make you believe in the universe having opinions about your reproductive choices. They were quiet for a moment, both of them sitting with the information, with the impossible complexity of two people who were divorcing, discovering they were going to be parents, discovering they were going to be permanently connected whether they liked it or not, whether they stayed married or didn't, whether they loved each other or didn't, whether they could stand being in the same room or couldn't. None of it mattered because a child meant connection, meant involvement, meant you had to figure out how to be adults together even if you couldn't be partners. If you keep it, I'm in, Oscar said. I'll be involved. I'll be present. I'll be whatever kind of father I can be. I won't be good at it probably, but I'll try. I'll actually try instead of just going through motions. That's all I needed to hear, Bryn said, and Oscar heard something in her voice. Some relief or gratitude, or just acknowledgement that trying was enough, that commitment to trying was sufficient, that nobody knew how to be a parent until they were a parent, and everyone was just figuring it out in real time, making mistakes and correcting and making different mistakes, the whole thing being essentially improvisation with incredibly high stakes, being jazz, but with a human being's development instead of a musical composition. They talked for another 20 minutes, about logistics and timing, and whether they'd try to reconcile, and about Oscar's living situation, and about money. After they hung up, Oscar sat in the apartment that had been Aunt Miriam's apartment, and thought about the fact that in approximately 7 months he was going to be a father, was going to be responsible for another human's existence. And Jerome was also going to be a father, and they were both going to be fathers together, were both going to be navigating this transformation from men who'd spent decades avoiding responsibility to men who'd have ultimate responsibility, to men who'd be raising the next generation, even though they barely knew how to take care of themselves. He called Jerome. "We need to talk." That's the second time today someone started a conversation with those words, Jerome said. It's never good news. Bryn's pregnant. Silence. Then, Jesus Christ, is it? What are you going to do? Be a father apparently. Be a father at the same time you're being a father. We're going to be fathers together. We're both going to have kids born within probably a month of each other. Our kids are going to grow up together, like we grew up together. That's either beautiful or horrifying, Jerome said. It's both. It's definitely both. They were quiet, both of them processing the parallel nature of their lives. The way they'd somehow ended up in the same situation, despite taking completely different paths to get there. The way their disasters had synchronized, had aligned in a way that was either cosmic coincidence or evidence that maybe they were more similar than they'd been willing to acknowledge. Maybe their differences were just surface level, were just different flavors of the same fundamental uncertainty about how to be human, how to be adult, how to be anything except scared and confused and trying to pretend you had it figured out when actually nobody had anything figured out. Everyone was just improvising and hoping for the best. We should celebrate, Jerome said. We're going to be dads. That deserves celebration even if we're both terrified. How do you celebrate impending fatherhood when you're broke and running a costume shop that's barely profitable? We throw a party, a grand opening. We've been open for 3 weeks, but we haven't officially announced it. Haven't invited people. Haven't done the thing where you cut a ribbon and serve drinks and act like you're a real business. Let's do that. Let's have a grand opening party this weekend. Invite everyone. Make it a thing." "That's a terrible idea," Oscar said, "which is exactly why we should do it. All our best ideas have been terrible. The delivery was terrible. Moving into the shop was terrible. Keeping the shop instead of selling it was terrible. But we did them anyway and we survived. This is the same thing. This is us choosing to be visible, to be public, to announce that we're actually doing this. We're actually running a business. We're actually trying to be something, instead of just avoiding being nothing." Oscar thought about it. Thought about visibility, about being seen, about announcing to the world that they existed and were doing something, were building something, were attempting something that might fail but was at least an attempt, was at least effort, was at least trying. Thought about Aunt Miriam's letter, about her challenge to stop performing and start actually living, to stop hiding behind careful competence and start risking genuine incompetence, to stop being afraid of being seen as inadequate and start accepting that everyone was inadequate, and the only difference between people who succeeded and people who failed was that the people who succeeded kept trying despite their inadequacy, kept showing up despite being scared, kept building despite not knowing if what they were building would stand. "Okay," Oscar said. "Let's do it. This Saturday. Grand opening. We'll invite everyone. We'll make it a party. We'll announce that Miriam's Theatrical Emporium is officially under new management and open for business." They spent the next 3 days preparing. They cleaned, actually cleaned, not just surface cleaned, but deep cleaned, scrubbed the floors and dusted the shelves and organized the costumes in a way that was both functional and aesthetic, created sections that made sense and which looked intentional, looked curated, looked like someone with taste had organized this rather than it being random chaos that happened to be contained in a retail space. They made invitations, physical invitations, printed on cardstock, designed by Travis the web developer, who apparently also did graphic design, the invitations featuring a photograph of the storefront and text that read "Grand Opening, Miriam's Theatrical Emporium under new management, Saturday 2 p.m. to 8 p.m. Costumes, drinks, light refreshments. Come dressed as yourself or as someone else. We don't judge." And they mailed them and hand-delivered them and posted them on social media and the website, and basically did everything short of skywriting to announce this event, to invite people to witness their attempt at running a business, to show up and be present and participate in whatever this was becoming. They hired help, 2 college students who needed work and were willing to work for $15 an hour, which was what they could afford, which wasn't much, but was at least minimum wage plus a little bit, was at least not exploitative. And the students were enthusiastic about costumes, had backgrounds in theatre and fashion, and generally seemed competent, seemed like they could handle customers without immediately revealing that the business was held together with duct tape and optimism. They bought alcohol, not a lot, but enough for a party, enough to create atmosphere, enough to suggest celebration without enabling full intoxication, bought beer and wine and some tequila that Jerome insisted on, because every party needs tequila, and Oscar didn't disagree, because disagreeing would require having a better idea, and he didn't have a better idea. He just had anxiety about all the ways this could go wrong, about all the potential disasters that could emerge from inviting people to a party at a shop that was barely legal and barely profitable and barely holding together. They bought food, chips and salsa and a piñata that Jerome had found at a party supply store, a piñata shaped like a donkey, a traditional piñata that they filled with candy and hung from the ceiling near the cash register. And Oscar thought about the symbolism of a piñata at a grand opening, about the way you had to destroy the thing to get the reward, about the way celebration involved violence, involved breaking something open to access what was inside, about the way every gain required some loss, every transformation required some destruction of what came before. Saturday arrived with the fanfare of a parade. Not an actual parade, just the feeling of parade, the sense that something public was happening, something that required costumes and performances, and the general willingness to be witnessed, to be seen, to be evaluated by others who had opinions and judgments, and the freedom to express those opinions and judgments through attendance or absence, through participation or withdrawal, through showing up or not showing up, and whether people showed up would determine whether this event was a success or an embarrassing failure, whether they'd created something people wanted to participate in, or whether they'd just exposed themselves as delusional, as two men who'd inherited a failing business and had convinced themselves they could transform it through enthusiasm and effort when actually what was needed was capital and expertise, and the kind of business acumen that neither of them possessed. The morning was spent in final preparations, arranging furniture that they'd borrowed from Oscar's house, setting up the sound system, arranging the food and drinks on the tables near the back, creating a flow so people could enter and browse and get refreshments, and socialize, and generally do the things people did at parties without feeling cramped or confused about where they were supposed to go. Oscar was wearing Roman sandals, actual Roman sandals that he'd found in the costume inventory, leather straps that wound up his calves, paired with jeans and a t-shirt that said "Management" in white letters on black fabric, the shirt being Jerome's idea, being his way of signalling that they were in charge, even though they manifestly weren't in charge, were barely in control, were more like passengers on a vehicle that was steering itself, and they were just along for the ride hoping it didn't crash. Jerome was wearing flip-flops and jeans and a Hawaiian shirt that he'd found in a thrift store, the shirt covered in patterns that might have been flowers or might have been abstract representations of biological processes, was definitely organic-looking and definitely loud, was the kind of shirt that announced you weren't taking things too seriously, that you were here to have fun, that formality was dead, and you'd killed it, and were wearing its corpse as decoration. People started arriving at 2:15 p.m., fashionably late, as if showing up exactly on time would seem too eager, would suggest you didn't have other options, would reveal that you'd been waiting for this event, instead of just casually including it in your busy social calendar. And the first arrivals were Patricia Holloway and her son, the son whose 40th birthday had required 12 1980s costumes, the son who was apparently named Craig and who looked exactly like you'd expect a 40-year-old named Craig to look, slight dad bod, trending towards substantial dad bod, thinning hair that he'd accepted rather than fighting with aggressive styling or surgical intervention, wearing khakis and a polo shirt that suggested either golf or at work, or just general masculine resignation to the uniform of middle-aged men who'd given up on fashion and committed to comfort. "This is wonderful," Patricia said, looking around the shop with the enthusiasm of someone who'd found a new hobby or a new cause or just a new place to spend her discretionary income. "Craig, look at all these costumes. You could do any theme for any party. You could be anyone." Craig nodded, with the tepid enthusiasm of someone who'd been dragged to an event by his mother, and was performing interest to be polite. "It's nice," he said, which was the kind of compliment that meant nothing, that could be applied to anything from a sunset to a sandwich, that suggested he was there physically but not emotionally, was present but not engaged, was doing what 40-year-old sons do when their mothers want them to attend costume shop grand openings, showing up, being minimally pleasant, counting down until they could leave. More people arrived, the guy who owned the party buses, a woman who ran a community theatre and wanted to discuss bulk rentals, various neighbours from the strip mall, including the woman who owned Soul Beauty Nails, who brought her rat terrier, a small shaking dog that seemed perpetually on the verge of either barking or evacuating its bowels. The kind of dog that made you nervous just being near it, because you couldn't predict what it would do, couldn't tell if it was friendly or aggressive, couldn't read its signals, because it was constantly shaking and making small, stressed sounds that might have been communication, or might have been just autonomic responses to its own anxiety. Travis showed up. Web developer Travis, not Machete Travis, though Jerome had invited Machete Travis too as a kind of peace offering, a way of acknowledging the debt and demonstrating that he was taking his obligations seriously. But Machete Travis hadn't responded, had left Jerome on red, which was either ominous or just Travis being busy, hard to tell, and Travis brought friends, theatre kids from the local university who were excited about costume rental options, who wanted to browse and try things on and take photos for Instagram, who treated the shop like an interactive museum rather than a retail space, who were performing enthusiasm and discovery and the general sense that everything was content, everything was material for social media, everything was an opportunity to create images that would generate likes and comments, and the general validation that came from being visible, from being seen, from performing your life for an audience of strangers who judge you based on curated highlights rather than messy reality. Herbert Goldstein arrived at 3 p.m., exactly on time, punctual in the way that suggested either German heritage or just the habits of someone who'd spent 50 years showing up to scheduled appointments and honoring commitments, wearing a suit that was brown with a bow tie that was chartreuse, his signature look apparently, the look of a man who decided that one eccentric accessory was sufficient to demonstrate personality while maintaining otherwise complete professional conformity. He brought papers. "I needed to deliver these in person," Herbert said, pulling Oscar and Jerome aside, away from the party, into the back room where they could talk without being overheard. "We have a situation with the raffle." "What kind of situation?" Oscar asked, his stomach dropping because situations were never good. Situations always meant complications, meant problems that required solving, meant more work and more stress and more evidence, that running a business was essentially just solving an endless series of problems with insufficient resources and inadequate expertise. "One of the raffle ticket holders is suing," Herbert said. "Says Aunt Miriam's estate owes him either the prize or a refund, says he's been damaged by the delay, says he's suffered emotional distress from anticipating winning, and then not winning and not getting his money back. His name is Roger Castellano." "Roger Castellano," Jerome said. "That's our uncle. That's Dad's brother." "I'm aware," Herbert said. "He's representing himself, which is always interesting, and his legal theory is creative, if not entirely sound, but he's filed official paperwork, and we need to respond. We need to either draw a winner and distribute the prize, or refund all 3,500 ticket holders." "Yes?" I said 3,500. "Aunt Miriam apparently sold more tickets than she reported to me, found additional receipts in her files, or faced litigation that could freeze the estate's assets and prevent you from operating the business. We can't refund 3,500 people," Oscar said. "We don't have that kind of money. We barely have operating capital. Which is why you need to draw a winner," Herbert said. "Today. Now. At this grand opening party. Make it an event. Make it public. Generate goodwill and publicity and general positive association with the business, and hope that whoever wins is satisfied with the prize, and doesn't try to sell it, and discover it's worth less than the $10 they paid for their ticket." "The quilt is definitely worth more than $10, Jerome said. "We looked at comparable items. Handmade quilts go for hundreds, sometimes thousands, depending on quality and artistry. Aunt Miriam's quilts were legitimately good. Weird, but good." "Then you have nothing to worry about," Herbert said, though his tone suggested he didn't believe this, suggested that worry was appropriate, suggested that everything about this situation was worrying, and they should be worried and worry, was the only reasonable response to the cascade of complications they'd inherited, along with the shop. They returned to the party with the box of raffle tickets. 3,500 tickets, each one handwritten with a name and phone number, each one representing someone who'd paid $10 to Aunt Miriam in hopes of winning a handmade quilt, each one representing someone who was now waiting for resolution, waiting for either victory or refund, waiting for the Castellano cousins to figure out what they were doing and execute on whatever plan they'd developed, except they hadn't developed a plan. They were improvising, were making it up as they went along, were trusting that some combination of enthusiasm and good intentions would compensate for their complete lack of expertise. Jerome grabbed a microphone. Yes, they had a microphone, had borrowed a karaoke setup from someone's garage sale, the microphone being wireless and cutting out periodically and producing feedback that made everyone wince, but which worked well enough to amplify speech, to make announcements heard over the music and conversation, and announced, "Can I have everyone's attention? We have a special event. We're going to draw the winner of Aunt Miriam's final raffle. The prize is this gorgeous handmade quilt." He held up the quilt, which was indeed gorgeous, was a riot of colours and textures, was clearly made with care and creativity, even if the materials were repurposed costume fabric and sequins and feathers, was something that could hang in a museum or in someone's living room and generate conversation and admiration and general appreciation for folk art. And we have 3,500 entries, so whoever wins has beaten significant odds. We're going to do this the old-fashioned way. We're going to physically draw a name from this box. He held up the box, an orange steamer trunk, the same trunk they'd found in the back room, the trunk that had contained priest costumes and lobster claws, and all the weird artifacts of Aunt Miriam's inventory, and shook it, rattling the tickets inside, creating anticipation, creating tension, creating the sense that something significant was about to happen, even though it was just a random draw, just chance, just luck, just the universe, selecting someone without any concern for fairness or desert, or who most needed or wanted the prize. "Should we have a kid draw?" Jerome asked the crowd. "Make it wholesome." "I'll do it," said Craig, Patricia Holloway's son, the 40-year-old who'd been hovering near the food table looking bored. He stepped forward, approached the trunk, reached in without ceremony, pulled out a single ticket, handed it to Jerome. Jerome read the name Roger Castellano. Silence. Then laughter. Then more laughter. Then the general recognition that something cosmically absurd had just happened, that their uncle, the one who was suing them, had won the raffle, had literally won the thing he was suing them for not drawing, had been selected by pure chance from 3,500 entries, the odds of which were approximately 0.03%, which meant this was either divine intervention or cosmic joke, or just the universe demonstrating that randomness was truly random. That chance didn't care about narrative convenience or irony, or the general human desire for things to make sense. "Is Roger here?" Oscar asked, looking around the crowd, knowing Roger wasn't here because Roger hated them, had hated Aunt Miriam, had hated the whole Castellano side of the family for reasons that were complicated and historical, and related to some dispute about inheritance from their grandmother, who died in 1995, and left everything to Aunt Miriam, instead of dividing it among the siblings, which had created resentment that had festered for 3 decades and was now manifesting in the form of a lawsuit that had just been rendered moot by Roger winning the raffle he was suing over. "He's not here," Jerome said, grinning wider, recognizing the absurdity, recognizing that they'd just gotten incredibly lucky, that Roger couldn't sue them now that he'd won, couldn't claim damages when he'd literally gotten exactly what he wanted, couldn't maintain his position as a grieved plaintiff when the universe had delivered him his prize. "Guess we'll have to deliver it to him. Hand-deliver his prize and inform him that his lawsuit is now irrelevant because he won." The crowd applauded. The party continued. People mingled and browsed and tried on costumes and took photos and generally did the things people do at parties when they're having good time, when they've been released from social obligation and can just enjoy themselves, when the event has crossed some threshold from awkward social performance into actual celebration, actual joy, actual communal experience of something that mattered, even if what mattered was just the fact that they were all present together, were all sharing space and time and attention, were all participants in something rather than just isolated individuals going through their separate routines. Oscar pulled Jerome aside. "That was incredibly lucky. That was the universe being generous," Jerome said. "That was Aunt Miriam looking out for us from wherever she is." Aunt Miriam believed in chaos, not divine intervention. Maybe chaos is divine intervention. Maybe they're the same thing. Maybe the universe operates through randomness, and our job is to interpret the randomness as meaningful, to find patterns in the noise, to make stories out of the chaos that help us navigate reality, even when reality doesn't care about our stories. Oscar looked at him. "When did you become philosophical?" "When I realized I was going to be a father and needed to figure out how to explain the world to a child who's going to ask why things happen. And I'll need to have answers that aren't just because that's how it is, or because I said so, or because the universe is fundamentally random and meaning is something we construct to avoid confronting the void." They were interrupted by a commotion at the front door. Bryn had arrived. Bryn, who Oscar had not invited, who he'd assumed wouldn't come, who he'd hoped wouldn't come, because her presence would complicate the narrative, would make the event about their marriage or divorce or pregnancy, instead of about the shop, about their business, about their attempt to build something together. But Bryn had come, and she'd brought Marcus. Marcus the pole dancing instructor. Marcus with his masculine energy and his respectful consent practices and his probably larger than Oscar's penis. Marcus wearing linen pants and a white t-shirt and rope sandals, the kind of carefully curated casual aesthetic that suggested he'd spent 45 minutes selecting an outfit that looked like he'd just thrown on whatever was available. The kind of performance of effortlessness that required significant effort. Bryn looked pregnant. Not significantly. She was only 8 weeks. But she had that glow that people talked about, that combination of hormones and increased blood flow, and the general radiance that came from growing another human inside your body. From being the site of transformation, from being literally creative in the most fundamental sense. Creating life, creating a person who didn't exist, and would change everything just by existing. "Oscar," she said, spotting him, approaching him with Marcus in tow like she was bringing a show-and-tell item to class, like she wanted everyone to see what she'd chosen, wanted everyone to witness her upgrade, her improvement, her replacement for Oscar, who'd been adequate but not exciting, functional but not thrilling, present but not passionate. "Bryn," Oscar said, maintaining neutral tone, maintaining composure, even though internally he was calculating exit strategies, was thinking about ways to escape this situation without causing a scene without making the party about him and his failed marriage and the general soap opera of his personal life. "This is Marcus," Bryn said, and Marcus extended his hand, smiled with teeth that were too white, too straight, too perfect, suggested either excellent dental care or expensive cosmetic work, suggested someone who took care of himself, who invested in his appearance, who treated his body as a project that required maintenance and improvement. "Nice to meet you," Oscar said, shaking the hand, feeling the firmness of the grip, the confidence of someone who'd never doubted himself, who'd never spent years in therapy examining whether he was fundamentally adequate, who'd just moved through the world assuming he was attractive and competent and valuable. And maybe that assumption was what made it true. Maybe confidence was a self-fulfilling prophecy. Maybe the difference between Oscar and Marcus wasn't actual capability, but just belief in capability. Just willingness to assume you deserved good things instead of constantly interrogating whether you'd earned them. "Congratulations on the business," Marcus said, and he sounded genuine, sounded like he actually meant it, like he wasn't being condescending or patronizing, like he actually thought running a costume shop was an achievement worth celebrating. And Oscar felt something complicated. Not quite gratitude, but not quite resentment either. Just the general confusion of being offered genuine support by the man who was fucking your soon-to-be ex-wife, the man who represented everything you weren't, the man who'd somehow become part of your life narrative, even though you'd never chosen him, never invited him, never wanted him in any capacity except gone. "Thanks," Oscar said. "We're figuring it out." "Bryn told me about the pregnancy," Marcus said, and Oscar's stomach dropped because this felt like a violation. Felt like information that should have been private between him and Bryn. Felt like something Marcus shouldn't know yet, shouldn't be privy to, shouldn't be incorporating into his understanding of their situation. "Congratulations. Being a father is an incredible journey. I have 2 kids from a previous relationship. It's challenging but rewarding. Of course, Marcus had kids. Of course, Marcus had previous relationships. Of course, Marcus had experience with all the things Oscar was about to experience for the first time. Of course, Marcus was further along in life's progression, was more developed, was more mature, was everything Oscar was aspiring to be, except Marcus had actually achieved it, instead of just aspiring to it. "That's great," Oscar said, meaning none of it, meaning the opposite, meaning everything about this situation was uncomfortable, and he wanted it to end, wanted Marcus to disappear, wanted Bryn to not be pregnant, or to be pregnant with someone else's child, or to have made literally any choice, except the one she'd made, which was bringing her new partner to Oscar's business opening like this, was normal. Like this was fine. Like polyamory meant everyone just got along and integrated each other's lives without boundaries or discomfort, or the general human tendency toward jealousy and possession, and wanting things to be simple instead of complicated. Jerome appeared, sensing Oscar's distress through cousin telepathy, or just observing his body language, which had shifted from casual party host to rigid defense posture, had shifted from open to closed, from welcoming to barely tolerating. "Hey, I'm Jerome," he said to Marcus, extending his hand, performing friendliness while actually running interference, actually giving Oscar an exit route, actually being the kind of support that family provides when family is functioning properly, when people show up for each other instead of just sharing DNA and occasionally interacting at holidays. "Marcus," Marcus said, shaking Jerome's hand, "Bryn's told me about you. You and Oscar are cousins, right? Running this place together? That's right. It's been an adventure. You want a tour? I can show you some of the more interesting costumes. We've got some wild stuff in the back room." Marcus looked at Bryn, seeking permission or just checking in, demonstrating the kind of attentiveness that Oscar had never demonstrated, that Oscar had never even thought to demonstrate because he'd been raised in a tradition where men made decisions independently and women's opinions were considered but not determinative. And Oscar realized he'd been a shitty partner, had been operating from assumptions that were decades out of date, had been performing masculinity based on models that were obsolete, that no longer worked, that had maybe never worked, and had just been tolerated by women who didn't have other options, or who'd been socialized to accept inadequate partnership as normal, as just how men were, as something you endured rather than expected to be different. Bryn nodded. Marcus followed Jerome toward the back. Bryn and Oscar stood facing each other in the middle of the party, surrounded by people but functionally alone, functionally isolated by the force field of their shared history, their failed marriage, their complicated present. "Why did you bring him?" Oscar asked quietly. "Because I wanted you to meet him. Because he's part of my life now. Because I'm tired of compartmentalizing, tired of keeping everything separate, tired of pretending that my relationships exist in isolated bubbles that never touch. Because this is what ethical non-monogamy looks like. Integration instead of segregation. Honesty instead of hiding. Everyone knowing about everyone and accepting it." "I don't accept it," Oscar said. "I don't accept any of this. But I'm trying. I'm trying to be mature about our divorce, trying to be supportive about the pregnancy, trying to be the kind of person who can handle complexity and ambiguity and the general messiness of human relationships. But bringing Marcus here feels like you're rubbing it in my face, feels like you're showing me what I lost, what I failed to be, what he is that I wasn't." "That's not what this is," Bryn said. But her voice had softened, had lost its edge, had become something closer to genuine emotion than the intellectual performance she usually delivered, the way she usually processed feelings through theoretical frameworks instead of just feeling them. "This is me trying to be honest, trying to integrate my life instead of hiding pieces of it, trying to not be ashamed of wanting something different than what we had." They stood in silence for a moment, and Oscar felt something shift, felt some of his resentment dissolved not into acceptance, but into something more like understanding, more like recognition that Bryn wasn't the villain in this story, wasn't the one who destroyed their marriage. They'd both destroyed it together through accumulated small choices, through daily compromises that had added up to fundamental incompatibility, through the general difficulty of being two humans, trying to merge lives when their needs and desires and visions of the future didn't actually align, had never actually aligned, had just seemed close enough when they were younger and less formed and willing to compromise on things that turned out to be non-negotiable. "I'm sorry I wasn't what you needed," Oscar said. "I'm sorry I tried to make you be something you weren't," Bryn replied. And just like that, with two apologies that weren't quite apologies, but were at least acknowledgements, they'd achieved something closer to peace than they'd ever achieved during their marriage, had managed to be honest with each other in a way they'd never been honest, had managed to see each other clearly without the distortion of expectation or obligation, or the general need to maintain the fiction that everything was fine when nothing was fine. Marcus and Jerome returned from the back room, both of them laughing about something, both of them carrying beers, both of them having apparently bonded over costume trivia, or just the general male habit of befriending each other quickly when placed in proximity, when given a shared context and permission to relax, when released from the obligation to perform rivalry or competition. "Your costume collection is insane," Marcus said to Oscar. You've got stuff that belongs in museums. That Scottish Rite material alone is probably worth thousands to the right collector." "We're still figuring out what we have," Oscar said. "It's been a process of discovery, finding things we didn't know existed, learning about Aunt Miriam through her inventory, understanding her life through the things she collected." The party continued. More people arrived, a surprising number of people, more than they'd expected, more than seemed reasonable for a costume shop grand opening, but apparently word had spread. Apparently people were curious. Apparently the combination of costumes and alcohol, and the general novelty of a new business in a dying strip mall, was sufficient to generate attendance, and the shop filled with bodies and noise, and the general energy of humans congregating, of community forming, of something that had been just two cousins and some inherited inventory transforming into something public, something shared, something that existed beyond just their private effort. At 6 p.m., when the party was supposed to end, when people were supposed to leave, Jerome grabbed the microphone again. "Before everyone goes, we have an announcement." The crowd quieted, turned their attention to Jerome, who was standing on a chair near the cash register, holding the microphone like he was about to sing karaoke, or make a toast, or do something that required elevation, required literally being above the crowd to command attention. Oscar and I inherited this shop 3 weeks ago. We didn't know what we were doing. We still don't know what we're doing. But we've been trying. We've been learning. We've been figuring out how to run a business while also figuring out how to be partners, how to be family, how to be the kind of men our Aunt Miriam thought we could be when she left us this disaster. People laughed. Oscar felt embarrassed by the public vulnerability, by the exposure of their inadequacy, by the admission that they were improvising, but he also felt something else. Something like pride that Jerome was being honest, was sharing the reality instead of the performance, was trusting the audience to appreciate effort even when effort didn't guarantee success. "And today," Jerome continued, "we found out that we're both going to be fathers, both of us, at the same time. Our kids are going to be born within probably a month of each other, which means we're not just business partners. We're going to be dad partners. We're going to be raising the next generation together, teaching them about costumes and creativity and the importance of trying things even when you don't know if they'll work." The crowd applauded. Someone whistled. Someone else yelled congratulations. And suddenly the party had transformed from costume shop, grand opening into something else, into celebration of new life, into acknowledgement of transformation, into witness of two men who'd been disasters becoming something else, becoming fathers, becoming business owners, becoming whatever they were going to become through the process of actually trying instead of just avoiding. "And," Jerome said, "we have one more announcement. This one's big. This one changes everything." He looked at Oscar. Oscar had no idea what was coming. They hadn't discussed another announcement. They hadn't planned anything beyond the raffle drawing. Jerome was improvising, was about to reveal something Oscar didn't know, and Oscar felt his stomach tighten with anticipation, or dread, or just the general anxiety that came from not controlling the narrative, from trusting someone else to speak for you, to represent you, to announce something on your behalf without pre-approval. "We found the money," Jerome said. The crowd murmured. Oscar stared. They hadn't found the money. They'd searched for 3 weeks and found nothing. What was Jerome talking about? Was this a joke? Was this Jerome being Jerome, creating drama for entertainment value, saying something provocative just to see what would happen? "We found it this afternoon," Jerome continued. $30,000 in cash, hidden inside the pinball machine, the one in Oscar's apartment upstairs. The one that Aunt Miriam played, apparently. We were moving it to make space for more storage, and we noticed it was heavier than it should be. And we opened the back panel, and there it was. 300 $100 bills, wrapped in plastic, hidden inside a vintage pinball machine that features kangaroos boxing, which feels very on-brand for Aunt Miriam, hiding money inside something whimsical and unexpected. Oscar's mind raced. They had found it. When? How? He'd been at the party all afternoon. When had Jerome gone upstairs? When had he examined the pinball machine? Or was this a lie? Was Jerome making this up? But why would he make it up? What would be the point? Jerome caught his eye, winked, and Oscar understood this was a performance. This was Jerome creating the story they needed, creating the narrative that would resolve the raffle issue, that would satisfy the crowd, that would generate publicity and goodwill, and the general sense that the Castellano cousins had figured it out, had successfully navigated the chaos they'd inherited, had emerged victorious, or at least not defeated from the challenge Aunt Miriam had presented. "So we're solvent," Jerome announced. "We can pay our debts. We can invest in the business. We can actually do this properly instead of just scraping by. We can hire proper staff. We can expand inventory. We can advertise. We can do all the things that actual businesses do when they have actual capital. And we owe it all to Aunt Miriam, who hid money in a pinball machine and trusted us to find it, trusted us to be smart enough and persistent enough to search everywhere, to look at everything, to pay attention to details instead of just going through motions." The crowd erupted in applause. People cheered. Someone started a chant of pinball, pinball, which made no sense, but which caught on anyway because crowds are weird. Crowds develop their own logic. Crowds become temporarily coherent organisms that think and feel and express collectively in ways that individuals wouldn't express alone. After the announcement, after the party wound down, after people left with promises to return as customers, after they'd cleaned up the cups and plates and general detritus of celebration, Jerome and Oscar stood in the empty shop and looked at each other. "Did we actually find the money?" Oscar asked. "No," Jerome admitted. "We didn't find it, but we needed to announce that we found it. We needed people to believe we're successful, that we've figured it out, that we're competent. And sometimes believing becomes reality. Sometimes performing success leads to actual success. But we still owe $30,000 to raffle ticket holders. We still need to either refund them or, wait, Roger won. Roger won the raffle. We don't need to refund anyone. We just need to give Roger his quilt and we're done." "Exactly," Jerome said. "The raffle is resolved. Roger can't sue us. We're clear, but we don't have $30,000. Not yet. But we will. We're going to make it. We're going to grow this business. We're going to generate revenue. We're going to become profitable. And someday, when we're successful, when we're actually making money, we'll laugh about how we lied about finding money in a pinball machine." Oscar should have been angry, should have been horrified by Jerome's willingness to lie, to fabricate, to create false narrative for public consumption. But instead, he found himself laughing, actually laughing, genuinely amused by the absurdity of it, by the audacity of it, by the way Jerome had just invented a story that served their purposes and had delivered it with such confidence that everyone believed it, had accepted it as fact, had made it true through collective belief, even though it wasn't true at all. "We're going to be terrible fathers," Oscar said. "Probably," Jerome agreed. "But at least we'll be terrible together. At least our kids will have each other. We'll grow up with the same disaster energy we had. We'll learn early that nothing is certain, and everything is improvised, and the only way through life is to try things, and fail and try different things and fail differently until eventually you fail in a way that looks like success. They locked up the shop, climbed the stairs to Oscar's apartment, looked at the pinball machine, the actual pinball machine, which they'd never opened, which they'd never examined beyond playing a few games when Oscar first moved in, which was just a pinball machine, not a hiding place for cash, just a vintage arcade game featuring kangaroos boxing in a desert landscape that made no ecological or thematic sense. "Should we open it?" Jerome asked. "Just to check." "Why?" Oscar said. "We already told everyone we found the money. If we open it and there's nothing there, we'll just be disappointed. Better to maintain the mystery. Better to believe in the possibility." "That's very zen of you," Jerome said. "I'm learning from you. Learning that reality is negotiable. Learning that truth is what you make it. Learning that sometimes lying is the most honest thing you can do because it reveals what you want to be true, even if it isn't true yet." They sat on the futon that had been Aunt Miriam's futon, that had supported her body for however many years she'd lived in this apartment, that was now supporting their bodies as they processed the day, processed the revelations, processed the fact that they'd thrown a successful party and lied to everyone about finding money, and were both going to be fathers, and were somehow, despite all evidence suggesting otherwise, succeeding at running a business together, were actually building something, instead of just inheriting something and letting it decay. "Aunt Miriam would be proud," Jerome said. "Or horrified," Oscar suggested. "Same thing probably. Pride and horror aren't that different. Both require caring enough to have an emotional response. Both require being invested in someone's choices instead of being indifferent." Oscar's phone buzzed. "Text from Herbert Goldstein," Roger called. "Said he accepts the quilt as prize. Said the lawsuit is dropped. Said he'll pick up the quilt Monday. Congratulations on resolving this situation. You two might actually be competent." Oscar showed the text to Jerome. They both grinned. "We did it," Jerome said. "We actually did it. We solved the raffle problem. We had a successful grand opening. We announced our impending fatherhood. We created a public narrative of success, even though privately we're still figuring everything out. We're basically running a competent-looking disaster." "That's the best kind of disaster," Oscar said. They sat in silence for a while, both of them tired, both of them processing the day, both of them aware that everything had changed and nothing had changed, that they were still the same people with the same problems, but they'd somehow transformed their relationship to those problems, had somehow accepted that problems were permanent, but solutions were temporary, and the point wasn't to solve everything but to engage with everything, to show up and try and fail and try differently, until you'd accumulated enough failures that they started to look like experience, started to look like wisdom, started to look like you knew what you were doing, even when you manifestly didn't. "I need to tell you something," Jerome said finally. "Okay," Oscar said, bracing himself, expecting more lies or complications or revelations that would require processing and responding, and generally doing the emotional labor that comes with being in relationship with another human, with being family, with being partner to someone's journey, even when their journey was chaotic and unpredictable. "The money might actually be in the pinball machine." Oscar sat up. "What?" "I was playing it last night. Couldn't sleep. Was thinking about being a dad, about what I was going to tell this kid when they asked me questions I didn't have answers to. And I noticed the machine was making a weird sound, like something was rattling inside that shouldn't be rattling. And I thought about Aunt Miriam, about how she'd hidden things in weird places, about how she'd made this whole scavenger hunt out of finding the money. And I thought, what if, What if the money actually is in the pinball machine? What if I just announced something true by accident? Did you open it? Oscar asked. No, I was scared too. Scared that if I opened it and the money wasn't there, I'd have ruined the story, ruined the belief, ruined the possibility. So we have a pinball machine that might contain $30,000, and we're choosing not to open it because not knowing feels better than potentially being disappointed. Exactly, Jerome said. That's exactly what I'm saying. We're choosing faith over certainty. We're choosing to believe in the possibility instead of confronting the reality. We're choosing to live in the story Aunt Miriam created instead of destroying the story by exposing it as fiction or confirming it as fact. Oscar thought about this, thought about faith and certainty and the space between them, thought about how most of life existed in that space, in the territory of not quite knowing, of maybe possibly, of hope that wasn't certainty, but was sufficient to keep moving forward, to keep trying, to keep building even when you didn't know if what you were building would stand. Okay, Oscar said. We don't open it. We let it be Schrödinger's cash box. It's both there and not there until we observe it. The money exists in superposition. We live with the uncertainty. That's very quantum physics of you, Jerome said. I've been reading, Oscar admitted. Been trying to understand theories about reality, since apparently reality is negotiable, and I should understand the rules of negotiation. They looked at the pinball machine. It sat against the wall, silent, containing either $30,000 or nothing, existing in a state of possibility that would collapse into certainty only when they opened it, and maybe never opening it was the smartest choice. Maybe living with uncertainty was better than living with confirmation of loss. Maybe hope was more valuable than knowledge when knowledge might reveal that hope was misplaced. We're going to be okay, Jerome said, and it wasn't quite a question and wasn't quite a statement, was somewhere in between. Was Jerome trying out belief, trying to see if saying it would make it true, if performing confidence would generate actual confidence? Yeah, Oscar agreed. We're going to be okay, or we're not. Either way, we'll figure it out. Together. And they sat there in Aunt Miriam's apartment, in the shop she'd built, in the disaster she'd engineered specifically for them. And they felt something like contentment, something like hope, something like the belief that maybe they'd been given exactly what they needed, even if what they needed was chaos and challenge, and the opportunity to fail spectacularly, or succeed modestly, or just exist somewhere in the middle ground, where most of life actually happens, where most people actually live, where success and failure aren't binary states, but are just different perspectives on the same continuous process of trying and learning and adapting and trying again. Outside, the sun was setting. The strip mall was quiet. Seoul Beauty Nails had closed. Wisconsin Cheese Castle remained boarded. But Miriam's theatrical emporium was alive, was open, was operating, was generating revenue and creating community and helping people transform into who they wanted to be, even if the transformation was temporary, even if it only lasted as long as a costume rental, even if it was just permission to be someone else for an evening, or a weekend, or a party. And somewhere in Texas, Roger Castellano was presumably pleased with his raffle victory, was presumably planning to pick up his handmade quilt, was presumably dropping his lawsuit and accepting that sometimes the universe delivers exactly what you wanted just when you were about to give up wanting it, just when you were about to transition from hope to resentment, just when you decided that life wasn't fair and never would be fair, and the best you could do was accumulate grievances and file legal complaints and maintain your anger as a kind of identity, as a way of making sense of disappointment. And in different apartments in different parts of town, Bryn and Kira were presumably thinking about their pregnancies, about the men who'd impregnated them, about whether those men would be adequate fathers or inadequate fathers, or just fathers who tried their best and failed in the normal ways that everyone fails when attempting the impossible task of raising humans in a world that doesn't provide instructions or guarantees or any assurance that trying will result in success. And Aunt Miriam, wherever she was, heaven or void or dissolved into atoms or reincarnated as something else, or just gone, just ceased, just ended, was probably satisfied with what she'd set in motion, with the transformation she'd engineered, with the disaster that had become something else, something better, something that was at least moving in a direction that felt intentional, even if the intention was improvised, even if the plan was just to keep trying until trying became something that looked like knowing what you were doing. The pinball machine sat silent. The kangaroos on its display forever frozen mid-punch, forever suspended in combat that would never resolve, forever existing in the moment before victory or defeat, in the space where everything was still possible, where the outcome hadn't been determined, where hope and fear were balanced in perfect tension. And inside it, maybe, was $30,000 in cash. Or maybe there was nothing. Or maybe there was something else entirely, something they hadn't imagined, something Aunt Miriam had left for them to discover when they were ready, when they'd learned whatever lesson the search itself was supposed to teach. But they'd never know. They'd chosen uncertainty over knowledge. They'd chosen to live with the possibility rather than confront the reality. They'd chosen faith. And maybe that's what Aunt Miriam had wanted all along. Not for them to find the money, but for them to learn to live with not finding. To learn that sometimes the search is the point. That sometimes not knowing is better than knowing. That sometimes uncertainty is the only honest response to a world that refuses to provide certainty, that refuses to guarantee outcomes, that demands we make choices without knowing if our choices will work, demands we try without knowing if trying will succeed, demands we build without knowing if what we build will last. They'd inherited a costume shop. They'd inherited debt and chaos and legal complications. They'd inherited the challenge to become more than what they'd been. And they'd accepted it. They'd tried. They'd transformed from disasters into something else, into fathers and business owners and partners and friends and family, and men who were at least attempting to live with intention, instead of just reacting to circumstances. Men who were at least showing up instead of running away. Men who were at least trying to build something instead of just avoiding the pain of building. And maybe that was enough. Maybe trying was sufficient. Maybe effort counted, even when results were uncertain. Maybe the whole point of life was just to keep trying until you died, to keep building until you ran out of time, to keep transforming until transformation became your permanent state, became who you were instead of just what you did. The shop was theirs now. The future was theirs now. The uncertainty was theirs now. And they'd chosen it. They'd committed to it. They'd said yes to the disaster, and the disaster had become possibility, and the possibility was becoming something real, something actual, something that would continue beyond this moment, beyond this chapter, beyond this story. And whatever came next, success or failure, fortune or continued struggle, peace or continued chaos, they'd face it together. As partners, as fathers, as men who'd finally stopped running from themselves and had started running towards something instead, had started building instead of just avoiding building, had started living instead of just performing life. And that, finally, was enough. That was sufficient. That was the gift Aunt Miriam had given them. Not a business, but the opportunity to become businessmen. Not a shop, but the opportunity to build something. Not solutions, but the opportunity to engage with problems. Not certainty, but the opportunity to choose anyway. They'd chosen, they'd committed, they'd begun, and the rest, as they say, was just beginning. Epilogue, 3 months later. The shop was thriving. They'd hired staff. Real staff, people with theatre backgrounds who knew costumes, who could help customers, who could handle rentals and returns and the general day-to-day operations that let Oscar and Jerome focus on growth instead of just survival, focus on expansion instead of just maintenance, focus on building something sustainable instead of just getting through each day. The babies were born within 2 weeks of each other, Oscar's daughter first, then Jerome's son. They'd found the money in the pinball machine, had finally opened it one night when they were drunk on success and curiosity, had found exactly $30,000, plus an additional $20,000, and a note from Aunt Miriam. If you found this, you've earned it. Not because you searched hard, but because you built something worth funding. Invest this in the business. Make it grow. Make it matter. Make it the kind of place I always knew it could be if someone gave it attention and love and the general willingness to try. They'd used the money to expand, opened a second location, bought a building instead of renting, hired a proper accountant and lawyer, got fully legal, got properly licensed, got legitimate in ways that Aunt Miriam had never bothered with, but which they needed to sustain growth, to scale operations, to transform from mom-and-pop operation into actual business with employees and obligations and the general structure that businesses require to survive beyond their founders. Roger had taken his quilt and never spoken to them again, which was fine, which was perfect, actually, because some family relationships are better maintained at distance, are better left as occasional Christmas cards and birthday acknowledgements rather than actual ongoing contact. Bryn and Marcus had broken up. Turned out ethical non-monogamy required more communication and emotional labor than either of them wanted to invest. Turned out that opening a relationship didn't fix what was broken, just exposed it more clearly. And Bryn had moved back into the house, not with Oscar, but just into the house she'd owned jointly, had claimed the space as hers, had started building a life that was hers, without requiring Oscar's participation or approval or presence, which was healthy, which was growth, which was both of them finally becoming individuals instead of just performing the roles of married people. And Jerome and Kira had surprised everyone by actually making it work, by building a relationship that was based on their shared project of raising Isaiah rather than on romantic love or sexual chemistry or any of the usual foundations of relationships, by being partners in the most fundamental sense, by supporting each other through the chaos of new parenthood, by figuring out how to be team instead of just two people who'd accidentally created a child together. And the cousins, Oscar and Jerome and Oscar, two men who'd inherited disaster and transformed it into something else, they become something too. Become friends, yes, but more than friends. Become brothers in the way that actually matters, in the way that requires choosing each other instead of just being born into connection, in the way that requires showing up daily, requires supporting and challenging and witnessing each other's growth, requires being present for the victories and the failures and the ordinary moments that constitute most of life. They'd close the shop each night and climb the stairs to Oscar's apartment. Yes, Oscar was still living above the shop, had made it permanent, had sold his share of the house to Bryn and used the money to properly renovate the apartment, to make it not just functional but actually comfortable, actually his, and they'd drink beer and play the pinball machine and talk about their days, about their kids, about their plans for the business, about their plans for themselves. And sometimes they'd talk about Aunt Miriam, about what she'd done for them, about the gift she'd given them that wasn't really the shop, but was the opportunity to build something together, to transform from individuals who were failing separately into partners who were succeeding together, to become more than what they'd been through the simple act of trying, through the simple commitment to showing up, through the simple faith that effort mattered even when outcomes were uncertain. And the pinball machine, the kangaroo boxing pinball machine that had contained their future, that had held the capital they needed, that had been Aunt Miriam's final test or gift or challenge. They'd never sell it, would keep it forever, would pass it down to their children eventually, would make it a family heirloom, a reminder that sometimes treasure isn't the point, sometimes the search is the point, sometimes not knowing is better than knowing, sometimes uncertainty is the only honest response to a world that refuses to provide certainty. And they'd play it, night after night, two cousins in a costume shop in a dying strip mall in Texas, two men who'd become fathers and business owners and partners and friends, two disasters who'd somehow transformed into success stories, or at least into stories worth telling. Stories about trying and trying differently until failing looked like learning, until learning looked like wisdom, until wisdom looked like just showing up every day and doing the work and building something that mattered, even if what mattered was small, even if what mattered was local, even if what mattered was just helping people dress up and pretend to be someone else for a night. Because sometimes that's exactly what people need. Sometimes that's the most important service you can provide. Sometimes giving people permission to transform is the most radical gift you can offer. And the shop would glow at night, lit from within, visible from the highway, a beacon in the darkness, a place of transformation, a place where people could become who they wanted to be, even if only temporarily, even if only for a rental period, even if only for the duration of a party, or an event, or a moment when they needed to be someone other than who they were, when they needed permission to imagine different versions of themselves, when they needed the freedom that comes from wearing a costume, from performing a role, from trying on identities until you found one that fit, or at least one that fit well enough for now, for this moment, for this stage of becoming. And Aunt Miriam would be satisfied, would watch from wherever she was watching from, would see that her disaster had worked, had transformed exactly as she'd planned, had become exactly what she'd known it could become, if her nephews would just try, would just commit, would just show up and build something together instead of separately building nothing. And the story would continue, would expand beyond this moment, beyond this chapter, beyond this book, would become a series, would become adventures, would become mysteries and challenges, and the general ongoing narrative of two cousins who'd learned to transform disaster into possibility, who'd learned to build instead of avoid, who'd learned to try instead of just accept, who'd learned to live with intention instead of just react to circumstances. But that's another story, or many other stories. Stories about mysteries they'd solve, adventures they'd have, challenges they'd face, transformations they'd undergo, failures they'd survive, successes they'd earn, and the general ongoing process of becoming whoever they were going to become through the simple act of continuing to try, continuing to build, continuing to show up for each other and for themselves, and for the possibility that life could be more than what they'd settled for, could be more than what they'd been told was possible, could be exactly what they made it, if they'd just commit to making it, if they'd just accept the uncertainty and build anyway, if they'd just embrace the chaos and transform it into something that mattered. And the pinball machine would sit in the corner, forever frozen mid-game, forever suspended in possibility, forever holding the promise that everything could change. That transformation was always available. That becoming was the permanent state, and trying was sufficient, and effort counted even when results were uncertain. And that, finally, was the point, the lesson, the gift, the inheritance that mattered more than the shop, more than the money, more than the costumes and props and 40 years of accumulated inventory. The inheritance was permission. Permission to try, permission to fail, permission to build, permission to become, permission to live with uncertainty and build anyway. Permission to embrace disaster and transform it into possibility. permission to be inadequate and try anyway, permission to not know and commit anyway, permission to be human in all its messy, uncertain, constantly transforming glory. And they'd accepted it, they'd claimed it, they'd lived it, and they'd pass it on to their children, to their customers, to anyone who walked into the shop looking for a costume and found instead permission to transform, permission to become, permission to try being someone else until they figured out who they actually were. And the world would continue turning, and the shop would continue glowing, and the cousins would continue building, and the story would continue unfolding, and somewhere, in some form, Aunt Miriam would smile, would know her plan had worked, would rest satisfied that her disasters had finally stopped running from themselves and had started running towards something instead, had started building something instead of just avoiding building, had started living instead of just performing life. And that was enough. That was everything. That was the whole point of this elaborate, chaotic, beautiful disaster, the end.